19 பேர் தான் இருக்காங்க.
Good morning, all. Is my audio and video clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, your audio and video is clear, ma'am. We can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to welcome you all for the second International Conference on Advanced Computing and Communication Technology, Day 2. I welcome all the eminent speakers and honorable dignitaries from all over the country, and I'm pleased to submit my heartfelt thanks to our chairman, Mr. Dr. Clintus Babu sir, founder and chairman of ICACCT Group of Institution, Dr. Arun Babu sir, MD, ICACCT Group of Institution, Executive Director, ma'am, Menandas ma'am, General Manager, Development, Dr. Jaykumar sir, General Manager, Administration, Krishna Kumar sir, Principal Mail Murugan sir, and HODs and various departments and faculties who supported us in coordinating this conference today. And this conference is organized by Francis Xavier Engineering College in association with Institute for Engineering and Research. I'm happy to share a short glimpse of our college. Thanks for watching the video. This conference is conducted in association with IFERP. I would like to share a video of IFERP.
Welcome to IFERP. Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCACCT Malaysia, WCACCT Jakarta, ICACCT APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
I'm happy to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Session chair for today is Professor Moshi Vardi, Professor at Rice University, Texas, United States. And next keynote speaker is Dr. Abbas Fadil Ajuburi, College of Engineering, University of Information Technology and Communication, Baghdad, Iraq. I welcome the session chairs. I welcome the session chairs for today's session. Dr. T. Sublakshmi Ma'am, Associate Professor, IT, Francis Xavier Engineering College. Dr. B. Gomati, Associate Professor, Department of IT, Hindustan College of Engineering and Technology. Dr. L. Gandhimati, Assistant Professor, Department of IT, Francis Xavier Engineering College. Dr. R. Valarmati, Associate Professor, Computer Science and Engineering from Sri Sai Ram Engineering College. I welcome all the session chairs for today's session. Keynote speech 1. Keynote speech 1 is going to be handled by Professor Moshi Vardi, Professor at Rice University, Texas, United States. I would like to invite Pradeepa to give a short introduction about Moshi Vardi. Pradeepa, can you please introduce?
Good morning, one and all. Keynote speaker 1. Moshi Vaivadi. Moshi Vaivadi is the university professor, the JAS Distinguished Service Professor in Computational Technology at Rice University. He is the recipient of 3 IBM Outstanding Innovation Awards, the Blaise Pascal Medal, the IEEE Computer Society Goody Award, the EATCS Distinguished Achievement Award, the Southern East Universities Research Association Distinguished Scientist Award, and the ACM Siglock Church Award. He is the author and co-author of over 600 papers as well as 2 books, Reasoning About Knowledge and Finite Model Theory and its Application. He is a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Mathematical Society, the Association for Computing Machinery, the American Association for Artificial Intelligence, the European Association for Theoretical Computer Science, the Institute for Electrical and Electronic Engineering, and the Society for Industry and Applied Mathematics. He is the member of US National Academy of Engineering and National Academy of Science, the American Academy of Arts and Science, the European Academy of Science, and Academia Europea. He holds 7 honorary doctorates. He is currently a senior editor of communication of the ACM after having served for the decade as editor-in-chief. Thank you.
Now we are going to listen to the pre-recorded video of Professor Moshi Vardi.
Talk for years. We will talk about AC, BC and AC, not AD, but AC, before COVID and after COVID. I think we're giving material to historians for the next 100 years to write about this period. And it's, of course, it's too early to speculate what the post-COVID era would be like. But I think it's not too early to start drawing lessons from COVID-19. And the lesson I want to focus today is on efficiency versus resilience. Just a very quick introduction to myself. I grew up on a kibbutz in Israel. You can see on the right top corner. Was a very nice place to grow up. At age 10, my parents bought me a collection of 10 volumes of the Young Technologist. And even though I'm coming from a family with a 10th generation of rabbinical tradition, it switched me to the scientific path. I was just a nerd until about 15 years ago, when I was asked to lead a study of software off-sharing, and that led to my being selected as the editor-in-chief of communication of the ACM. And I started developing a keen interest in computing and society. And you see the talk today will be exactly this interface of computing and society. So let's go back to the crisis. So it's important to understand it's not a single crisis. It's at least a quintuple crisis, a fivefold crisis. Of course, underlying all of this is the public health crisis. We are in the middle of a pandemic. It is far from over. The numbers are rising again everywhere in the world. The exit path is very, very uncertain. So, I mean, everybody's talking about rough winter ahead of us. And that, of course, had driven an economic crisis. So, in the spring of 2020, the Youth and Food Bank distributed every day 1 million pounds of food to people who just cannot get food otherwise. What you see here are lines of people waiting for the food. And you should be struck by saying they have cars, but they don't have food because they probably lost their jobs and they don't have, the cash flow is constrained and they have to go to the food bank and wait hours to get food for the family. And oil and gas prices have plummeted. Now, this may sound like good news, but one in Texas, this means people lose their jobs. But also, towards the end, I'll come back to climate change. And low energy prices are actually very bad for climate change because it takes away the economic incentive to go to alternative energy. In the United States, we also had on top of this a social crisis. There historically had been deep inequities and injustice in American society. And this has all been exposed and everybody's nerves are raw from the pandemic, so things have exploded. And of course, we have election tomorrow. No one knows how we're going to navigate this election and the post-election period. So I would say is we are on top of this and the political crisis as well. Now, one question is, how did we get here? Was this a total surprise? Were we caught flat-footed? Why were we not ready for the pandemic? The answer is, it really was not a surprise. You do a little research and you find here is a testimony by the Secretary of Health and Human Services in 2006, testimony to the Senate, preparing for the pandemic flu. So people already knew that a pandemic like that can happen. It was only really a matter of time. Because, especially when we have now people, humans and wildlife living closer to each other, it was only a matter of time because a new virus will show up for which we don't have traditionally any immunity. So why were we not ready? And that's partly the question that I will try to answer. But I want to remind you a period that now looks like it was years ago, March of this year, where the phrase that we kept hearing was flatten the curve. And what did flatten the curve refer to? The fact is the epidemic always proceeds in some kind of a bell shape because how eventually the virus ran out of new hosts. People either die or develop immunity, however it happens, and epidemics always taper off. We had, of course, horrible epidemic, the Black Death, and maybe a third of Europe died, but epidemics always eventually taper off. But the argument was that we need to flatten the curve. And what was the idea of flattening the curve? It was not that we will reduce necessarily the number of infection, but we will lower the peak. Because at the peak, we don't have the capacity to handle so many cases. Here is an article from a business publication, Market Watch, from April of this year. Nurses are wearing garbage bags as the battle coronavirus. It's like something out of Twilight Zone, because we learned a new acronym, PPE, personal protective equipment. We did not have enough PPE suits, so nurses had to wear a garbage bag to protect themselves. And in fact, mortality in the early phases was very high, precisely because hospital, like in New York area and in northern Italy and Spain, did not have enough capacity to give good treatment to all the patients. So that was one argument why we need to flatten the curve, which some places have done better than others. And the fact that we're not ready and we had to go to extreme measures inspired William Galston, who is an economist from the Brookings Institute in the United States, to write a column in the Wall Street Journal in March of this year. And his title was "Efficiency Isn't the Only Economic Virtue." And he wrote, what if the relentless pursuit of efficiency, which has dominated American business thinking for decades, has made the global economic system more vulnerable to shocks? And he goes to explain the dichotomy between efficiency and resilience. Resilience is the ability to recover readily from illness, depression, adversity, or the like. And he says efficiency comes through optimal adaptation to an existing environment, while resilience requires the capacity to adapt to disruptive change in the environment. So the more efficient you are, the more optimally you adapt to the environment, the less flexibility you have to adapt to changes, and the less resilient you are. So there is a tension a trade-off between efficiency and resilience. And other people have said something similar. Thomas Friedman, a columnist in the New York Times, wrote in May of this year, "How We Broke the World." And he said, greed and globalization set up for disaster. And what I find really ironic here, that Tom Friedman, remember, he wrote "The World is Flat." He was the prophet of globalization. And now he writes, over the past 20 years, we've been steadily removing man-made and natural buffers, redundancy, regulations, and norms to provide resilience and protection when big systems, be they ecological, geopolitical, or financial, get stressed. We've been recklessly removing this buffer out of an obsession with short-term efficiency and growth, or without thinking at all. So again, he said, in the name of efficiency, we've sacrificed resilience. He doesn't use the word resilience, but it's right. Oh, he does use resilience and protection. So this point of the trade-off between the inefficiency of efficiency was, as far as I could find doing research for this, I found it for the first time in an article from 1975 called "On the Efficiency," titled "On the Inefficiency of Being Efficient." And the point that Goldberg is making in the article is that if you are only focused on efficiency, then you're looking at the problem from a very narrow perspective. And therefore, you only consider a very narrow range of solutions. And there will be solutions that may not necessarily be the most efficient, but they have other features, and you will ignore them. And so he said, at the end of the day, he said, at the bottom line, is being too focused on efficiency is inefficient. Let's take one example. Just-in-time manufacturing, JIT, also known as lean manufacturing. So this, I remember, this arose in the 1980s when business people suddenly made a brilliant observation that keeping an inventory is very expensive. Why? Because you pay for the part, and the parts are sitting in the warehouse idle, so this is not productive money. You have to maintain a warehouse, you have to build it and maintain it. You need people to move things into the warehouse and out of the warehouse. This is all very inefficient. How about we eliminate the warehouse and the parts will arrive to the manufacturing line just in time? That's the idea, just in time. Indeed, for example, companies such as Dell became famous, not as necessarily innovating in terms of technology, but innovative in terms of logistics, in reducing the expenses as much as possible by being very, very efficient. The problem with just-in-time manufacturing, of course, is it assumes best-case logistics. Everything has to arrive really just in time. What happens if there is a delay? It doesn't arrive. well, the line has to stop because you don't have enough parts to do it. And indeed, the Wall Street Journal has been running a sequence of articles called the COVID storm, trying to understand what happened. Why were we caught so flat-footed with COVID? And one of these articles, why there are still not enough paper towels, or you could even say a toilet paper. And the picture you see here is a picture of a large store, Costco. It's a big retail store, and this is the paper section, paper product section, and you see it's empty. And it was like that. I shopped there. It was like that in March. And the article said, blame lean manufacturing. A decades-long effort to eke out more profit by keeping inventory low left many manufacturers unprepared when COVID-19 struck. So we are so focused on efficiency, we had no capacity to change. We had zero resilience. And a month later, they wrote about hospitals and asked the same question. Why did COVID overwhelm hospitals? And the answer, a years-long drive for efficiency. Health systems have kept a tight rein on employee numbers and expanded outpatient care, helping their finances, but making them less prepared for medical crisis. Again, we are very efficient and we sacrifice resilience. You can find this tension between efficiency and resilience in other areas as well. Let's look at finance as an example. So you may remember that in 2008, the financial system in the United States and then in the world almost collapsed. And in fact, one firm, Lehman Brothers, had to declare bankruptcy over a weekend practically. And you may ask yourself, how did it happen? After all, these firms specialize in risk management. This is really what finance is about. It's all about risk management. So how come they were not ready? And people did look at it. And there was an article in Wired magazine a few years later, and the title was The Formula That Killed Wall Street. And they said Wall Street did have risk model. And there is one very important formula, or risk model, called value at risk. I want to know that with probability, let's say 99%, I will not lose more than, let's say, $100 million, because I think I can absorb such a loss. And they developed sophisticated mathematics. This is called the Gaussian copula function, developed by David Lee. And of course, we can spend an hour just talking about what does this formula mean. But it turns out the formula worked really, really well for the 99%. For the black swan event, the formula did not tell you what is your risk when the market goes really, really sour. And so this black swan event almost sunk Wall Street because they were very efficient, but they were not resilient. And we can ask this question, we can take this lens of efficient versus resilience and look at many facets of our life. We can look at governance. Is democracy efficient or resilient? Winston Churchill, 1947. Many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and war. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all wise. Indeed, it has been said, democracy is the worst form of government, except all those other forms have been tried from time to time. Generally, democracy, we know it's very, very inefficient. I mean, right now, Congress, the US Congress wanted to pass some kind of a second financial stimulus plan, and they couldn't agree. The Democrats and Republicans could not agree on this, and people are suffering. So clearly, democracy is very inefficient. Generally speaking, it is more resilient because there is less of a risk that one person will make a wrong decision. More people are involved in the decision making, you end up with more robust decision making. Of course, one may question whether, especially the federated democracy of the United States, federal government, and 50 states, is this a resilient way of handling pandemics? And so far it looks like, no, we need to think how to organize and prepare ourselves better for pandemics. Let's go back and take a look. Remember this picture of the cars waiting for food. Hundreds of cars waiting hours for food. Again, we have built a non-resilient society in the United States. And this is not new. This has not been just exposed now. In 2016, the issue of precarity or living precariously came up. And there were some studies. The first study showed that 47% of Americans, if they have an unexpected expense of $400, maybe the car brakes went bad, and they need to replace the brakes in the car, and that's about $400. They don't have $400. If something bigger went bad, maybe the transmission went bad, and they have to replace it, and it's $1,000. 2/3 of Americans do not have the capacity to handle it. What will they do? Who knows? Some of them may go to family or friends, and some will lose their job. If they lose their job, they may lose their house as well. So that's partly what we saw in the spring of this year was the precarity of American society. And Adam Serwer, in an article in the Atlantic, wrote about it in June. It didn't have to be like this. The desperation of US workers in the aftermath of the coronavirus was a product of a series of policy decisions and missed opportunities. And I'll come to the economics, back to the economics, towards the end of the talk. So how does nature deal with this trade-off? This trade-off of efficiency and resilience also exists in nature, as I'll explain in a minute. And in 2016, when I was editor-in-chief of CSEM, we published an article, Sex as an Algorithm, the theory of evolution under the lens of computation. We struggle what kind of illustration to put on the cover page when the title is Sex as an Algorithm. And at the end, we decided with tongue-in-cheek to just put a pink cover, and we thought it was funny, but we managed to offend quite a few people. So be careful when you think you're funny. But the article is a very serious article. What was it about? So Livnat and Papadimitriou say we have borrowed two types of algorithms from nature. One is simulated annealing. What do you do in simulated annealing? You do a sequence of small mutation. So you are following kind of bacterial evolution just by mutation. And once in a while there is a random step to get out of local optima. People have tried to simulate nature even further and add crossbreeding, hybridization of chromosomes to mimic sexual reproduction. So you have mutation and crossbreeding. And it turned out that the genetic algorithm, our computational experience, genetic algorithms are inferior to simulated annealing. Simulated annealing is a better algorithm, generally speaking. And so the question is, why would nature choose sexual reproduction as the almost exclusive way for reproduction in animals? Bacteria has something more complicated, so I won't talk about bacteria. They have mutation, but they also have sideway exchange of genes. But at least animals, it's almost exclusively sexual reproduction. But if sexual reproduction is inefficient, why has it become so dominant in nature? And the answer that Livnat and Papadimitriou offer is that efficiency is not the only lens that nature considers. Sexual reproduction offers you greater genetic diversity. What does it mean? It means that the individuals in the species are not very efficient always because they're less optimally adapted to the environment. But because there is more genetic diversity, the species is more resilient. So again, sex as an algorithm gives us greater genetic diversity and more resilience. So both efficiency and resilience can be viewed as optimization, forms of optimization. Efficiency is short-term optimization. Resilience is long-term optimization. What does nature prefer? Nature prefers long-term to short-term. Why? Because nature cares about survival. The T-Rex, the T-Rex is a very efficient hunting machine, but the dinosaur was not resilient. As Darwin explained, it is not the stronger of the species that survives, not the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So again, nature focuses on resilience and not on efficiency. It turns out that people have looked at this also in the context of biological complexity. And there is a paper in Science in 2002, and it talks about fragility, which is the opposite of robustness. And fragility is a conserved quantity. And the paper is a deep paper in control theory, and I was not able to fully digest the paper. But Vijay Kumar, who is a control theorist, explained to me that basically say if you optimize for the faster time scale, you lose on longer time scales. And Shankar Shankar explained to me this instance of, you can call it no freelance theorem. If you optimize on efficiency, you're going to lose on resilience. There is a trade-off between the two. So I want to go back now and look at, in computing, this trade-off between efficiency and resilience. This is volume 1 of the Art of Computer Programming. This is the opus magnum of Don Knuth, the closest we have to patron saints of computing. So what is this sequence of, this is volume 1, but they were all the way to volume 4. Knuth himself planned to do 7 volumes, but right now I think he's stuck at volume 4. So what is Art of Computer Programming about? It's all about efficiency. And in fact, Wikipedia explained that analysis of algorithm means analysis of complexity, the amount of time, storage, and resources needed to execute them. So in analysis of algorithm, our focus has always been on efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. I studied algorithm, it's always about efficiency. But in 2013, David Buckley wrote an article in CSCM, and he wanted to look at another aspect. He called it robustness. So, when you talk about resilience, you find the 3 R's. The 3 R is famous for for elementary education, about reading, writing, and arithmetic, the 3 R's. My 3 R's are resilience, robustness, and is important. And if you have a website that many important website point to it, that website is very important, and so on and so forth. So PageRank works by analyzing the graph structure of the web, and it gave fantastic result. And it launched Google, that it became a mammoth company, incredibly successful. Italian restaurants in Houston, and I want my restaurant to float to the top of the search. How will I do that? Well, I create lots of fake websites and fake links pointing to the website, and my restaurant will float up in the ranking. So PageRank was a very good ranking algorithm, but it was not resilient. Today, the patent has expired. It's unlikely that Google still uses PageRank. We don't know exactly what they're using. Their search result ranking algorithm is a trade secret, because as soon as you publish the algorithm, people try to do again search and optimization. So now they make it resilient by making it obscure. So here is another example of efficiency and resilience. So in 1983, Larry Stockman invented an algorithm called PAC, probably approximately correct. It shows up in the connection also of Valiant adopted it to learning, PAC learning. But the idea of PAC is to do randomized computation and give you an approximate answer with high confidence. So the two parameters, epsilon is the possible error, is the error tolerance, and delta is the confidence. And you want to compute up to an error epsilon, factor of 1 plus epsilon, with a certain confidence. But Stockman's definition has a gap. It doesn't say what happens in the tail event. How big is the error in the tail event with the probability 1 minus delta? And if the error there is very large, then it will skew the expectation. So in 2016, my collaborators and I defined something called strong PAC. And we say it's not enough that you have error epsilon and confidence delta. You also have the expectation should be, your result should be correct in expectation. Why? It is more resilient. So we focus on this issue of resilience, and I want to look at other aspects of resilience. For example, I want to talk about the aspect that I think is very important. Its aspect is friction. And in 2010, I said our discipline is dedicated to reducing friction. In the name of efficiency, we want to eliminate friction. Latency must be eliminated. Bandwidth must increase. Ubiquity should be universal. Our goal is to reduce the friction of computing and communication as much as possible, all in the name of efficiency. Friction sounds like it's against efficiency. In fact, Facebook CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, what was the goal of Facebook? Frictionless sharing. We now know that frictionless sharing is not a good thing. It's not a utopia, it's a dystopia. There are all kinds of impact that Facebook, adverse impact from the Facebook algorithm. Including what we call filter bubble. It shows you only what you want to see, so you never see dissenting opinions, the proliferation of fake news, extreme content. Now we're talking about how Facebook is destroying democracy, all because of frictionless sharing. It's too easy to share on Facebook. How do I know I'm on Facebook? I share too much. It's too easy. But it's not only on social media where you see that having low friction is a problem. In about 10 years ago, we had something called the flash crash. The stock market crashed suddenly. I mean, the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted 600 points in 5 minutes. What happened? There was a follow-up investigation, and the argument that this was caused by high-frequency trading, also known as algorithmic trading. So suddenly one algorithm decides to sell. That triggers other algorithm to make a sell order. And because they're all doing it very, very fast in microseconds, poof, the market can drop precipitously. Now, what is the argument for having such high-speed trading? The proponents say it makes the market more liquid. They want the market to be more liquid. But even people from the industry say, No, this is just about money. It has no social value. There's no reason to search for infinite speed in trading. In fact, some economists have studied this and concluded that the high frequency trading arms race, everybody tried to be a bit faster than the other one, is a symptom of flawed market design. There's no reason not to put speed bumps on the market because systems without frictions are known to be unstable. And that's what happened today with the stock market. It's very unstable. But you can even take it to other domains to the problem with reducing friction. So in 2018, Jenna Birch wrote an article in Washington Post asking, why is it so hard to turn a Tinder date into a relationship? So Tinder is a dating app where, again, they make it to be as frictionless as possible. You see a picture, if you like it, you swipe to the right. If you don't like it, you swipe to the left. And she wrote, despite the swarms of matches over the years, I've never had an app that turned into actual relationship. And this, her personal experience has been verified by academic studies. Indeed, couples that meet online are less likely to stay together. But the answer is not very difficult. There is a song, easy come, easy goes, no hard feelings, darling, no regrets. Everybody understands. If people are invest less in a relationship, they're less invested. If it doesn't work, oh well, big deal. I'll go back to the bar and swipe again. And because they are less invested, it has less lasting power. So what does it mean philosophically? So at RISE, we have the engineering quad, and I'm in computing sciences in one corner. In the other corner, not very far from me, just about maybe 200 meters, is the mechanical engineering departments. So imagine that I go to my colleagues mechanical engineering and tell them, look, in computing, we've taken as a goal to eliminate all friction, all. You should do the same. You should eliminate friction from all machinery. They would tell me, you're crazy. Friction is bad in some places, good in other places. Do you want your tires to have no friction? To the contrary, we design tires to be high friction because we need them on the road to have high friction. So the challenge is, Aristotle have said getting angry is easy, but getting angry at the right people, at the right time, to the right degree, for the right reason, that's hard. So friction is you have to put the right amount in the right place in the right time. You have to think about it in a holistic way. Friction is not bad or good per se. It depends. And we have not developed such nuanced understanding of friction, where to put it and where to take it away. So, for example, we've made email so easy to send. So all of us send too much email, receive too much email, and spam because there's no friction. And we need to figure out how to welcome friction back into computing. So David Ackley, who looked at robustness of sorting algorithm, concluded that we have a very narrow lens on algorithms and on software in general. And he called it CEO software. CEO is not for Chief Executive Officer. He said it's for correctness and efficiency only. He said we are so focused on correctness, the software should do what it's supposed to do, and on efficiency that we ignore everything else. And he said we need to develop a broader, more quality metrics that will also consider what happens when things fail, what happens when you have imperfect execution. Here is a fantastic example of an algorithm that was too focused on efficiency. So 737 is an old Boeing 37 is a working horse of Boeing for many years now, and Boeing decided they need to modernize it, but they didn't want to design a new frame. So they designed new engines, more powerful, more efficient, but they wanted to put them on the older airframe. Well, the new engines on the older frame caused some instability. And the instability were beyond what pilots could compensate for. But Boeing said, no problem. We can have now fly-by-wire. We can have a computerized control, automatic pilot that will detect the instabilities and correct them very, very fast. And indeed, when it works well, it's very, very efficient. But the control system depended on one sensor. If one sensor failed, the control system did not have enough information, and the pilots were not able to handle instability. So there were 2 crashes, hundreds of people got killed, years of aircraft grounding, not clear yet. Boeing is not out of the wood. It's not yet clear whether Boeing will ever fully recover from that disaster, where they focus so much on efficiency in terms of fuel and time to market at the expense of safety and resilience. And let's look at security as another aspect. So a few years ago, I wrote about the cyber security problem. And a well-known security researcher wrote to me, "You don't understand how security works." So I said, "Explain to me." And he wrote me, I'm quoting verbatim from his email. "First, somebody builds a thing and it's super useful. Then eventually someone else comes along and finds a vulnerability. Then security becomes a part of engineering process. Just like we need to make sure our code does not have bugs that makes it crash, we also need to make sure that our code does not have bugs that can be exploited for bad purposes. Turn the crank for enough years and eventually security gets better." So in other words, you build it for functionality and features, and security is an add-on later. And in fact, we saw it. We are all on Zoom, and hopefully we're all very well behaved, but I've heard horror story by people who taught on Zoom and got what now there is a verb for it, Zoom bombed. So Zoom added security after the added features. They did not start, but let's build a secure video communication infrastructure. Security last, not instead of security first. And so here we are, about 75 years into the computer age. The ENIAC started in 1946, so next year will be the 75th anniversary. And if you look at the Turing Award, you can think of them as the milestone for accomplishments in computing over the 75, or not from the beginning, but starting, I think, from around early 60s. ACM has given 4 Turing Awards in cryptography, which is a very important part of security, but only a very small part of security. No Turing Awards be given in cybersecurity. If you ask people why, they would say, what is Turing Award worthy in security other than cryptography? And so we still do not know how to build secure information system. And the issue is not just that maybe you have identity theft. Identity theft is a nuisance, but now you can buy at least insurance for this. There are ways to deal with it. I'm worried about attacks on vital infrastructure. The power system, the power grid is susceptible to attacks. The financial system is susceptible to attack. And you would think that we would be in a incredibly urgent about it. I don't have a sense that our community is saying, "Oh my God, what have we done? We have created such a vulnerable infrastructure." People just go on, write papers. I don't see the security community having a sense of crisis around the issue. And underlying this, I think there is a philosophical attitude especially of computing technology. So let's compare ourselves to transportation. So the 20th century was the century of the automobile. The Ford Model T, all of the manufacturing line in 1908. And very quickly people discover automobiles, people get killed in car crashes. But we've taken it very seriously. We have made automobile much, much, much safer. We have reduced mortality, I think, by car crashes since over the past over 100 years, at least, I think, by factor of 50. In fact, in the United States, we have National Transportation Safety Board. They issue standards, and are binding standards. We have nothing like that in the area of cybersecurity. We have not taken it as seriously. And whenever you go and you tell people in the tech industry, we need regulation to ensure better cybersecurity, they push back. And they will tell you that regulation stifles innovation. And you can think of innovation is, again, efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. But we are neglecting resilience. And the industry has not been able to address this on its own. And I think it's time for governments to get involved and start establishing some standards that company must follow. The same thing happened with car company. In fact, car company will tell you that regulation, in fact, is a source of innovation, because they're all forced to adhere to government standards. They all have to innovate in order to meet these standards. If they have to do it on its own, it's not clear they would have done it on their own. I want to go back to economic efficiency, because I asked the question, why were we not ready? There were warnings. It's not there were no warnings. The answer was, we didn't get ready because it was going to cost money to get ready. It wasn't going to be cheap. It's going to cost lots of money. So, for example, President Trump cut the CDC budget. And in February of this year, he said, it made sense to cut them. We can hire doctors when we need them. So the Vaccine Safety Office, now we all want to make sure that we have vaccine that we can trust. And many people now, especially, I can tell you, I don't know what I will do if Trump gets reelected and they said we have a safe vaccine. I'm not sure I believe them. I'm not sure I trust them. After they closed down, there was a Vaccine Safety Office, they closed it down just a year ago in 2019. So was efficiency ahead of resilience. So let's dig in a little deeper. What is economic efficiency? So there is Wikipedia, but there's also Investopedia. Okay? And this is, you find lots of detailed economic information in Investopedia. And they define what is economic efficiency. It means goods and factor of production are distributed or allocated to their most valuable uses and waste is minimized. And furthermore, free markets advocates argue that through individual self-interest and freedom of production as well as consumption, economic efficiency is achieved and the best interests of society as a whole are fulfilled. So they promise us a panacea, have a free market, and that will guarantee efficiency and optimality. We can have the best of all possible worlds if we just get government out of the way. That's the free market argument. And you can go to, however, to real economic theory and macroeconomic 101, and the most fundamental theorem is so-called first welfare theorem. So if you want to understand microeconomics, free market, you go to the first welfare theorem, and I won't state it very technically, but it says that under certain technical assumption, a free market where everybody, again, people are free to trade and set prices and decide on supply and demand, the market will converge towards competitive Pareto optimal equilibrium. And this is what they mean by efficiency. Efficiency means it's an equilibrium. Nobody can improve the situation without someone else getting worse. So the theorem says the free market produces economic efficiency. It doesn't say anything about optimality. It does not. The theorem is not about optimality, only about efficiency. So it's a fair question. Does efficiency guarantee optimality? If you end up with such a competitive Pareto optimal equilibrium, does it really serve the interests of society as a whole? And Papadimitriou, together with Kotsopias, looked at this question, and they decided to take a concept from algorithm analysis, where we look at online algorithm, and we talk about the approximation ratio, or and this is how well do online algorithm approximate the best offline algorithm. So they say, what happened if you take the worst possible equilibrium, Nash equilibrium, and you compare it to the social optimum. You look at the total social utility, but you look at the best and worst Nash equilibrium. And they call it the price of anarchy, because there is no overall government that pushes the market towards one equilibrium or the other. So it will end up in some equilibrium. And the question is, what happens if it ends up in the worst possible equilibrium? And what they show is that the price of anarchy can be arbitrarily high depending on the complexity of the system. The larger, the more agents are in the system, the higher can be the price of anarchy. So this is a formal proof that economic efficiency does not guarantee the best interest of society as a whole are fulfilled. It's not an argument necessarily against free market, but it takes away some of the mythology that somehow free market serve the best interests of society. No, it does not. No theorem, the theorem does not say that. In fact, we have a theorem that says that the cost of anarchy can be very high. But in a follow-up paper, they want to look at the deeper question, which is, do we even obtain efficiency? And what they realize is the way a market reaches an equilibrium is analogous to local search. Why? Because one person lower the prices, another person increase demand, another person reduce supply. These are all local steps. And everybody does local steps to improve the situation locally. So it is analogous to an algorithm with local search. So they ask themselves, if we have such a system and we want to do local search, how long is it to compute an Nash equilibrium? And what they show is it can take exponential amount of time. So in other words, markets actually are very unlikely to ever reach equilibrium, because if it takes so long, something will happen. Circumstances will change. Price will go up. Supply will, weather will be bad weather. There will be drought. Something will happen. So the market is really never in equilibrium. We really do not have efficiency. We do not have optimality. So the free market may be a wonderful engine of innovation and initiative, but in the end of the day, it does not guarantee efficiency and optimality, not to mention the resilience we saw is often ignored. It was a famous movie in the 1980s. It was called Wall Street. And Michael Douglas was playing Gordon Gekko, a Wall Street financier, and he gave a famous speech. You can find it on YouTube. Greed is good. Greed, for the lack of a better word, is good. Why it is good? He says, well, this is Adam Smith's invisible hand. Everybody acts greedily, and somehow we end up with a global optimum. But every computer science students know that greedy algorithm gets stuck in local minima. And that means that you need some systemic intervention. This is what simulated annealing does. It takes a systemic step to push us out of local optima. In this case, I would argue right now, in terms of cybersecurity, we seem to be stuck at the local pessima, not local optimum, but local minimum. And you can consider a market failure. The market somehow does not price security the same way it prices other functionality and features. And I don't see without some systemic intervention how we get out of this local minimum in cybersecurity. In fact, interestingly, we just celebrated the 50th anniversary of a very important article by Milton Friedman, who wrote in 1970 that the social responsibility of corporations is to have profits. This led to what became known as shareholder value dogma, which was the dogma for 50 years of American businesses. And the New York Times had a retrospective on this, which they have titled "Good is Good, except when it is bad." And they quoted many business leaders. And they quoted, for example, Mark Benioff, the CEO of Salesforce, a major cloud computing company, who wrote, "I did not agree with Milton Friedman then, and the decades since have only exposed his myopia. Just look at our obsession with maximizing profit for shareholders has brought us terrible economic, racial, and health inequalities, and the catastrophe of climate change. It's no wonder that so many young people now believe that capitalism cannot deliver the equal, inclusive, sustainable future they want. You ask now, you do polls among young people in the United States, and support of capitalism has declined dramatically. In fact, Nick Hanauer, who is a billionaire, but I would say is a billionaire with a social conscience, recently wrote an article in Time magazine, and they have looked at income distribution in 1975 and 2018. And what they have shown is how there was the 1% has gained significantly at the expense of the bottom 90%. So they show that in 1975, the top 1% earned 9% of the income, and the bottom 90% earned 67% of the income. By 2018, you can see that the top 9% are about the same, from 25 to 28%. Top 1% have increased their share to 22%, and the bottom 90% have declined to 50%. They've calculated this means that $50 trillion went from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. $50 trillion. I cannot resist putting this joke here. I have a joke about trickle-down economics, but 99% of you will never get it. So classical economics talk about the homo economicus. And this is where agents, the human agents, are supremely rational. They do only one thing: maximize their utility. Now, on one hand, behavioral economists have documented extensively how irrational humans are. But I think more fundamentally, Herb Simon in 1956, Herb Simon was a Nobel Prize-winning economist and a computer scientist. And he argued for something called satisficing, which combines satisfaction with sufficient. And he said, instead of optimizing, more of what we should do is settle for good enough outcomes. We should have a goal, and once we reach the goal, we should set good enough. And in fact, many of us do that. You know, we don't try to, in fact, if you have a friend, and all your friend is trying to do is make more money, make more money, make more money, you probably think your friend is a jerk, not a nice person. And most of us said, no, we have enough money. Now let's focus on other parts of life. And this is less efficient, but is more resilient. And I'm going to become a little technical now for a couple of minutes, just to give an example how you can take this idea of satisficing and turn it into a research topic in computer science. So these are 3 slides and they're a bit technical, so don't worry, we will just go over them quickly. Together with a PhD student of mine, well, she's now graduated, we look at discounted sum games. So these are what we call game, the 2-player takes moves on a game graph, and every node of the graph, it's a state and they receive a reward. But it's an infinite game, and the way that you aggregate the reward is using discounted sum. The future is value less than the present. And this is a classical problem. The optimization problem is to find a strategy for player 0 that will maximize reward against player 1. And 25 years ago, Zwick Patterson showed that this can be solved in polynomial time using value iteration. So the question that we wanted to ask is, what happened if you want to make the system more resilient? And you say, in addition to maximizing reward, I also have temporally extended goals. I have some constraints on temporal behavior. For example, every message sent is eventually received, or maybe every message received must have been earlier sent. These are things that, to me, you know, as I said, I do not want to take arbiter. All plays are not legal plays. There are some rules. And what Chatterjee et al. Has shown in 2017 is, in this case, you lose optimality. Once you add hard constraints, you don't have optimal strategies anymore. So we said, what happened if instead of looking for optimality, we look for good enough strategies? That is to say, you have a threshold, and you are happy if your reward is bigger than the threshold, and you still are subject to hard constraints, which are the temporal extended goals. And then we're able to show that there is an algorithm, a polynomial time algorithm for integral discount factors. So all I really want to give as impression is that I think we can take this concept of resilience, and bring it into our computing, into our research program in computer science. I gave one example, and we need to think about other settings, how we define resilience and robustness and reliability, and so on and so forth. So let me try to bring this to conclusion. So we saw that many things in COVID-19 did not work. The world has been collapsing around us. On the other hand, here I'm giving you this talk. I'm here sitting at my home in Houston. I'm giving you this talk in Stockholm. I've been working from home since mid-March. Last time I went to a grocery store was mid-March. I'm teaching now, the semester, and we're in the middle of the semester. I'm teaching from home. My students are learning from home. We have medical appointments from home. The internet held up, even though there was a huge, suddenly, think of what happened in Zoom. Who knew about Zoom in February? And suddenly, Zoom was everything in March. How did it hold up? Well, there's one key principle, redundancy. Redundancy is the key to resilience. Redundancy is inefficient. But we have known in computing, going back to the 40s, error correcting code. How do you make sure that you can transmit in unreliable communication medium? You add additional bits for error correcting code, redundancy. Von Neumann wrote an article in the 50s. How do you build a reliable organism from unreliable cells? And the answer is redundancy. And in some areas we understand it. We want to have a resilient financial system, make sure that the bank have redundancy of capital. It's very inefficient because its capital is not productive, but it gives you resilience. All banks now are required to have redundancy of capital. And it's, to me, it's just amazing irony how, why are we able to survive? Imagine that COVID happened even 20 years ago. I don't know what would have happened. The world would have collapsed, because one way we are still able to maintain economic system is by using the internet. Why the internet being so robust? It goes back to the 60s. In the 60s, we had the Cold War, and the worry is that how do we have deterrence between the two superpowers, United States and Soviet Union? And the doctrine was called MAD. It was a MAD idea, mutually assured destruction. If you attack us, we'll attack you, we'll destroy each other. It's crazy, let's not do it. That requires that you have, first of all, redundancy of attack capacity. So the United States, for example, developed what's called the nuclear triad, which are the land-based missiles and air-based bombers and the nuclear submarines. But that was not enough. You also need a robust communication system that can survive a nuclear attack, to have credibility of a counterattack. And that's where the idea that we need to build redundancy and have a distributed rather than a centralized system to have a resilient communication system. So technologies that were developed to survive a nuclear war allow us to survive COVID-19. I find this historical kind of a confluence quite amazing. So I want to close up. Resilience is a fundamental but underappreciated societal need. Both computing and economics need to focus more on resilience. It turns out that people are not very good at people are not very good at getting ready for such eventualities. So for example, car insurance. So I have car insurance. Why do I have car insurance? I'm required to have car insurance. In order to renew registration for my car, I have to buy car insurance. So getting ready for such event, creating resilience requires societal action. It doesn't happen by itself. People and markets are not ready for such low probability event. And we must remember the COVID-19 maybe just be the dress-up act, the warm-up act for a much bigger challenge, which is climate change is coming up. In the West Coast, we have been seeing wildland fire burning more and more from year to year to year. We have more acreage burning, and this is clearly driven by climate change. There is a book that came out a few years ago. It's called The Collapse of Western Civilization. And it's a science fiction book that looks from the year, I think, 2050, look backwards and told us how civilization will collapse because of climate change. It's a very scary book. So I want to wrap up. There was a book that came up in the mid-80s by a German sociologist, Ulrich Beck. He called it The Risk Society. And his point is society have grown more connected, more technological, and more globalized. And this all create more risk, lots of invisible risks. And in fact, 2 years later, Chernobyl happened. And Chernobyl, again, I'm sure it was felt in Sweden, but it could have been much worse. It could have been that Western Europe will become uninhabitable because of Chernobyl. Adam Tooze wrote in a foreign policy magazine, the question so vividly exposed by the crisis such as Chernobyl and the ongoing coronavirus pandemic is how to navigate this world where we are facing such globalized risk. And the answer is very clear: resilience, resilience, resilience. Farid Zakaria, a columnist of the Washington Post, wrote very recently, the pandemic has upended the present, but it's given us a chance to remake the future. Let's not blow it up. We have a chance of remaking our society with focusing on resilience. Let's focus on building a resilient society. Thank you very much.
Thanks for watching the video. We'll start the technical session soon. Technical session 3. This session is going to be chaired by session chairs Dr. P. Sublakshmi, Associate Professor, Department of Information Technology, Francis Xavier Engineering College, and co-chaired by Dr. B. Gomati Ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Information Technology, Hindustan College of Engineering. I'm happy to introduce the session chairs for this session, Dr. T. Sublakshmi Ma'am. Dr. T. C. Sublakshmi Ma'am is the Associate Professor, Department of Information Technology from Francis Xavier Engineering College. She has around 20 years of teaching experience, and her research area includes visual sensor networks and IoT. She is the head of Ideation Lab of Francis Xavier Engineering College. Under her guidance, students have won prizes and awards in well-recognized institutions. I welcome Professor Sublakshmi Ma'am, and I invite Ms. Pratipha to introduce the next session chair, Dr. B. Gomati Ma'am.
Introduction about the second section, sir. Dr. B. Gomadi. Dr. B. Gomadi is currently working as Associate Professor in Department of Information Technology, Hindustan College of Engineering and Technology. She has received B degree in Computer Science Engineering from SRM Ishwari Engineering and College in Chennai, M.Tech degree from Anna University, and PhD degree from Anna University, Chennai. Her broad area of research interest lies in the cloud computing, optimization techniques, and machine learning. Her PhD thesis explored multi-objective resources allocation algorithm using meta-heuristic approach in cloud environment. To her credit, she has published many research papers in reputed journals. She is currently working towards energy efficiency in Duke Computing. She received grant from AICTE, Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, Indian National Science Academy, and Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. She is an IEI member. She is a peer reviewer for reputable journals. Thank you.
Thank you for your introduction.
We'll start the technical session. The first paper for today's session is going to be presented by Krubashri. Krubashri?
Yes, ma'am. Purna Vignesh, ma'am. It's Kribas is my guide.
Krubashri is here.
No, ma'am. It's my guide, ma'am.
Hello?
Ma'am, I am audible, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Purna Vignesh, ma'am. This is.
Purna Vignesh from, yes, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going, okay. Purna Vignesh, you're here, yeah. So first presentation is going to be presented by Purna Vignesh on paper title, Hybrid Steganophlage Using Data Transformation of Embedding Entropy.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Sorry, screen share, ma'am. Sorry, take
Yes,
screen
you
share.
can share your screen. Other participants, kindly mute your mic. General instruction for participants, 10 minutes for each participants will be given, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for queries.
Ma'am, I am audible, ma'am.
Yes, your audio and video are clear. Just 2 minutes, Purna Vignesh, session chat will join soon, like 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Other participants who are ready for the presentation can ping in chat box. Like who are ready can intimate in chat box. Gomati ma'am. Gomati ma'am, shall we start the session?
Yes, ma'am. We can
Okay.
proceed.
You can start your presentation. Purna Vignesh, you can start
Yes,
presenting.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning to all. Today we are going to present a topic as hybrid segnography using data transmission of embedding entropy. Our guide name is Dr. G. Girpasri. My teammates are myself, Purna Vignesh G, and Prasanna Perumal and Navin Kumar. These all are of reference, so no wasting time. I'm going to start my presentation. First of all, abstract. Steganography is one of the method is used to indent the message communicated one to another. It communicates invisible message to receiver, and our goal is to establish framework from the image, video, and audio. And we used new filter algorithm to develop steganography to do easy for the image, audio, and video to clear to the current trends. Next introduction will be explained by my teammate Navin Kumar. Over to you, Navin Kumar.
Hi, myself Navin Kumar. Steganography is a concept to hide message in image, audio, and video. Steganography presents a challenge of the task transferring the embedded information. Once the embedded information is maybe transferred across the public line. Next page, next slide. Existing system, the data hiding technique. The image is compressed and encrypted by using encrypted key. The data to hide is embedded into image by using same encryption key. The user who knows secret encryption key can encrypt it after removing the data in the hidden image. Next, Prasanna Perumal.
Next, proposed system. First, we improve the network security for using prime numbers. So user cannot find the original data not easily, and so it not easily to crack, because if even prime number or odd number, we using 0 and 1 remaining. For prime number is not. So we increase the security and we increase the storage size of the data, and we can hidden more than 1 bit also. Next, architecture diagram. First, we upload one cover file or image, video, or audio, and then we input the secret message and to the encoder steganography image. It will store the stegno object, and receiver can decode the image using key, and then will show the secret image to the receiver.
Myself, Prasanna Perumal. Encryption module. Encryption technique is used for hiding the information into the image. So no one can see the information. It have the key to hide the information into the image. And the decryption module. This technique is opposite of encryption technique. The encrypted image is taken in to retrieve the hidden data in the encrypted image. Using the key, the encrypted image is decrypted. Next slide, please. Discrete cosine transform model. DCT is a transform model is positive to frequency domain. It separates the image into parts of different parts. It can have separate image into high and middle and low frequency component. The block boundary continuity model is from the sparsity domain and aimed for the continuity of internet blocks. According to block boundary continuity, interblock suggestion modification should be synchronized or reverse is related to DCT mode. Next slide. The least significant bit model, LSB, is most common method to embed message bit. This technique is used in pixel where the value of pixel insert to 0 or 1. It consists either 1 or 0 in their bit. Embedding a message in a bit, a sender increase or decrease the value of coefficient of the pixel to embed 0 to 1. Receiver bring out the hidden message by reading the coefficient in the same sequence and decode them. Next slide. Next.
This is our result. First, this is the dictionography user dashboard. We use key generator. It will show prime number. We enter 2 prime number, and then it will go to the public key. In that key, we set numbers, and then we public key for user and private key for receiver. This is our image. This is first is our image. Before insert the message, and then we hide the message, and then it will show successfully message or insert the image. And after the image, it look like the same one, and then user and the receiver can decode once again to the that image with set of the key, and then it and then we'll give the same image. This image and this image also same.
Conclusion. In today's world, even though we have several updates on the internet, we use the possible way of hiding the message in the form of video, audio, etc. Is the most safest, and we are in our project is the most safest method of hiding message in the form of image, video, and audio, etc. The most private beneficial system for sending important things between the sender and the receiver. And it's a more secure and promising technique to be sharing the hidden messages to others. Next slide. Future work. The future work on improve the compression ratio of the image to the text. And while our algorithm already performs well, we have to improve are still possible. And proposal provides high embedding capacity, which make use aggressive bit encoding and decompression schemes, as well as the bit inversion technique. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Now over to the session chairs. Session chairs can ask your questions. Sublakshmi ma'am, Gomati ma'am.
Shall I start now? Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I think you have mentioned about different algorithms in your project, DES, triple DES, LSB like that. But you didn't give any explanation about DES and triple DES, as well as you have given a brief introduction about LSB. I think it will have more number of equations to perform both encryption and decryption. Can you explain that equations? Is it possible to explain now?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, that is the data encryption standard, ma'am, DES, and it's the same like that LSB, ma'am. It's nothing but we can give the limited and keys in DES, and it will load the double times than the LSB, ma'am.
You can explain that is whether you have the comparison table, performance comparison table of all the 3 algorithms. When you are using different algorithms in your project, you can include the comparison table. Then you can show your method is more efficient than the existing method. Understood?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, understood.
Okay. Then just show the diagram, Pranav.
1 minute, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yeah. You mentioned about f of x comma m comma k. What is x in your diagram?
Ma'am, X will be on the cover file, ma'am. Image, video, or audio, ma'am.
That is
M is
missing, I
the
think so. That is missing in your diagram. That's why I asked that one. So what algorithm you are using for steganographic encoder?
Ma'am, ma'am, we have used the LSB algorithm and as well as the cybertext qualifier encoding, ma'am, and decoding.
For decoding purpose?
Yes, ma'am, same the cybertext policy.
Okay. In your conclusion, you mentioned about bit inversion techniques and all. I
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
see that technique in your slide. Why? Do you have any answer for that?
This limited slide only, ma'am. So only we not insert many things, ma'am.
No. Whatever techniques you are using, that you need to highlight in your slide. No, it is very important. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Next time we will do, ma'am.
Okay. How you are generating private and public key in your project? In your output, you mentioned a set of private keys and set of public keys. How you are generating that keys in your project?
Ma'am, first we give two primary key, ma'am. That number will generate some private key, ma'am. This is some limit, ma'am.
What technique you are using to generate the key?
Cybertext policy algorithm only, ma'am. We using to generate key, ma'am.
Don't have any formula to generate a keys? Whether it is a random key or
Ma'am, it is a random key only, ma'am.
okay, in your conclusion, you told about your project that it will be it is 100% secure. How it is possible?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
That type of assurance.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. If a same key means it will receiver and sender will change the image or key, ma'am. But for separate key, it will receiver only that key, no, ma'am. So we go for that policy, ma'am.
No, but you can't say it is 100% secure. No? Do you have any proof for that? Do you have any proof?
Not like.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, when you are mentioning any points, you need to concentrate that one, whether it is possible or not. That you need to check it. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions from the next session, Chair Subbalakshmi, ma'am.
Yeah.
Subbalakshmi, ma'am, you have any questions?
Yes. Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Voice is clear. Purna Vignesh?
Ma'am?
Purna, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Subbu, ma'am, you can ask your questions. Ma'am, we can't hear your voice.
Ma'am?
Subbalakshmi, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can't hear your voice.
Am I audible now?
And you're audible
Hello?
now. Yes, ma'am, your voice is audible now.
Yeah, sorry, my internet link is not good. Please bear with me. One question I would like to put forward here is, what is the embedding efficiency of your steganographic technique? That is the one question I would like to put forth here, sir. Ma'am, is my question audible?
Yes, ma'am, your voice is audible. Purna Vignesh, can you?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Embedding means it no ma'am. That is to decrypt the encode and decode, ma'am. So audio video will covered to embedding the all to one steganography, ma'am. So only we used the embedding entropy, ma'am.
Yeah, no, I would like to give a suggestion for you on this part. Because this particular technique, what you have been using is for security, it would be better
Yes,
if you would able to deliberate on the part of embedding efficiency, because that is an important attribute for any steganographic schemes, which will affect your security. Okay, sir.
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
So when we talk about technographic schemes, it is better you talk about the embedding efficiency, this is the capacity. How much data you'll be able to put into your payload. You cannot just give bigger data into your image. So that
Yes,
will be a
ma'am.
risky part for your project. That will be a scope of your
Yes,
project.
ma'am.
So when you
Yes.
say that your project is highly secured, you can say that my embedding efficiency is this much. To that extent, this is secured to this extent. In that way, you can
Okay,
make a
ma'am.
link to the security and the embedding efficiency. So that embedding efficiency is an important factor for your project. If you could talk something on that, you can actually substantiate your security, I feel. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your question. Next participants will be Prashant. Prashant Ji, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Next presentation will be presented by Prashant Ji on paper title Knee Osteoarthritis Prediction Using Deep Learning. Paper number 17. Paper
Ma'am,
title is,
Ma'am, can I share the screen, ma'am?
yes, you can share your screen.
Ma'am, this is Purna Ganesh, ma'am. Can we leave, ma'am?
Yes, you can leave now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, you are present. You can share your presentation.
My PPT is visible, ma'am.
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to all. I am G. Prashant and my team members are Mohammad Jamir and Navin Ram S. We are here to present our project on knee osteoarthritis prediction using deep learning under the guidance of Ms. Dichanya. Abstract. Osteoarthritis is a musculoskeletal disorder. It mainly affects the joints at spines, hip, fingers, foot, and knee. It also called degenerative joint disease. It mainly affects middle-aged and older-age people. The causes of knee osteoarthritis is because of obesity, heredity, age, gender, and bone deformities. Knee damage in osteoarthritis is irreversible, and the treatment for osteoarthritis involves total knee replacement, which is more costly. Our aim is to diagnose and predict the knee osteoarthritis by training the huge medical X-ray image dataset and classifying the X-ray image based on Kernjan and Lawrence grading system using convolutional neural network. Over to you, Navin Kumar. Navin Ram.
Yes, I will move on with the description part. The dataset we use contains approximately 3,300 knee X-ray images. It is annotated manually as per the K and L grading by medical experts. Our dataset comprises of 5 classes, namely the normal, doubtful, mild, moderate, and severe osteoarthritis. This dataset, we first uploaded it into the Google Drive and we mount it to the training model while training. Next, while training at data pre-processing, we read the image, we convert it from BGR to grayscale, then we resize the image. The datasets are separated into the categories and it is given with the labels, like the normal is given with the label 0, doubtful as 1, mild as 2, moderate as 3, and severe as 4. Next, the rescaling is done so that the data is well spread in the space, so we can train the algorithm better. Then we use CNN as our model. We split our data into training and testing, and then we complete the training of our model. Now, with the help of this trained model, we move on to the prediction part. At prediction, we load the trained model. We pre-process the data again for predicting and pass the pre-processing data to the model. The image passed to the model through a web page through the post method. The reason why we are using the CNN is because since our input data sets are in image form, so CNN produces better results in image recognition. It also automatically detects the important features in an image without the human intervention. Over to Jamir.
Hello, good morning all. In conclusion part, that we have used CNN algorithm for training and testing. As Navin said, CNN is used for image classification and recognition. And if we can predict knee osteoarthritis and yearly means, we can prevent from severe pain in future. Our future works are, we intend to change and apply the proposed technique on other clinical usage also, and to conduct data sets for like stroke and dementia. Next slide. Yeah, we used raw X-ray image of knee dataset as an input, and we got accuracy rate of 89% and a loss rate of 32%. That's all. Thank you.
Session chats can ask your questions. Gomati ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain the steps involved in CNN model? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, your voice is audible.
Yeah. The sentence, can you explain?
Can you repeat the question once again, ma'am?
Yeah. Can you explain the steps involved in CNN model?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
First, you have to select a data set, then preparing that data set for training. Then we have to, with the training data, we have to create and shuffle the data set and assigning the labels to the data set and features. Then normalizing X and converting labels to the categorical data. Then splitting the X and Y for use in CNN. Then we have to train CNN model, and we are getting that accuracy score of a model. Then in this we are using libraries like TensorFlow, then OpenCV, NumPy, Keras, Matplot, sklan, and PyPlot. And in this, Keras and PyPlot are the interfaces. Keras is an interface for TensorFlow, and PyPlot is an interface for a Matplot. That's all, ma'am.
So what activation function you are using in CNN? Activation function name. Hello.
Ma'am, we are using two hidden layers, ma'am. RELU layer and max pooling layer, ma'am, in CNN model.
So you are using ReLU activation function. Why you are using that function specifically? Because many activation functions are there. Why you are using ReLU activation function? Any answer? When you are presenting next time, please concentrate. That is, you need to include more slides for CNN.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Concentrate on that.
Okay, ma'am.
Have you compared your algorithm with your model with any other existing model?
No, ma'am. We only concentrated on CNN only, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Blush, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to the next presentation. You can stop sharing your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presentation is going to be presented by Ananda Prashant and Selva Ganesh. Ananda Prashant, Selva Ganesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. The previous person, Prashant ji, can stop your presentation. Next presentation is on paper title, Augmented Reality Game Based on Hand Gesture Recognition by Ananda Prashant and Shelva Ganesh. Ananda Prashant, you can share your presentation.
Can I see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Good morning to one and all presented here. This is my game title. This is my project title, Augmented Reality Game Based on Hand Gesture Recognition. So myself, Ananda Prashant, and my teammate name was Selva Ganesh. We did this project under the guidance of our guide, Mrs. Dr. R. Parvati ma'am. So the domain of our project is, the major area of the domain is game development, and the minor area of the domain is augmented reality. So let's see about the abstract of our project. So the concept of augmented reality gaming, it refers to combination of visual and sound effect when the users place it in the real time. So whereas virtual reality gaming needs a large space or a separate land to create an immersive experience, immersive environment, whereas the AR game doesn't require a large space or a separate land. So the normal game, it's not going to create an huge impact among the people. So, but the game which uses technology like augmented reality and virtual reality, it creates an huge impact on response. So our game is the topic of Living Dead augmented reality. It has two different modes: hand gesture shooting and weapon shooting mode. It just created to entertain and burst the stress of the users whenever they play the game. Whenever they are in the full stress while they are working in a deadline or something like that, they can surely use this game. So more than making just a fun, AR games are also used for rehabilitation purpose. When it comes to hand gesture based AR games, it has very few chances of detection success rate. To overcome this problem, we had boosted the performance of this game, and we optimized this game to run smoothly on all AR core supported devices. And there are no chances of bugs to be found in this game. So the main objective of our game is just to build a fun-filled augmented reality game with the hand gesture implementation. The users who can play this game, or they can also practice the walking rehabilitation technique. So those who are sitting on a chair for a long time, so they can just practice walking rehabilitation whenever they are in a stress, and so the user can also enjoy the experience of zombie apocalypse while they play this game. So the users can play this game at anywhere and anytime by just tapping the mobile application. So the proposed system process is, this project promises that there are no chances of privacy leakage or bugs, breaches, or any kind of attacks. It's fully optimized according to the user's comfort and privacy secured. So when it comes to the battery life, the game can be played on the low graphics or medium to save the battery life. We can set the graphics menu, we can set the graphics options, which is customizable inside the game menu. So this game ensures that it is not addictive to the users, whoever plays this game. It completely depends upon the user's mind. During the hardcore stress time, we can play this game to calm down the stress. So the hand gesture mode is the essential part of fun and joy, which we had implemented in this project. So the limitations of our project was the usage of camera might be an issue for your battery to drain faster. So the more amount of time being spent on any games which is not productive, users needs an augmented reality AR core supported devices to play this game. We can check out for our mobile device from this link website. So these are our system process. So we had used 3 modules in this game. So the module 1 was game menu, module 2 is competitive mode, and module 3 is free kill mode. So this is our system overview. So first it will start from the user. When the user sends the response, it will go to the permission. Then a user has to grant the permission for access the camera. So whenever we grant the permission, then it will go to the main menu. So from the main menu, we can go to settings as well as we can go to play game. So we have to customize our options in the settings, and after that we can go to play game. Then in play game, it has 2 modes, competitive and free kill mode. So both the modes have attack system, health system, and hand tracking is implemented only in free kill mode. So this is the system overview for our project. So this is the module 1, which is a game menu. So aim of this module is to build a user-friendly menu system which allows user to experience the maximum comfort. Input given here is touch controls and the game actions. Game actions, we have to enter the difficulty and we have to customize the settings. So the output of the module is we are successfully, the game menu module is used mainly for starting game with required game mode and with our users required options. We can adjust the game's overall volume, graphics, quality, and difficulty in options panel. So the tasks accomplished by this module was an user-friendly UI to change the game mode and options menu according to the user's comfort. The customized settings of the game in the options UI panel. So these are the implementation screenshot of our module 1 game menu. So the next thing is module 2, which is competitive mode. So in this mode, our aim is to make zombies spawn randomly in the map. Like it will be randomly spawning around us in a 360 degree. So here the input given is touch controls and the buttons. So the output of this module is, this module includes a game physics, random spawning functions, and the raycasting method for shooting. So we have to kill certain zombies to finish the waves. Task accomplished by this module was, we had successfully created gun shooting and game physics, random spawning functions, both play on health system for both player and the enemy. The game physics, random spawning functions, and raycast method used for the shooting mechanics. So this is the screenshot of module 2 implementation part. Here we do environment, or create the environment and adding the textures, everything. So this is the module 3 and it's a free kill mode. So the aim of this module is to make the users to play with their bare hands. Input given here was we have to give our hold and release gesture in our camera. And we have buttons for coming to the main menu and come back button. So the output of this module is this mode is something different. In this mode, a zombie is not going to bite us. Only the users can shoot the fireballs with hold and gesture. No health,
Sorry
no
to
waves.
interrupt. Your 8 minutes
Yes.
is completed. You can move on to the results slide.
Yeah, sure. So this it can be concluded by saying that this AR game is going to be maximum fun and kill the stress when the users plays this game. This game helps the users to keep focused to the game whenever they play. So user-friendly UI is implemented to make the users feel maximum comfort while playing this game. And just shooting was one of the most hardest hardest implementation part, and it is the modern and additional technology of this project. The user needs an augmented reality support and a device to play this game. That's the only limitations here. To prevent the false hand detection, manual motion hand tracking is used to make the detection more clear and accurate. So the chances of false gesture detection is 15%. So the future enhancement is we are decided to include a new mode in the future, which user needs to search for the humans inside the building or a map to rescue them by defending zombies on the way. So this mode increases the more chances of walking rehabilitation to the maximum level. So the user can run throughout the map as well as in the real world. So thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Now over to the session chat. Dr. Sublashmi ma'am can ask your questions.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, your voice is audible.
Yeah, that was a nice presentation. I would like to put forth a few questions from my side. What is your tech stack for this game development, sir? Can you please?
No, I couldn't understand. What is the extract?
Technology stack. What are the softwares that I have used for the development of your game?
Yeah, I had used Unity engine for the implementation, and I had used Visual Studio Code and C# for the programming language, and I had used the Motion. It is a software development kit. I had used it for hand tracking, and the algorithm I used was convolutional neural network.
So, is your game supported only for mobile phones?
Oh yes, it is only for Android platform.
And is it possible to upload a games into any head-mounted devices, and if it is possible to play?
Yeah, it's possible. We can use this with mixed reality, or we can use it with HoloLens, but we have to pick some coding part in this. Maybe in the future enhancements we can add that.
Yeah, like whenever we are supposed to have a kind of a gaming, we make it to a device, separated device instead of a mobile phone. It should be applicable to whatever devices that we are able to for a gaming device. So if we are moving on to a, sorry, am I audible?
Oh yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yeah. Like you need a separate sensors, right? Hand recognition sensors and all for motion tracking.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you get support for that in your game?
To convert it into like device based or just in camera based.
And do you need any separate hardware for sensing your motions?
No.
Hand
We
gesture?
don't need any hardware. No. It's just only we need a Motion software development kit for the hand tracking. It will be done through our camera, and we have to just connect the vertices inside the Motion. We have to do it through the code. And another part of gesture is we have to train the data sets of our hand gesture through the CNN. It doesn't depend upon any hardware requirements.
It is just because you are using it in your mobile phone. But if you make it for any other head-mounted devices, we will have to change your software.
Okay. Even if you are going through head-mounted camera or any AR/VR device, also we don't need any sensor, man, because head-mounted devices they do have camera, right? So yeah. So the same process will be taken to that, but we have to tweak the code. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, have you used any other engines like Euphoria or something like that for your?
No, I am not used to Euphoria. I used that AR Foundation, AR Kit, and XR plugin packages in the unit.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Gomati ma'am, do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Can you explain why you are using free kill mode in your project? What is the objective of that mode?
Yeah, actually, competitive mode is something. It is like kind of addictive whenever the user plays this game, and also free kill mode. We have decided to implement that hand gesture part. Competitive mode doesn't have hand gesture part, so the users can. The free kill mode can be played by any age people. Like they are small age people, or they are like old age people. They can just have their hands on the camera and they
But
can shoot the zombies.
what I understood means when we are playing through free kill mode, the opponent won't react, no?
Sorry, ma'am.
The opponent won't react when we are playing, no? Or the opponent also will play.
No. The opponents, the zombies are not going to react. They'll just come towards us. They don't attack us or they don't bite us. They need. We need to just kill them. It's just like a practice mode or free mode.
Okay. Understood. Okay. You mentioned about the false gesture happens in your project. Yes, in a conclusion part. In what type of situation it is possible in a project to occur the false gesture? I think you are used the mano motion, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though it will produce the false gesture in your project, even though you are using mano motion, whether it will produces the false gesture in your project?
Yes, ma'am. The tracking was good actually, but whenever we use the hand gesture near our camera, the false rate is slightly 15%, because sometimes it will fail to detect our hand gesture, not hand tracking. Yes.
How can we rectify? What is your future plan to rectify the problem? Do you have any idea?
Yeah. Maybe I can train more data sets now. Like I can train more images of my hand and need to convert it to thermal image. I already had trained with like 100 approaches. Maybe in future I can train more, then it could increase the accuracy for sure.
So the data set is a real-time data set, or you are generated by yourself?
It's a real time. It's a real-time data set.
Where you are taken?
Like I will be like taking a photo of my hand and I will be just implementing through CNN, and it will convert into thermal image. And after that, it will go to the convolution layers and it will train the data sets.
How the convolution neural network used in your project? In what way it is used?
It is used in the hand gesture, ma'am, to increase the detection rate, ma'am. Actually, whenever we upload, whenever we go through the data set, it will cross the 7 layers, and after that it will reach the final layer to create a strong data set.
What I'm asking is why you use this CNN in your project. That's the thing. I understood it will have it is having different layers. What is the goal of CNN in your project?
To make the hand gesture successful. When it comes to hand tracking, we can do it with nano motion only. But when it comes to hand gesture detection, we have to use CNN to increase the accuracy for that purpose.
Have you measured accuracy of your project?
I had measured in evaluation parameters.
Okay. What is the value? What is the accuracy value of your project?
Just a minute. True positive rate was 85%. So true negative rate is 10%, and false positive rate is 10. False negative rate is 90%. The approaches we had made here is 102 times.
So there is a formula to calculate accuracy. No, you can use these metrics to measure the accuracy. No? Try it. Okay.
Okay.
Good work.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Next paper is going to be presented by Niyati N. Mehta. on paper title, Automation of Microgrids Using Machine Learning. And it is under the guidance of Dr. Manohar M.
Good
Yeah.
morning, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Just a second. Yeah. Good morning to everyone present here. My name is Niyati Mehta, and the topic for my research paper is automation of microgrids using machine learning. My guide and my co-author is Dr. Manohar M, who is my professor from Christ University. Just a brief introduction about us. I'm a student from Christ University, currently pursuing MTech in information technology. And as part of my research thesis, this is my topic. And Dr. Manohar M is my guide for the same project. And the paper is by the both of us. Okay, a brief abstract or the summary of my entire research paper is microgrids, as the name says, is a smaller version of a power grid. Basically, a grid which gives energy, electrical energy to consumers. So, microgrid, what it can do is it can change its status. So, if it's connected to the grid, it's called in grid connected mode, and if it is not connected to the grid, it is called in islanded mode. So the thing about microgrids, which makes them different from a regular power grid, is the smart feature of it to go in and out of these modes and be of good use for the consumers while it's connected, and be of good use otherwise when it's disconnected. So my research focuses on something called microgrid control center, which is it's like the CPU of a computer. Basically, it's like controller of the whole system of the microgrids, the resources, the consumers, and everything. And there's generally a controller or a control person sitting behind the desk, who knows the statuses of the microgrids, if it's connected, if it's disconnected, the power consumption by the consumers demanded for the day, etc. So my project in this research, we propose an automated version of the control center where we include a machine learning algorithm. So what this algorithm does is, suppose I have a microgrid system in an area. I'm in Bangalore. So in Bangalore, in a small area called Vijayanagar. So the machine learning algorithm would take that area's power consumption over the years, and using the algorithm, we predict the future power consumption for the coming years in order to help the controller out to decide whether the microgrid should be connected or disconnected given any point of the day using the data that is provided by the algorithm. So the proposed model delivers this, and because of this, we intend to reduce the power loss which happens when the microgrid is simply connected and when then there is no demand. So for the introduction, as I explained what a microgrid is, I just drew a small block diagram to make it easier to understand. This is a system of microgrids. Basically, that means that more than 2 microgrids are connected. So when there's a system of microgrids, it also means that every microgrid can also communicate with each other. And right now, there are a network being provided where the microgrids can communicate with each other through the controller. So as you can see, the microgrid has 2 parts. One is the power source, which basically produces electrical energy. And this is the consumer, which is of different types. We have home, we have factory, we have building, different kinds of consumers. And this is the controller where we intend to put in our algorithm. The green represents the information flow coming and going, and the black represents the energy flow that is going. Okay, so drawing a problem statement was a little tedious in terms that we have to identify what are the problem statements that are smaller to scale and easily rectifiable versus the problem statements that are going to be there in spite of everything, because it is an electrical grid and there are certain problems that we cannot overcome, such as surges, such as power surges. So for our research, the problem statements were to reduce labor. So if our machine learning algorithm was implemented at the control center and made it easier for the controller to decide whether the microgrid is connected or not, prior to connecting it or not, we can have reduced labor in order to check whether the microgrid is stable enough or not. And as I said, power loss would be reduced. So the problem statement incurring to that would be there's a lot of power loss when the microgrid is connected or not. So yeah, how we went about the project was divide the project into 3 parts: the microgrids, the microgrid control center, and the machine learning model. So I kind of did 2 things. One is a hardware representation, since we cannot go on site and see microgrids and how they function and implement right there. I did a small hardware representation theoretically here, which basically signifies how microgrids work. So we had a few options to go through. So I decided to take the microgrid control center, use an Arduino Uno or a Raspberry Pi would also work. Arduino Uno in symbiosis with my laptop would represent the MGCC. The microgrids could be represented through any sensors or LEDs, and the different sources can be renewable energy. We were concentrating more towards keeping it, representing it as green energy, and the load from the consumers would be any electrical load. So coming to the machine learning model, we found a data. Okay, I'll just go. Okay, the data set that we used was from a source called EIA. So unfortunately, I wanted to work this project out in an Indian locality so that it would be more relatable and more advanced. But in Indian electrical standards don't provide us with that much data. So I used the US data for this. So I used the Energy Information Administration website, which provides intense amount of data when it comes to electrical consumption, time, resources, everything. So the data set that we got has all the states of the US. The power consumed by this consumers ranging from commercial, residential, transport, etc. From the years 1990 to 2020, and this is recorded. And this is the data set that we used. And the algorithm that we finalized was time series forecasting. So time series forecasting, why time series forecasting is because when we look at the data, it's pretty straightforward. It's just a power consumed versus the months, the time. So it made more sense to use something of a forecasting model in terms of time series.
Sorry to interrupt. You can conclude your presentation. It's already 8 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. It's almost done. Almost done. So I use this instead of using regression because it made more sense over here. And the model that we selected was exponential smoothing. Exponential smoothing, again, it's a forecasting method which predicts the values based on weighted sums, and we use single exponential smoothing. I'll just hurry up a little bit. Okay, so we pre-processed the data, we got the data to a certain convergence, and we decided what we exactly wanted, and it went to one state, taking in one state, the power consumed for it, and we checked for its parameters, stationary check, to check whether how much the means and medians are
you can move to the results slide.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, results after applying the exponential smoothing model and before applying the exponential smoothing model. So we use something called MAPE, which is the mean absolute percentage error score. And generally it's supposed to be under 15. And when we didn't use exponential modeling, it came up to 86, which is very large and it's not very good. But after using exponential modeling, we got a score of 13.01, which is pretty good and acceptable. And my output is in terms of power consumed, and it came up to a certain number of gigawatts, which we further use later to include in our Arduino code. So the conclusion is that through this time series forecasting, we really hope that we make enough difference for the controller to be able to tell in advance, and so that when a microgrid is islanded, we have given it certain other applications, and like charging an electric vehicle or something like that. And the future work of this would be to include auto regression model, which was also something that we considered but didn't work out. For this, auto regression, in my opinion, would be a better suited algorithm for a better suited data set. That's pretty much it.
Thanks for your presentation. Over to the session chat. Gomati ma'am, you can ask your questions.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Whether you implemented this project in a real environment or using simulation environment, you implemented the project, ma'am?
Ma'am, currently simulation project, real environment, I haven't really come across an idea how we would put forth the idea to in a real environment. But right now, simulation in terms of Arduino code, which is still ongoing.
Okay, okay. What type of environment you are used to?
Sorry, yeah, finish. Sorry. I couldn't hear the question, ma'am.
What simulation environment you are used for your project, ma'am?
Okay, so first I used for the machine learning, I used regular Jupyter libraries. But after we got the output from the model, which was in terms of power, we used those predicted values in Arduino code, which is a regular Arduino software. Use that to ask the controller whether he wants to switch on the microgrid or not. And we assigned the capacity for every microgrid in terms of gigawatts as well.
Okay. You mentioned about the microgrid control center.
Yes, ma'am.
How that center will detect the issues? How long it will take to rectify the problems?
So right now, the rectification of problems is being looked at in different parts. So the microgrid itself is very far from the control center. So we have laborers generally set up there in order to check the controllers and the protective devices every time. So it takes quite a lot of hard work because the messages keep being passed. Having said that, the microgrid
messages are manually filled or it will be automatically generated and sent to control center?
Both, ma'am. It depends whether what kind of an error it is. So if it's an error within the microgrid in terms of communication, the controller will know himself because it'll be on his screen. But if it's an hardware error where there's a short circuit or something like that, then the laborers have to communicate it to him.
Okay. But you can use some sensors to detect the environment. Frequently, you can get the real situation microgrid environment.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, we can do that. Oh, actually, that's a very good idea. So we could include a sensor which senses power surges. Like suppose we have a thunderstorm coming in, that is when the most amount of errors happen in the system. So we can keep a sensor that can perhaps tell the controller in advance.
If there is any power loss, whether your project will detect that issue?
Power loss, no, but we can detect whether the consumer reduces the power consumption, but power loss, no, ma'am.
You can't rectify through your project?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Next presentation is going to be presented by Juvita, and on paper title, Improvement in Automated Diagnosis of Soft Tissue Tumor Using Machine Learning.
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah.
So next presentation is going to be presented by Juvita. Yeah.
Good morning all. Myself Atsaya and my co-author is Juvita. We had our research on improvement in automated diagnosis of soft tissue tumor using machine learning guided by Ms. G. Priyanka. Next. So soft tissue tumor is a sarcoma found in the tissues that surrounds our body structures. In the early stages, we wouldn't have any symptoms. Once they grow or spread into other regions, it produces symptoms which will vary according to the regions. So by using machine learning, we will be able to diagnose the soft tissue tumors. Next. So from the name
Yes,
soft
ma'am.
tissue.
Sorry for the interruption, ma'am. Can you make it as full screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
From the name soft tissue, we came to know that it is the region where it is infected often, and the malignant type of soft tissues show the morphological characters exist the same morphological characters and show the same symptoms. So for because of that problem, it is still a challenging one to detect the soft tissues tumors. Next. So existing system is consists of SVM and decision tree algorithm where there is no clear edge results which will lead to misclassification and mistreatment with less accuracy. So we have undergone through naive-based classification which will show the better accuracy than SVM. Next. And naive-based classifier is the it depends upon the probabilistic classification, and it is used in text classification, which helps us to make a quick predictions. Over to you, Jyoti.
Okay, coming back. So, good morning, everyone. So, coming back in block diagram, there is image processing happens, then the feature extraction. Then we are giving the data for training as well as testing. So, the training model is created here, and the test set is given for model evaluation. And finally, the prediction happens whether the given data is benign or malignant. Benign is the basic form of tumor, and the malignant is the deadly form of the tumor. So, the data set collection. So the data set we used here is of soft tissue tumor images. So the soft tissue sarcomas are cancerous tissues that originate in the soft tissues of your body. So we have gathered the images through scraping the internet, and the total data set contains 1,759 images. A total of 1,610 are used for training process and 149 are being used for testing process. So in data pre-processing, so the important step which neglects the unnecessary features and which reduces the noise, and it gives a data set which is very easy for training. So here the pre-processing step, the input image is converted to gray scale image to get the high level of visibility of the tumor tissue. So the gray level co-occurrence matrices are one of the earliest techniques used for image texture analysis. So in this model, a new feature called trace extracted from the GLCM and its implications in texture analysis. So the feature extraction. So the raw data from various tests and information sources are collected and transformed into numerical format. So the main important step here, we are collecting the features that are very important and necessary for our training. So it's done with a function, it's not within the inbuilt function. So we can get more features. With the help of that features, the training, the process and prediction will be very easier. So segmentation and normalization happens here. So in image segmentation, You can divide and group specific pixels from an image. We can assign them labels, classify further pixels according to these labels. So it takes only important components in the image from the rest of the unimportant components. So in image processing, normalization is the process that changes the range of pixel intensity values. So the final result after classification shows whether the input image is vague or malignant. So this is our result screenshot. So the first step here is we are giving the input image, then wavelet transformation happens. Then the quantization happens here, and after that the normalization results are displayed. So the early detection of soft tissue tumor is vital when the treatment is most likely to be successful. So in here, the soft tissue diagnosis, tumor diagnosis is very challenging because there are many similarities between other tumors in terms of appearance, location, color, size. So machine learning algorithms are more powerful and it helps in diagnosis of diseases. So the accuracy of naive-Bayes algorithm is 81% here, whereas the SVM is 70%, and we have also compared the accuracy between naive-Bayes as well as SVM here. So in the future, what we would like to implement the same approach with replanning and which has more input data set, as well as we also like to perform image processing.
Thanks for your presentation. Now over to the session chats. Gomati ma'am, you can ask your questions.
Okay, ma'am. In your research work, you mentioned about that 90% of data set used for training purpose and 10% used for testing purpose. May you know the reason? Because
So, yes, ma'am.
if the ratio will be changed, the accuracy may be more in your model, no?
Yes, ma'am. While giving more images to training data set, we can capture more features as well as we can get more information for which will be so helpful while prediction, ma'am. So we can get more important features there. So for that, we have used more data set for training and for testing we just discussed data set.
Have you changed the ratio and checked the accuracy value? Have you tried that one?
No, ma'am. Still we haven't changed that.
Possible, check it that one also. In some case, it may improve the results.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Why you have taken only small set of data, only 1,759? You can improve your data sets size. No?
Yeah, actually, for this, as of now, we have just collected 1,600 some images. We have collected more images and we just use these images for as of now. So in future work, we would like to implement this with deep learning. So for that, we will implement more images.
Is there any specific reason to use the naive-Bayes algorithm? You can use logistic regression algorithm. It may give some better results than naive-Bayes. Do you have any particular reason for using naive-Bayes?
Gomati ma'am, your voice is not clear.
Now, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible now.
Yeah. Instead of using naive-Bayes, you can use logistic regression method. No, it may give some better results than naive-Bayes. Or is there any reason to choose the naive-Bayes algorithm? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Juvita and Akshya?
There is no specific reason to choose naive-Bayes than others. We have made some research how to implement algorithms in our project. So for that, I have chosen naive-Bayes because it's more powerful than other algorithms while giving better results in image processing as well as several functions. So the prediction is more accurate with naive-Bayes, I think so. So with that research, I have just implemented naive-Bayes as of now. So in future implementation, we would like to implement more other algorithms and provide better results.
Okay. Whether these algorithm supports only data set with the labels, or it will predict it will use that is whether you are used a data set images with labels or without labels.
With labels, ma'am.
With labels. Okay. It won't work image without labels.
I think actually we check with labels. Actually use the data set with the labels, ma'am. That's why I'm telling.
With labels. Okay.
Yes.
But when you are taking real-time data or real-time images, we can't give any assurance that the images will come with the labels.
Yeah, yes,
So
ma'am.
try to include such a type of images also. I
Yeah,
think
okay.
you are used a supervised learning algorithm. Yes.
Yes.
Try to use some other unsupervised learning algorithm that will support the images without labels.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Sure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks for your presentation, Juvita. Next, yes, next presentation is going to be presented by Kalaivani and under the guidance of Kumar P. on paper title CNN-based student attendance system using image processing.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, yesterday itself I presented, ma'am. Again,
Okay. Okay. No need. Yesterday, if you are presented, that is well and good. No problem.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Next presentation is going to be presented by Viraja Ravi Navin Aravind. Navin Aravind, are you here?
Hello.
Yes, Navin Aravind is here.
No, ma'am, I'm his teammate Narayan Aditya. Like he's a slight problem with the technical network issues. So please join them.
Yes, Naren Aditya, you're in technical session 3, your paper is here. Okay, we'll move on to the next presentation. Next presentation, Logeshwari and Sunita. Logeshwari is here. Logeshwari. So next presentation is going to be presented by Balaji TK. Balaji TK is here, right?
Yeah, I am here.
Yes. So next presentation is going to be presented by Balaji TK and their co-authors are Sanjay, SP, Tarun, Prashant and Priyanka. On paper title, Mice Plant Disease Classification Using Image Processing and SVM Techniques. You can share your presentation now.
Yeah, sure.
Juvita, can mute your mic.
Screen is visible.
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your
Is it
presentation.
audible, ma'am?
Yes, audible.
Yeah. First of all, good afternoon to everybody. And myself, I'm Tarun Prasad, and my team members are Balaji and Sanjay. So our team project is guide is Priyanka, ma'am, and here to present a paper based on maize plant disease classification using image processing and SVM techniques. So first of all, we can just have a look on abstract. Well, the disease is on the maize leaf, which has very critical issues and makes many critical issues, and farmers get suffered a lot due to the production of maize leaf. And due to this, they are also just getting lost in the own maize leaf productions. So here we are just proposed to identify the diagnosis and the disease of the maize leaf. Well, it is just identified by the image processing and using the support vector machine, which is known as SVM. So the study of we have just given the existing systems and also its drawbacks. Well, to detect the different diseases of the maize by LSTM, and also this, since the process of data is very difficult to interpret, it just requires very high processing time for large neural network. Well, sometimes it gives wrong results if it cannot process the data properly. Or say, though the support vector machine has been used here to avoid this image processing.
Yeah, proposed system methodology. It consists of two parts. First is image processing and next is extraction. I am audible. Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Your audio and
yeah.
you are clear. You can proceed your.
Yeah. Our goal is to detect the disease of the maize using image processing and SVM. These images is taken from the real time, and these images are applied for the image segmentation. And then this is the block diagram. Here, this is our input image. We are giving input as image which contains leaves of the maize plants, and these images will be pre-processed. In pre-processing, we will be enhancing our contrast, such as increasing the color and saturation of the image, and reducing the image sizes. Then after that, the segmentation will be done. This is done by using k-means clustering. Here, the images will be divided into clusters, and we can select any one of the images. And the selection of the images from k-means clustering will be gone through feature extraction. In this, the images which is got from that segmentation, here the features will be extracted, such as many datas, and after that the classification will be done. In classification, we have used support vector machine for our classification to identify the disease, and after that our output. So this is the data set. Here is our data sets, which is of maize images with diseases. And in image pre-processing, the image pre-processing is done for a lowest level of abstraction, and it is improved to image the improve to improve the images by enhancing contrast, and this is our image pre-processing. Here the image will be loaded. After that, contrast will be enhanced here. You can see the difference between these two. And after that, the segmentation is done. In segmentation, the it is used to determine the images into certain components. This which can be done in k-means clustering. It's just easy to cluster divided the images into 3 to 4 clusters. So this is the our clusters. Here this is the original image, and here the clusters images are given. If we are selecting any one of these images, then next process will be a feature extraction. In feature extraction, this is the important stage which it extract the features of our input image, and the features extraction, such as area parameter, is an ST, and mean, SD, entropy, RMS, variance, and smoothness, skewness, IDM, and contrast. These are the features extracted by using a GLCM called a gray level co-occurrence matrix. And after this, this features will be given to the further classification process, which is our SVM. This SVM is a supervised learning model, and so SVM is analyze the data. This is used to classification and regression analysis in a normal. Here we have used for classification. Here, our image will be classified into various parts. We have till now we have identifying 4 type of diseases, and so this is the powerful tool which is useful for generating a very fast outputs in. Then this is our classification result, and for this image, it is a disease known as Colium granula, and our accuracy now ranges from 90 to 96%. And then conclusion.
I have continued the conclusion, Balaji.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we can use environmental tool as a MATLAB 14, and the main procedure of the data set is the plant disease data set is used as an input, and our proposed model that provides an automatic method to determine the leaf disease, and here we are using a SVM is a supervised machine learning. It's a support vector machine that can be used as a segmentation, as I told before the biology. And the SVM classification is a frontier that the best segmentation of 2 classes. That one class is a hyperplane and the hyperline, and the main result is the 4 future vectors of all images of a database has a given input to the classifier, and the main graph obtained by the super SVM classification using 2 future vectors. After training of the classification by training vector and classification is done, and the final result is getting by using a classification is accuracy of 0.9 to 1 per 1. It's obtaining a proposed method. Yeah, go to the next slide. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Now over to the session chairs. Gomati ma'am and Subbulakshmi ma'am can ask your questions. Gomati ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Not started, ma'am. I'm waiting for Subbulakshmi ma'am. If she is not started, then I will continue. Shall I ask, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you can ask.
Okay. What are the features you have extracted through your input data set?
Yeah.
Can you display?
Yeah. I will display this. So these are the features we have extracted: mean, ST, entropy, RMS, variance, smoothness, cortisols, and these are etc. These are the features we have extracted.
What I'm asking means that from the input data, what you extracted, these are the metrics, no? Skewness.
Yeah.
I'm asking about features.
Yeah. Okay. From input data, there are many type of diseases, and so these that
The main feature of our proposal system is area and parameter. Likewise, after getting the segmentation process.
Because in your image, you will have different types of colors. So which feature is useful to identify or differentiate the colors and identify the spot of the disease?
Yeah, we have converted our image to RGB to LAB format. So by using this, we can get more features.
That's what. Can you list out the features?
Yeah. Okay. We have converted to RGB to LAB, and another thing is we have we have reduced our image sizes. There are various sizes from the data sets. These are image. These images.
Okay, just leave the question. How many classes are there in your output layer?
Yeah, 4 classes are there. That is 4 diseases, and another class also there, that is filthy leaf. First class is just a disease of Anthrocroscolium gramicolia. This is one type of disease. And another disease is Charaspora leaf spot, and this is another class. And there is charcoal mat
You are having
macropora.
4 different classes, no? In order to differentiate these classes, you should have some features. Yes or no?
Yeah.
In order to differentiate these classes, definitely you have some set of features. Using that feature only, your model can able to differentiate the diseases. Okay, that feature I'm asking. Okay, if you're not familiar with that concept, we will move to next topic. You used K-means algorithm, no? It's the oldest algorithm for clustering purpose. Why can't you use the latest algorithm to improve the accuracy?
Yeah, we will be using in future enhancement.
Okay, as well as your data set size is very small. Okay, that is using small data set. If it produces a 96% accuracy, it won't be acceptable or no. So in future, please improve the or increase the size of the data set, and then pick your test your model. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
As well as you mentioned that your accuracy range is 86 to 96. How it ranges like that?
Yeah, for according to the diseases, it will be ranging. For first disease, it will be ranging like that. We have averaged our 4 diseases, and it is ranging in that range accuracy range.
For each disease, it gives different types of accuracy. Is it so?
Yeah. For each disease, it will give different.
It means that you didn't feed enough data set to your model. That's why the accuracy is varying here. Okay, please take care of your data set. That is more important for the machine learning model.
Yeah. Okay. We are using real-time data sets, so we need to capture so many images.
Yeah, it will be there.
Gomati ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Now, ma'am? Is it audible, ma'am? Participant, am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Try to increase your data set size. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you for a presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. We can leave.
Yeah, you can leave.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you can leave. Before starting the next session, we would like to take a group picture. All the participants are requested to to turn on your camera. Dear participants, turn on your camera for group picture. Session chairs also, please turn on your camera for group picture. I request all the participants to turn on your camera. Thank you. We'll move on to the next session. So next paper is going to be presented by Ajmal Hassan and Mohammad Tabriz Nafis on paper title Systematic Review on Fake Image Detection.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, you can share your presentation. Next presentation is on systematic review on fake image detection by Ajmal Hassan and Mohammad Tabriz Nafis.
Yeah. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be presenting a systematic review on fake image detection. And the author is me, and my guide and mentor is Mohammad Tabriz Nafis. So next slide. This is the abstract. So manipulation of digital images. One second. Manipulation of digital images has become very easy nowadays due to the availability of various editing softwares like Photoshop, Paintshop, and then the image forgery can be carried out in different ways, such as image retouching, copy move forgery, and image slicing. The research on image forgery detection is mainly focused on two approaches that are active methods and then passive methods. So here we can see these are the types of image forgeries. One is image retouching, then copy move forgery, then image slicing. So what happens in image retouching is it is considered as less harmful image. Generally in image retouching, edit is used in editing cover pages of magazines or editing for personal photos. So the next is copy move forgery. And this is one of the most common types of image forgery in which some of the regions from an image will be copied and pasted on some same image to show duplicated information or to hide some crucial information. Then there is image splicing. So in this, it is a process of merging the features of two or more images to create a forged image with different meaning. So let's go to the next slide. So this is the step of image forgery detection. The first is the testing image that will be processed. So next step is pre-processing. In pre-processing, features of an image are improved by color conversion, dimension, or reduction. Then feature extraction. In this step, images are extracted using methods like DCT, DWT, SIRF, or SIRF, etc. On the basis of these extracted features, matching is performed for detection. In block-based techniques, feature vectors are extracted for each block, and in key point-based methods, feature vectors are computed for key points. These will be explained in further slides. So in DCT, the images are transformed into pixels, and then in DWT, it is used to separate the image into pixels. Okay, then in SIFT, which is an algorithm used to extract the feature from the images. And SIRF, it is also similar to SIFT, but has better performance and complexity. Then the next step is vector matching. It determines copied area of an image by using threshold. If the value of matching blocks and key points are high than the desired threshold, then the portion of image are considered as forged. Then filtering. In detection process, there is chance of false matching also. Then these false matching can lead to determination of false forged region to overcome. So then the last step is the post processing. So to save or collect matches, post processing is done. And these are the methods for forgery detection. Active approach. In this, unique information called watermarks will be embedded into original image before uploading to image to some social network sites. Further, whenever the image owner wants to authenticate an image, watermark can be extracted from the image for authentication. Then the next is the passive approach, which we will discuss in further slides also. So in this, we will not have any prior information about the image. Without any kind of prior information, we have to detect the image in forgery. This is one of the most studied domains in the area of image forgery detection. So in this research, we have focused on the copy move forgery detection using passive approach. The algorithm for copy move forgery under passive approach can be classified into three categories that are block-based, key point-based, and the hybrid-based. So in block-based, the input image will be divided into overlapping blocks of size B cross B, and all the pairs will be compared by considering the pixel value as it or by extracting the features from the blocks. The block-based approach gives good detection accuracy if the copy move doesn't undergo any rotating or scaling. So this is the drawback also, that if the image is rotated or scaled, so it will not perform well. So the next is the key point based approach. So in this, the key points and the corresponding feature vectors will be extracted from the image, and all the pairs of the key points features will be compared to find the matching regions. So the key point based approach can detect the copy move region even though if it has undergone some rotating or scaling. There are many key point detection techniques such as scale invariant feature SIFTs, SURF, etc., which will be help extract the feature points for region matching. So shift and sort we have explained in the previous slide. So then this is the last one, hybrid approach. And the hybrid approach are introduced to make use of advantages of both block-based and key point-based mode forgery detection. So the conclusion at last. So mostly copy move forgery type is most common forgery type used. And then the key point forgery detection techniques are better than block-based forgery detection techniques, since scaling and rotating is not supported in block-based forgery detection. So it is also clearly obvious that SIFT is significant because of its desired properties, which are invariant to scale change, rotation change, illumination change. Since SIFT is used in key point based approach, and so SIFT is better since scale change, rotation change, and this illumination change is it is not dependent on that. So at last, thank you. So this is all from my side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned about copy move forgery and then image slicing methods and all. Why can't you use GAN method to identify the forgery images? Generative adversarial network. I think that will give more accuracy than existing methods. It's the latest model.
Yeah, GAN, yes. I have reviewed one paper using the GAN method. I mean, but I'm not, I mean, word on that review.
Okay, this is a survey paper or you are done any implementation for this project?
Yeah, actually, it is just a review paper, review type, reviewing the papers. I'm not, I mean.
So you mentioned about that block-based method, key point method, and all.
Yes, yes.
You don't have any images to show accuracy difference between these two methods.
Currently, in this slide, I don't have, since I mean there were limitation. So
okay.
So I have not put those things.
So if the images will be displayed, then it will show the content in clear way instead of going to convey the information
Yes,
through as a text. Because
yeah,
the images
visual.
are very important for your project. That's the thing.
Yeah, actually, I mentioned that the main difference between key point and the block based.
Understood. That I understood.
Yeah, I should have also used the pictures also. So,
okay, thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. The next presentation is going to be presented by Shiva, Kritika, Shugant, and Yashwant on paper title Effective Predicting of Ayurveda-based Component Using Machine Learning Algorithms.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. I'll present the screen.
Okay.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Hello. We are going to do a publish the paper on the topic of effective predicting of Ayurveda-based component using machine learning methods. Authors are myself, Shiva, Sugant, Yashwant, and Kritika. And Kritika is also my guide for this project. She is an assistant professor. So this is a biography. We are B graduates from Sri Krishna College, and Kritika ma'am is an assistant professor in Sri Krishna College. So the abstract of this project is the main goal is to predict the Ayurveda-based human body constituency using machine learning models and to analyze the performance on various parameters. So these studies have been utilized for quite a while. However, the quantitative dependency estimation of these they are lagging behind. So the three energies are the three main energies of Ayurveda are Vittam, Padam, and Kapam, where all these three energies resemble in each and every human body. So for a human, one energy may be predominant, and others for some others it can be a mixture of two or more. So to predict these energies, we have used machine learning models. So the main problem identification is the Ayurveda dosha studies have been used for a long time, but the quantitative reliability measurement is are lagging behind. Careful and appropriate analysis leads to an effective treatment, so that the database of the patient queries on medical websites are full of ambiguities. So it may lead to decide not decide information we are getting. So the proposed system is where we will get around 28 questionnaires from the patients. The questionnaires are designed by our tool, and the Vittam, Padam, and Kavam, the ratios are 0.94, 0.98, and 0.98 and 0.98. So these ratios are given by an Ayurvedic expert doctor, so to check the ability of the questions. And the model is trained using 5 algorithms: artificial neural network, k-nearest neighbor, support vector machine, naive Bayes, and decision tree. So this is a block diagram of the model, where first we'll be collecting the data tools using our tool, and we'll be selecting the target respondent. Target respondent is nothing but where we'll be selecting on the age basis, between 20 to 60 age, the healthy patients are selected for this prediction, and the data validations are done using by the Ayurvedic experts. And pilot testing is nothing but where we'll be testing a particular amount of data set, and where it gives an desired accuracy. Then we further proceed with the data processing, and the 5 algorithms are classified, and the performance analysis is done. So the further it will be done by Yashwant.
Data collection. Data collection depends on the type of research. It may be document review, observation, measurement, or combination of different reviews. After identifying the characteristics of all different characteristics, we prepare a questionnaire to collect information on the characteristics from different people. Next. This is our main page, where we have 28 questionnaires. This is our basic data for our project. Next. Select a target respondent. In order to execute any influence of people's illness on results, we ensure the healthy volunteers of both genders are selected between ages of 20 to 60. We select students and employees from an educational institution to prepare this survey. Their record contains 1,137 samples of 28 attributes listed in our main page. And we found 8 incomplete records, and we have removed it from our database. Next. Data validation. Questionnaire is used to sort our information. A sequence of questions and various invitations are used to collect data from the patients. We consult our Ayurvedic experts, and after the discussion, we prepare these questionnaires. The questionnaires consist of questions in a closed format where each question is answered with several options. The validity of questionnaires is checked by the Ayurvedic doctors. We have pilot testing to ensure the consistency of data collection. We conduct a pilot study. The first we test our module with 50 people. If the 50 people, if we get the desired accuracy, then we will proceed with our full data sets. On testing the results of the pilot study, we further train and test complete our model. Next.
So yeah, so this is the screenshots of the database where there are these many attributes we are classifying, and this is the SVM classification accuracy, which is of 0.2 and with a root mean square error of 0.3. And this is the KNN algorithm, which gives the best of its accuracy of 0.95, and the root mean square is also very low, and the precision, recall, and F-score are also comparable with accuracy. And the naive basis classification, where it also gives a low accuracy of 0.27 and the root mean square of 0.3. And ANN algorithm, accuracy is 0.5 and the root mean square is 0.3237. And for finally the decision tree, it also gives an comparable to an KNN, which is 0.80 accuracy, and the root mean square is also comparatively low. So yeah, this is the final classification report where we can see the KNN, the green color, is like predominantly good with predicting the Vittam, Padam, and Kabam classification of the disease which we are getting from the tool. So the conclusion is the primary objective of this work is to anticipate the Ayurveda human body constitution utilizing distinctive approaches has been achieved. And for the further thing, we are planning to implement the deep learning algorithms like recurring neural network and convolutional neural network for improving the accuracy, and we are planning to reduce the features and to increase and to increase the data set.
Thanks for your presentation. Gomati ma'am, you can ask your questions.
Okay. You just told about the questionnaire. How the answers will be given, whether it will be in text format or it will be in numeric format?
They can select it using the drop-down box which are provided in the tool. So that will be converted into an text format in the frame, in the classification frame.
These are in text format. You are converting this one in numeric format, or you are taking this one as a text itself?
Oh, no, we are converting into numeric format.
Numeric format.
Yeah.
So you have used different algorithms for your project. Why SVM and naive Bayes gives the less accuracy? Can you give conclusion for that?
The SVM is like the SVM where it only accepts like a very small data set. So the KNN like where it finds the K nearest neighbor, and it gives an better accuracy than the SVM.
What about the naive Bayes algorithm? That also gives only 27% assay accuracy.
Yeah, naive basis algorithms also comparatively good with the KNN, but finally the KNN is better than the others.
So you need to check in what way it just reduces the accuracy. A naive Bayes also good one. It's a probability based algorithm. But in what way it just reduces the accuracy? In which what are the features it needs to improve the accuracy? That also you can check it.
Okay, ma'am. We will check it for the further things.
You mentioned about in second slide. You mentioned about some values 0.94, 0.98, 0.998 like that. What is that? Is it a accuracy or?
No, it's not accuracy. It is a ratio which is given by an Ayurvedic doctor to like keep the Vittam, Padam, and Kabam in these ratios for the questionnaires reliability.
Mhm. The questions are framed by you, or you are getting help from doctors?
No, we actually classified around 50 questions so that the Ayurvedic expert she like filtered around 28 attributes for the final questionnaire selection.
In your output window, it has the 28 attributes.
Not all 28. We are like taking around 21 attributes for the final classification.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. And next paper is going to be presented by Ajmal Hassan, guided by Mohammad Tabrish Nafis, a systematic review on fake image detection. Ajmal Hassan.
Ma'am, I have just given the presentation.
Sorry, your voice is not audible.
I have given the presentation.
Okay.
Minutes back, yeah. 10 minutes back.
Yes. Next presentation is going to be presented by Priya V and Priya Mahalakshmi on paper title Random Interim Query and Face Recognition Based Attendance Management System.
Yes, ma'am. Share my screen now.
Yes.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. The conference title, the paper's title is about random interim query and face recognition based attendance management system, and is presented by myself and my the co-author is Priya Mahalakshmi and Ananda Prabha. Ma'am, Ananda Prabha is my guide. Coming to abstract, as we all know that the spread of COVID-19 has created a great impact in every human's life and has pushed us to make everything online. And coming to educational sector, online meetings are happening everywhere around the world. During these online classes, keeping students engaged without teachers' physical presence is a challenging one. And further, it is not easy to check whether the student is really attending or the friend of him is attending instead of him. To solve this challenge, we have proposed a random interim query and face recognition based attendance management system that helps teachers to effectively manage the attendance during the online classes. And next is introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a great disruption of education in every human's life. And this pandemic has raised the need for online classes too. Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, and Cisco WebEx are used as online meeting platforms. But in this online classes, it is keeping track of the student attendance is a difficult thing. So several approaches have been tried. And coming to problem definition, due to various characteristics of virtual learning, student may go offline at any time, keeping their status as online or active. Like the existing method, like Google Meet, you can see the attendance is taken based on the student ID. So if we left also, it will be if he's not attending or he's not physically present, it will be showing us online. The attendance will be taken according to that, and similarly it is same as that. And in this method, the student may go offline at any time without letting the teachers know, or teachers knowledge. So in that time, teachers may not be able to check whether the student is actually present and paying attention to the class during virtual learning. Coming to existing system, Zoom, Google Meet, Cisco WebEx meetings are used as virtual classrooms. Manual attendance calling, the existing systems like manual attendance calling, in that there are many chances for the staffs to miss out the student name to be called out. And other self-reporting systems like via Google Forms and short quizzes, it may take some time to respond for that, and also affects the learning time too. The rest will be carried out by Priya Mahalashmi.
Hi everyone. So the system that we would like to propose is that we would have an attendance system where the teacher would need not have to actually check the entire student presence. So they just have to log into the virtual classroom, and then the system would automatically manage the attendance system. And we have made in such a way that we have used face recognition, and for that case we have used Deep CNN for the face recognition. So using face recognition, we'll recognize whether the student is actually in the video, and we'll compare whether the student is actually matching. And then we'll also record the duration of the time. And then we also have query based module, which is also used for checking whether the students is properly giving the response at the correct particular time. So we have made the attendance in these two parameters, that is the query based and the face recognition that matches. Moving to the next slide. So this is a flow diagram. So the left side is a face recognition that happens during the enrollment phase. So initially, the student's image would be captured during the enrollment phase, and then it would go to pre-processing, and the face would be detected, and then the features would be extracted, and face recognition would happen, and we would store the classified result, that is the student's ID and with the recognized face, into the database. And moving to the right side is a face recognition that happens during the virtual class. So initially we'll capture the face of the student in the virtual class, and then we would go with pre-processing and detecting the face, and then we'll recognize the face. So with these two results, we'll compare whether the the particular student matches the database, and then we'll give the attendance accordingly. Moving to the next slide. So these are the modules that we have used. So initially it's virtual meet, enrollment and face capture phase, query based module, and attendance system. So virtual meet is a module that is developed using a virtual meet API, where the student and the teacher could log in using their smart devices. And the next is the enrollment in face capture phase. So in this, the student would be using their face recognition. They would have been enrolled in the institution, and that would be used for comparison during the face recognition happening during the virtual meet. And next is the query based module. So to improve the effectiveness of the class, every student's active presence is checked with the query based module, where captcha and subject based questions are used for this. So this question would come at random time, and the student needs to respond to these queries. Moving to the next is attendance system. So attendance system is taken based on the face recognition result and the responses to the queries. So based on the consolidation of both, attendance is provided. Moving to the next slide. So this is the implementation result. The first image that we have put is the face recognition that happens during the enrollment phase. So the arrow mark next to it is the image that is the face recognized image. The next is the virtual meet. We have done the testing, and this is the for sample we have kept the virtual meet. Moving to the next slide. So this is the attendance result of a particular student, where you could see that a set of dates are there, and the student have attended for a particular minutes, and in that minutes, how much minutes the student is actually in the meet with the video on is recorded. And correspondingly, we have also marked how many questions are there and how many have they answered, and accordingly we have given the attendance, and you can see the overall attendance percentage as well. The right side is the accuracy graph of the DCNN, where we have done the face recognition using DCNN, and we have got the accuracy graph corresponding to the number of approach. Moving to the next slide. So this system would actually help every teachers during the virtual meet. We are actually not sure whether we again get a lockdown and we'll again go to virtual class. In that case, attendance would also be a problem still. So in that case, this proposed system can be used. Moving to the next slide. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am, audible.
Yeah. You can compare your project with the existing methods, no? You mentioned you presented the graph, but there you didn't compare your existing methods.
Ma'am, actually, according to the base paper that we've taken is one of the approach they have done. In that, the teacher has to manually take the screenshot during the virtual meet, and we have not provided in such a way. The teacher need not have to do any work. The attendance would happen manually. But the previously proposed system is actually requiring teachers need. That they need to manually take the screenshot, and with that, face recognition would happen.
Whether you implemented the existing algorithm?
Yes, ma'am. We have used DLIP for that. We have used DCNN for recognition.
And you can show the accuracy of the existing algorithm, no, in your graph.
We showed it in the.
No, that is you mentioned about the graph for your existing proposed system, not the existing system. I think so.
Yes, ma'am.
Sticking to the number of slides, just be
No,
presented
the
that
same
only.
graph itself, you can display both the accuracy.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
possible. Okay. Then what is the minimum maximum time period required to get attendance by participants?
Ma'am, it would happen at random time. So for the entire session, the student needs to be there in the meet.
You didn't set any threshold for that?
Yes, ma'am. At the end of the meet, the attendance would be recorded based on the results.
Sometimes the students may the 50% of time duration that participants may be attended. Sometimes the 20% time period alone they attended the session. Then how can you differentiate the participants?
Ma'am, accordingly, we are giving attendance for that. We have made a threshold value. If it is above the threshold value, we are giving it as full attendance.
What is the
and if it is
threshold
below
value?
it, it's half attendance.
That's what I'm asking. What is the threshold value?
It's actually 50%, ma'am.
50%. Okay. Already in Cisco WebEx, they are having polling systems to raise the question, and we can able to take photos. How it will differ? How your project will differ from Cisco WebEx?
Ma'am, actually, this should happen at random time. So the student has to be present at the student will not be knowing whether at what time the question would come. So we have provided the randomness.
Existing, that is already available.
Okay. And along with that, we have used face recognition at random time, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Next paper is going to be presented by Ratish and Rohit Vishal on paper title Novel Stacking Approach for Accurate Detection of Fake News. Ratish, are you here?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, you can share your presentation.
Okay.
Fatima, ma'am, how many papers are there, ma'am?
One more presentation, ma'am, for this session, and 3 more spot registered paper. Totally 4 papers are there, ma'am.
Oh, huge numbers. No? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Ratish, you can share your presentation.
Yeah.
Dear participants, general instruction is 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for query session.
Okay.
Kindly wind up your presentation within 8 minutes.
Yeah. Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Your audio and you are clear. You can start your presentation.
Yeah.
Fatima,
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you include that spot registration next session, ma'am?
Yes, okay, ma'am. Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Fatima ma'am. Good morning, Gomati ma'am. Today our topic is on a novel stacking approach for accurate detection of fake news. Hence, my team members are Ratish, Surya Devrat, and myself. Next, this is biography. For abstract, it's a collaborative multi-trend sentiment classification approach to train sentiment classifiers for multi-datasets simultaneously. In our approach, the sentiment information in different dataset is shared to train more accurate and robust sentiment classifiers for each trends when available data is scarce. We are taking our data from from Twitter. Next. So basically, what we are doing is we are taking a live data set from Twitter and converting it into a grid bank and FEMI data set. And we are using a algorithm, BuzzFeed fact checking algorithm, which captures the sentiment expression in each trend and extract a trend specific sentiment knowledge for both labeled and unlabeled samples from the data set we created. And next. And so we are proposing that when we extract data specific sentiment knowledge for each trends by propagating the sentiment scores inferred from limited labeled samples along the conceptual similarities mined from massive unlabeled samples. And we are also proposing to incorporate the similarities between dataset into collaborative learning process also. Next. So these are the models we have used. Ratish will explain this.
These are the models we have used. They are pre-processing data set alignment, BuzzFeed which is state-based collaborative with similarity computation. And
Ratish, your voice is not clear.
And now?
Yes, you can proceed.
Yeah, ma'am. We have used several modules, and some of those are pre-processing data set alignment, which is tweet-based.
Sorry to interrupt, your voice is not clear. I think your mic is not working properly.
Ma'am, now?
Yes, now it's clear.
Yeah, ma'am. We have used several modules. Some of those are pre-processing data set alignment, BuzzFeed fact checking.
No, I mean, not clear.
Okay, ma'am, I will explain this, ma'am, from here. Okay. Ma'am, our first model we are used is a pre-processing, and a second model we use as a data alignment, and third model we are use BuzzFeed fact-checking algorithm, which is using a tweet-based collaborative filtering, and next we are using tweet similarity computation, and last one is a prediction computation model. Next. And this is an architectural diagram. What we first doing is we are first collecting the Twitter trends and from our data sets, and twist is a data collection. Then we are using is a CRED as a from data whole of the data set, and then we are labeling different data sets, and like we are labeling all the categories, and then we are using algorithm and data modeling, and then we are training and splitting the algorithm, and we are concluding that which is the fake news or it's a rumored one. Next. And these are
it is the output screenshot, ma'am. You can see the accuracy, ma'am, that is 98.94, ma'am. And incorrectly is 1.115, ma'am. Actually, how it works means if we give the keyword like, for example, Narendra Modi means, it will collects the data, label it, and gives the news as fake or real, ma'am. And it is the graph, ma'am. You can see in the data set fake is more, fake count is more, and real count is less, ma'am. In conclusion, and in past decades, Twitter system has been used and which is trending. In this regards, many advances have been made to make the Twitter high quality and fine-tuned. But the designers face several issues and challenges. So that we propose this fake news detection. Through fake news detection, the users can support their own judgments. Yes. That's it, ma'am.
Thanks for your presentation. Gomati ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Can you conclude in brief way about your project? How the sentimental knowledge helps to identify the fake news?
Ma'am, what we are basically doing is first we are taking data set which are converting into a FEMI and grid bank, and then what we are using is a BuzzFeed algorithm which is deciding with whether the news is a fake or a real one, ma'am.
In what way it differentiates the news is fake or real one?
Yes, ma'am. It convert.
Features to identify the type of news?
Through Trimax and tweets and retweets. Trimax means dynamic rumor influence maximization.
It is also known as the rumor detection. Also, it is also known as rumor detection, ma'am. It also detect rumors which using the specific keywords.
To
And
detect the rumors, you are going to compare your news with some other data set, or how it can able to identify the news?
Yes, it compares with the tweets which are if we use a single keyword like Elon Musk, it will take all the tweets and retweets and also even comment also, and comparing with each other, it will also try to find which is the real, which is the fake, ma'am.
How long it will take to do this comparison?
It just takes few minutes, ma'am.
That's all. But it can take all the data or news in Twitter for comparison purpose.
Yes, ma'am. It is a live based, ma'am. So at a time, it compares all the tweets, ma'am.
Okay. What is the accuracy of your project?
98.
Right now, it's 98, ma'am.
98.
With 1.4% error, ma'am.
Okay. When you are tested your model, what is the maximum news it has taken to calculate the accuracy? Maximum news.
Say 941.
941. This is the
Total
maximum.
number of is 952. That 941 correct and 11 is wrong.
What are the features are used to differentiate the news? Features, exact features.
Exact features means, ma'am.
You have both fake news and real news.
Yes, ma'am.
There will be some metrics or features that can use to differentiate the news. So what are that metrics or what are the features?
Ma'am, we are using keywords, ma'am.
How many keywords are you? How many keywords are using?
We also have a set of keywords, ma'am, or a list of keywords which is comparing with the real news, ma'am.
Can you give me any sample keywords which identifies the fake news? Am I audible? I can't hear your voice. Hello?
Tish, are you here?
Your voice is low, Kana. Your voice is too low. What about other presenters?
We compare with tweets and retweets. Through that only we find that. Tweets and retweets. The user puts if someone celebrity puts some tweet means below that we see the social media user number. Through that we will compare and find.
Okay, thank you. Fatima, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Shall we wind up the session?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I didn't present before, ma'am.
No. I mean, we can continue the session. So, Naveen, if you are in session 4, right?
Session 3, ma'am. I didn't present due to network issue.
Okay. You can share your screen and you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, shall I leave, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you can leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your acceptance.
Ma'am, is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Our topic is about hiding data using LSB and RSA. And our team members are Naren, myself, and Prakash, ma'am. And our guide is Viraja Ravi, ma'am. We are from Sri Krishna College of Technology, ma'am. And the abstract of our project is to transfer medical image confidentially. If an unauthorized person may take those pictures, it lost to security of patient's information. For that, we have been using RSA for encryption and LSB for steganography method. RSA is the most popular and widely used crypto system. Depends on difficulty of discovering the private key in a reasonable time, but not on the difficulties of algorithm. In existing system, they are using discrete cosine transform coefficients. In that, image will be divided into subparts. The drawbacks of the existing system are the confidentiality will be compromised. Then it will take more time to execute the encryption and decryption, and accuracy is low. For that, we have proposed algorithm by combining LSB and RSA. LSB is a steganography and RSA for RSA cryptography, which is used for encryption and decryption. The image is first converted into grayscale image. Then another message is embedded with our input image. For that, we have been using LSB. Next, an RSA encryption is done for encrypting and for decrypting. This is the flow diagram of our proper system. First, we will be selecting the input image. Then we will give a binary, combine a binary image with the input image so that the information will be hidden. Then we will convert the image into a steganography model. And then we will encrypt the image using RSA algorithm. For that, we will be using prime numbers to generate public key and private key. And then we will decrypt the image. These are the algorithm we are using. LSB is least significant bit in a series of numbers in binary. It is either the leftmost or rightmost bit in a binary number, depending on computer's architecture. If the LSB is on right architecture, it's called little Indian. If LSB is on the left architecture, it's called big Indian. RSA is used for encryption, and it will provide public and private key based on prime numbers. The prime numbers are kept secret. Message can be encrypted by anyone via public key, but can only be decoded by someone who knows the prime numbers. We have compared with another algorithm, advanced encrypted system. In that, the accuracy is only 92, whereas in our algorithm, accuracy is 98%. These are the implementation results. We will convert the image into steganography image first for that, so that we will be embedding another message in that, and we will encrypt the image using RSA, and then we will decrypt the image. Our algorithm is efficient in encrypting medical images. Compared to other algorithm, the result is more accurate and faster. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Can you move on to the result slide?
Yes, ma'am, once again.
So you are combining this both LSB and RSA for hiding the data.
Yes, ma'am. LSB is for steganography model, ma'am, and RSA is for encryption and decryption.
What is the accuracy rate?
98%, ma'am. For encryption.
Do you have any graphical
yes, ma'am. We have compared with the AES algorithm, ma'am. This is the graphical data, ma'am.
So can you explain this graph?
Yes, ma'am. In AES, we are compared, ma'am. The encryption range is only 92%, ma'am.
For input, how many files you have given and how the process happens, and
we will give only one.
What are the parameters you have considered for calculating this percentage?
The final output we are taking, how much image is we are able from input image, our decrypted image, how much will be differ from that we are convert calculating the encryption range.
What data set you are using for your work?
Medical images, ma'am. Data set as image.
So medical images, any specific medical images where you have downloaded your data set?
Yes, ma'am. We have downloaded a website called Dataset as image.
So do you apply any pre-processing technique?
No, ma'am. We didn't apply any pre-processing techniques.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other participants for technical session 3 is ready to do presentation, can intimate in chat box. Or else we can move on to the spot registered papers. Now I request Noor Fasla to start your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Noor Fasla, you can share your presentation.
A very pleasant good afternoon to one all gathered over here. Myself, Fasla here. I would like to present the topic of enhanced secure transaction based on the biometric multi-factor authentication. Let me move on to the topic. Before the introduction of the topic, let me introduce myself. I'm here and my Noor Fasla, MTech IT student of Francis Xavier Engineering College, and my guide is Dr. Zainal Fatima. And let me move on to the topic. The first one, the description. What is the purpose of this device to get developed? These devices aim to reduce the number of attacks on online transactions by blocking the SMS received by the users in the mobile phones. For example, in our day-to-day life, we are using Paytm, PhonePe, like that, mobile applications, right? While transactions, we may lose some more money without getting a particular authentication messages. For example, if we know the passcode of the ATM card of some number 1234, like that, and some other know the messages means the only authentication number will be there, but not by the fingerprint recognition or some other recognitions. We are using a mobile phone into day-to-day life, but at the same time we are having the fingerprint sensor on the mobile phones, but we are not generating on that concept into the up-to-date life. By it recognizes the fingerprint, and this project recognizes the fingerprint and generates token based on the entered OTP sent by the bank to the user's mobile phone. Actually, it will generate some OTP to the bank, will generate some OTP to the mobile phone users, like that, like Paytm and all. And after that, the abstract we are going to. Online transactions have becoming an inevitable part of almost everyone's life. Exactly. Now we are using an online transactions. In earlier past life, or people who are trying to going for the bank and using mobile phones like that only, using transactions like that. But in a mobile phones, we are transacting in a fraction of second. We are conquering. This increases the need of the securing the systems to prevent disastrous consequences. More and more consequences will be reduced. Transaction authentication through OTP alone are being breached nowadays. Exactly. This leads to the development of a system where even the SMS to the user is taken, the transaction is still safe from being misused. Rather than using the SMS OTP services, more than OTP, we are tracking out that fingerprint sensor. That is concept of the multi-factor authentication. For the authentication purpose, we are using, right? And after that, existing system. What was the existing of these devices? This present method of the authentication involved the bank sending OTP to the user's mobile phones, and the transaction is proceed. For this project, I will give some demo videos that then you can easily understand, because it was not a software project. It's totally come under the hardware side. Okay, this drawback of this system is that the solely lies upon the assumption that the person entering the OTP is the actual person to be authenticated. Whether the person who is giving out the OTP, whether he is correctly the authenticated person or not, we doesn't know that, right? Whoever enters the OTP will be authenticated irrespective of the person is legitimate user or not. Whether he or she may be the legitimate user or not, or to be verified. There arises the risk of the impersonalized attack when the system cannot be recognized. And then the proposed system. What was the proposed system of this device? device, this project, the proposed system is the device that first authenticate of the users, get the OTP sent by the bank to the user mobile phones. And after that, while giving the mobile OTP to the mobile phones, it generates the tokens for the devices. This system is potentially a more secure, is out of a network, and the attacker cannot get access to the token generated if not in a network. But once the OTP is generated, then the token or get to be generated. The OTP is transacted into some token numbers, and then the token, while we are giving the token only, the transaction will be proceeded. And after that, the literature survey. These two are the persons who is given under the literature surveys. Michael Jordan of Mona Institute of Applied Science, University of West Indies, Kingston and Jamaica, along with the Dr. Suresh Chakravartin of the Department of Computing. Like there's these two persons. And secondly, one is Hapeng Kyonyo and Zheng Jiani and Yang Jing of
Sorry
the
to
Department
interrupt.
of
Can you
Computer
move on to the
Science.
result slide?
Yeah. And this was the working slide. First of all, we will give up the fingerprint sensor, fingerprint scanner, and a one-time password. Once we generate a fingerprint scanner, and once we give out the fingerprint, and then the OTP was generated from the bank systems, and we use the Arduino board here. The Arduino build will generate some token for the authentication. The OTP is generated by once the OTP is get generated, then it moves towards the Arduino board, and then it will generate an authenticated token is generated. This was the working concept of this device. And design of the system, it was like in a little mobile phone devices, but it's not much more weighted than a mobile phone, right? It was a very small in numbers, and these numbers are used for these keyboards are used for generating OTP, and we use these devices to enter the OTP numbers. And advantages, it enhanced easily and easy to operate, and it was also a portable system. And this was the conclusions. Globalization has increased the need of advanced security system. Because of enhanced security, we are using mobile phone transactions and all. So for net transaction, we need a security purpose a lot. Security system out of a network is an effective way to prevent it from the attacks. It enhances security by imposing a multiple factor authentications. And what was the future work? Let me move on. With the advancement in the biometric recognition system, this can be the further enhancement, more secure transaction processing system, and can be introduced on the banking applications. These devices may also be used in the banking systems to enhance a more and more security purpose. And thank you. I'll show some demo videos, then you can understand.
It's okay, man, no problem. Now we have our session chair, Dr. Gandhimati ma'am. Gandhimati ma'am will ask questions to you.
Okay.
Gandhimati ma'am, you can ask questions.
What kind of attack will you find by using this?
Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
What kind of attack you can able to identify by using this method? What kind of attack?
Sorry, your voice is not audible.
Gandhimati ma'am, your voice is not audible.
1 minute. Ma'am,
Okay, Noor Fasla, do you have any working model for your work?
Yeah, I'm having the working model. Just now I will play.
You have implemented this?
Yeah, actually for this concept, we will use the Arduino ID. Then Arduino ID are used here for typing the programations. And here it was the demo video. Once you look out the demo video.
Secure?
It is secure. It is secure by
system.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you compared your existing model with your work with the existing model?
Yeah, ma'am. After the development of the existing model only, we have designed the proposed system, right?
Do you have any graphical work to comparison?
Yeah,
graphical comparison.
Yeah, I had, but I'll show you, ma'am. I'll show you the report. Can you get visible?
No, your PPT only visible here.
Wait, ma'am.
Yes, it's okay. Thanks for your presentation. We'll move on to the next paper. Next paper is going to be presented by Thangamina.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Shall I share my screen?
Yes, Thangamina, you can share your screen. Fasla, you can stop sharing your screen. Thangamina, you can start sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Share your screen and start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Session chair for this session is Dr. L. Gandhimati. Gandhimati ma'am has around 14 years of teaching experience. Her research interests include wireless sensor networks and image processing. And she has joined here as a session chair for this session. Happy to invite you as a session chair, ma'am.
Ma'am, shall I start? Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Good morning, I am Thangamina and I am going to present about ICACCT communication system. These are the contents I have included in this slide. The main objective is to use eye gaze of the human to communicate with the computer. We have to develop a system such that users will be able to operate that system with the help of their eye only. For example, to perform a small function such as switching on or off the light, the user just activates the corresponding key in the system by just looking towards the key in the screen for a specific period of time. In the eye gaze communication, the user has to control the mouse with the help of their eyes. The Tobii systems follow your eyes with amazing accuracy to see where you are looking on the screen. You can select an item on the screen by staring at the screen for a length of time. Tobii eye gaze systems work by having lights and cameras that are constantly sending and receiving information. The camera picks up light reflections from your pupils and translates the movement of your eyes into mouse cursor movements. The eye gaze system is mainly developed for those who lack the use of their hands or voice. The only requirements to operate the eye gaze systems are control of at least one eye with good vision and ability to keep head fairly still. People with cerebral palsy, spinal cord injuries, brain injuries, and some other disorders can use eye gaze systems. These are the parts of the eye gaze communication system. So there is an eyeball that represents our human eye, and the opposite is a screen, and the gaze point is the point where we are staring at. If we have to press a key on the screen, we have to stare at the key for a specific time. And below is an eye tracker, which is a high-speed camera which tracks our eye movements, and the screen have to be at the 50 to 95 centimeter in range with the human. Tobii gaze systems have lights and cameras that send and receive information. The camera picks up the light reflections from your pupils and translates it into cursor movements. The special camera observes one of the user eyes. And it
Sorry
is
to interrupt. Can you move on to the result slide?
Yes, ma'am.
So these are the options in the screens that if we have to press any key, what we need is there will be a main menu, and if we want to talk, we can stare at the phrase key. So a phrase key will be shown. So here in the conversation table represent the phrase table. That is hello, goodbye. If I have to say hello, I have to stare at the hello key for a specific time. And there are also several options. There are also games, and there is also a typewriter which represents the keyboard nearby. There is an option of making call through telephone, and applications is of course people physically challenged or dumb people or people with many disorders can use this eye gaze systems. So in future, it may be applicable in mobile application too. Instead of sitting on a wheelchair and having a screen in front, as what Stephen Hawking did, we can also in future it would be more common in mobile applications so that everyone can easily afford it and every physically challenged people can easily use it.
Do you have working model for your system?
Yes, ma'am. In the working model, there will be a wheelchair where physically challenged people can sit, and opposite is a screen. So if the people want to talk, that is dumb people or people with many disorders who can.
Have you implemented your system?
No, ma'am.
No implementation?
Not yet, ma'am.
So what methodology you do to complete your project? What method you are following?
Ma'am, we can use IoT concepts, ma'am, inside.
So you are using IoT concept. You tell specifically
Yes,
how you are using.
Ma'am, that camera will take many pictures of our eyes so that it can differentiate the movements of our eyes using machine learning.
You are using sensor.
Yes,
to
ma'am.
sense.
High-speed camera, ma'am. It captures our eyes with a high rate of pictures, and it reads our movements by machine learning, ma'am, and then it sends the message of where we are staring at and find the gaze point.
How machine learning works for differentiating? How classification done machine learning?
That camera and LED, ma'am, it focuses on our eyes and takes many pictures, and using that pictures, it senses, ma'am. It finds the difference between the pictures and senses where we are looking at.
So by classification, how they will justify what kind of action it is going to do, how it will do, whether you are giving any rules to do the task?
No, ma'am, it just follow
training. Are you applying any machine learning algorithms to train your system?
Yes, ma'am, we just train it by capturing many images and finding the differences in the images, ma'am.
Can you tell what are the components required to implement the system? Specifically, what kind of sensors you need?
Ma'am, I'm not more clear in that area.
Any questions from Gandhimati, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, I asked the same question. So what detection technique she used to identify whether it's a misused rule-based or analog method? What kind of detection she used? So I want to know the detection technique.
Ma'am, it just captures images.
It's a pattern matching or rule-based. What kind of detection technique you used?
Yes, ma'am, pattern matching technique.
Pattern matching. So you have already inbuilt a pattern. So if they match means this kind of action we need to do. Likewise, you are using any pattern matching technique.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how you measure the performance?
Ma'am, the performance is less than 0.5 degree, ma'am.
Okay.
Of the eye movements, capturing eye movements, it is less than 0.5 degree.
Less than 0.5 degree means?
It is not more accurate, ma'am, when we use contact lenses or when we use glasses, and sometimes when the user is not more concentrated, and if the user just slightly move the eye, it is not more accurate. Maybe the nearby key may be pressed.
So how you identify whether it's less than 0.5 or greater than 0.5? How you classify?
Maybe after the output, ma'am. Some words, they do not clearly come after the output.
Okay, do best. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation. Next presentation is going to be presented by Padma Sundari. Padma Sundari can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Padma Sundari can start your presentation.
Ma'am, shall I start?
Yes, you can start your presentation. Your audio and video are clear. Make it as full screen and start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to pick the topic about Blue Brain, the future generation, guided by Dr. J.B. Shajuline Dorit ma'am, Associate Professor, and my name is E. Padma Sundari, studying my MTech, Department of Information Technology. Then the human brain is the most valuable creation of God, the intelligence because of the brain. So the main aim is to upload human brain into machine so that man can think, take decision without any effort. After the death of the body, the virtual brain will act as the man. So what is Blue Brain? The Blue Brain is using supercomputer, which was created by an IBM called Blue Gene, which runs software developed by Michael Hines and John Moore named Neuron, a simulation environment which models network of neurons in human brain. It would be the world's first virtual brain. Within 30 years, we will be able to scan ourselves into the computers. So this is the Blue Brain. It works like this. When a neuron transmits an electrical impulse, the calcium concentration within the cell increases. Using calcium proteins, the scientists are able to see this increase. This data is then used by a computer to create exact models of the individual neurons. And then functioning of brain. So the functioning of brain, sensory input, interpretations, and motor output. So sensory input can, for example, when our eyes see something or our hands touch a warm surface, the sensory cells, also known as neurons. Then the interpretation is best known as the interpretation of things we have felt, tasted, and touched with our sensory cells. And then motor output. Once our brain has interpreted all that we have learned either by touching, tasting, or using any other sense. Uploading human brain.
Other participants, kindly mute yourselves.
So these robots are small enough to travel throughout our circulatory system. Traveling into the spine and brain, they will be able to monitor the activity and structure of our central nervous system. They will be able to provide an interface with computer that is as close as our mind can be while we still reside in our biological form. So the next, hardware and software requirement. A supercomputer, memory with a very large storing capacity, and processor with a very high processing power and a very wide network. The next one, objectives. So The brain circularly is in a complex state of flux, the brain rewiring itself every moment of its existence. If the scientist can, for example, if the scientist can crack open the secret of how and why the brain does it, the knowledge could lead to new breed of supercomputers. The project will search for insights into how human beings think and remember. And how the project will work. The simulated neurons will be interconnected with tools. The team has worked out about the brain functions. The neocortex is the largest and most complex part of the human brain and constitutes about 85% of the brain's total mass. This result would develop a simulated model known as blue brain. And next, blue brain power. The human brain has 100 billion nerve cells that enable us to adapt quickly to an immense array of stimuli. The main aim of the blue brain is to build a software replace of template, which could reveal many existing aspects of the brain, brain circuits, memory capacity, and how memories are lost. So it's the visualization. In this, the visualization is the part of an ambitious project to create a biological accurate functional model of the brain using IBM Blue Gene supercomputers. The basic building block of the cortex and the representation shows the part of the brain which has been modeled using a supercomputer. Next one, the blue brain simulations uses one microprocessor for the each of the 10,000 neurons in the cortical column of a rat's cerebral cortex. It helps to build the brain microcircuit in order to scale it in a human brain. Then the advantages of blue brain.
Can you move on to the result slide?
Yes, ma'am. So the very soon this technology will be highly accepted all over the world, and we'll be able to transfer ourselves into the computer at some point. Eventually aim of applying terrific computer power to the simulation of an entire brain. Thank you.
Questions from session chat. Gandhi Mari ma'am, you can ask your questions.
Okay. Can you explain your methodology shortly? So what you did in your project?
Can you explain the question, ma'am?
Can you explain your methodology in a short form?
Yes,
so what?
Ma'am, we can say that it can to create a program that can upload a human brain to a computer. By doing so, the machine can think and design even in the absence of the human body.
So I couldn't clearly understand what you are telling. You are uploading what input to a system?
We can upload a human brain to a computer.
Yes.
By doing so, the machines can think and decide even in the absence of the human body.
So you are you want to give some rules for that, no? So then only the machine will understand the input of the human brain.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking that. So by specifying the rule only, the machine will do that task. Then they will classify what you are giving.
Yes, ma'am. It can be. It can be done using brain simulations like input and by giving input and interpretation, and then the output.
You are giving input, say brain neural neurons. Yeah. So
yes,
then how it will classify what kind of output. No, by using machine learning techniques or some rule-based techniques. So what it will do after giving the input as a brain, what it will do?
It will receive from the electric impulses, ma'am.
Okay.
The electric impulses receive the brain from the neurons or interrupted in the brain.
So what tool you are using?
IBM.
IBM. Full form? Okay.
Ma'am, can you repeat the question, please?
What tool, what simulation tool you are using for your project?
Ma'am, IBM.
Yes, I am asking the abbreviation for that one.
Abbreviation for IBM is International Business Missions.
You are simulating. Can you show some simulated result?
Ma'am, not yet. I have prepared.
You are doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do well.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, what parameters you are using? You are going to for your simulation. What parameter you are using? Going to use. You identified. Can you whether you identify the parameters?
No, ma'am, not yet. I have decided not to search.
And what you expect in your result? What is the output you are expecting from your simulation?
Okay, Padma Sundari, be specific with your answer. All the best for your project.
Okay.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
the
ma'am.
presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
It's time to start the technical session 4. Stop your presentation, Padma Sundari.
Yes, ma'am.
It's time to start the technical session 4. Session chairs for this technical session 4. This session is chaired by Dr. L. Gandhimati, Assistant Professor, Department of Information Technology, Francis Xavier Engineering College, and co-chaired by Dr. R. Valarmati, Associate Professor, CSE from Sri Sai Ram Engineering College. Welcome, ma'am. I'd like to invite Ms. Pratipa to introduce the session chair, Dr. R. Valarmati, ma'am. Pratipa, can you introduce the results?
Good afternoon, all. Introduction about second section chair, Dr. R. Balarmadi. She is working as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, Chennai. With 21 years of teaching experience for undergraduate and postgraduate students, she received her doctorate degree in computer science and engineering from Satyabama University, Chennai. She received her master's degree in computer science and engineering from Satyabama University and bachelor degree from University of Madras at SRM Engineering College. She has published a paper over 35 international journals and has 3 field patents, 2 textbooks, and 3 book chapters to her credit. She is a member of IEEE, ISTE, IFERP, IAENG, and IACSIT. She has been a reviewer in various reputed journals and is a DC member to PhD scholars. Her research interests include cloud computing, data mining, deep learning, machine learning, and computer vision. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to introduce the next session chair, Dr. L. Gandhimati, ma'am. Gandhimati, ma'am, has around 17 years of teaching experience. Her research area include wireless area network and image processing, and she has published her research article in Scopus and SDA Index Journal. Welcome, ma'am.
Welcome. Thank you, ma'am.
We'll start the session 4. The first paper for session 4 is by Sam Peter and Kritik, M. Pradeep, and Prakash. Have you joined
share my
here?
screen, ma'am.
Yes. So your paper title is Face Authentication ATM Using Deep Learning. We'll start
Yes,
the
ma'am.
session. You can share your screen.
Our title is Face Authentication ATM using deep learning. Co-authors are Kritik, myself, Pradeep, and Prakash. Our guide and author is Sam Peter. This is our abstract. ATMs are widely used by everyone in our day-to-day life. It made a big revolution in the banking sector. The first ATM machine was introduced on 2nd September in the United States in the year of 1969. Just a card and a card reader machine has made big change in our time consuming. Before the invention of ATM, every person had to wait in a queue to withdraw cash or deposit cash. But ATM made our life easier. Anyone can withdraw or deposit money from anywhere inside the country. The problem statement. Everyone has turned into the ATM as well as the hackers and the scammers. Every year, there is a record of nearly 2,000 frauds have happened with the use of debit and credit card, like shoulder attack, reconnaissance, skimming, and scanning. Every system has its drawback as well as advantage. In this ATM system, card readers has drawback of skimming, scanning, even brute force attack. Using a card reader, scammers may scan the cards in hotel or in shops and sell the card information in the black market without the knowledge of card holder. To ensure the security, we have proposed cardless ATM, where we need not carry the credit or debit card anymore, so that skimming, cash out, jackpot attack can be prevented. We have used face as authentication as PIN, where the ATM machine captures the real-time face when the account holder enters their unique ID number. If the face matches with the bank holder's face, it takes to the banking page, or else it sends a message to the bank holder's phone that with the capture of the person who tries to take the amount from the account, and sends a message to the bank holder's phone and ask if whether they can access their bank or not. These are our module descriptions. ATM simulator, face recognition module. In this we have used DCNN algorithm, face enrollment and face authentication. Both uses DCNN algorithm. Unknown face forward mechanism and transaction module uses IoT. This is our flow diagram in which a person has to open their bank account. First, they have to need to go to admin. The admin enters the login username and the password. If it matches, it goes to the adding client details. In this, where the client details has been ordered, like Aadhaar card details, phone number, address, etc. Next, after adding the client details, it takes to the next page where the face capture. In this, the bank holder face is captured as frame by frame. Next, the captured frame is classified into many layers using DCNN algorithm, and at last, classifying by the DCNN algorithm, the classification result has been served to the bank server and goes to the home page. In the ATMs, the home page is the default page. After inputting the account number, it takes to the next page where the face recognition. In this, the ATM camera is captured the real-time face. If it matches to the face, it goes to the login page where you can withdraw money or deposit money. If not, it sends a message to the authentication phone number, which is the bank holder's phone number, that we can grant access or not. Then, if yes, it goes to the login page. If not, then it logouts. These are the implementation results. This is our home page of the ATM. This is the next page where the person has to enter the unique ID. If the face matches to the person, then it goes to the transaction ID, or it sends a message to the bank holder's phone number. If he grants the access, it then goes to the transaction page and we can log off. This is our conclusion. By using the proposed methodology, the bank holders does not need to use their debit card, so that scams can be reduced by avoiding skimming, cash out, jackpot, etc. In future implementation, voice authentication using ML can be added to make it more secure in banking sector. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to session chairs. Session chairs can ask your questions.
Is this implementation for ATM or for banking?
For ATM, ma'am.
For ATM. Okay, if they are using some fake images, how will you overcome that problem?
We are using DCNM algorithm. We have used 5 layers so that it can recognize a video and a normal face image.
See, if it's going to be a live image or live thing, how will
Live
you,
image, ma'am.
how we are going to distinguish it from the fake images? They can
Fake image we have
capture a
used,
photo of the user and they can directly show to the ATM machine, okay, and they can also make a transaction with that, right?
No, ma'am. We have used image as frame by frame for capturing, and it can recognize a real-time face and a video by using DCNN algorithm. We have classified into 5 layers.
See, already the images will be stored. The user, bank user or bank customer images will be stored in the database. With that only, it's going to be checking. Okay,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
live image will be compared with the database. Okay,
Yeah, ma'am.
so if they are showing some fake images, okay, already it will be stored in the database. Both these will have a match and they can enter into the they can take cash from the ATM, right?
Um, we can. It knows the difference, ma'am, between the live image and the record.
No, you have to you include as a one module and you try to implement that. Okay, first you have to check whether it is a real image or a fake image. Okay, then only you have to go to the next stage. Okay, it's my
Okay, ma'am.
suggestion. Take it as a suggestion and okay. Okay, ma'am.
Gandhimati ma'am, you can ask your questions.
Okay, ma'am, ma'am, you can, he can proceed, ma'am.
You can start presenting your screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome the team upon A. Revati for presenting their paper in the title of Quality of Service Using Min-Max Data Size Scheduling in Wireless Sensor Networks. Revati, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
You can present your screen.
Yes. Are you visible, ma'am? Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, it is visible. You can proceed.
Good afternoon, all. Quality of service using min-max data size scheduling in wireless sensor network is my topic, and under the guidance of Dr. Rakesh Shanti, next I am going to explain about my abstract. In my own min-max data size scheduling in
Ma'am, it's in the conclusion slide, ma'am.
Share your slide.
1 minute. No, ma'am.
Yeah, it's visible. You
Yes,
can-
ma'am, it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. Quality of service using min-max data size scheduling in wireless sensor network. And my guide name is Dr. A.J. Shanti, Associate Professor, Annamalai University. Abstract. Here I am going to explain my main note. Min-max data size scheduling in wireless sensor network. Here I have to use 2 half neighboring nodes in wireless sensor network. And here 2 half node is medium size of clustering. Data scheduling is based on the weightage of the data. In this work, we have to continue the in proposed work. Then introduction. In introduction, wireless sensor works with global and local level, and also monitoring and communication are easy in wireless sensor network. Then here, smart gadgets are connected with the sensor. The sensor nodes are connected with the help of hardware and software system, and also it is a location independent. The wireless networks is based on.
Sorry for interrupting. Gandhimari ma'am, kindly mute your mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, thank you. You can proceed.
This is a architecture of my architecture of wireless sensor network. In device 1 to 5 is connected with the wireless sensor network. In the center point there is a sink. This will used to connect all the devices. Then proposed work of my proposed work. Here I have to use here I have to use clusters are formed dynamically, and 2 half node is formed for the cluster. The cluster is formed with the help of nearby nodes because it is nothing but neighboring nodes. Then we have to select the cluster head using nodes every energy and distance. In common, we have to use the energy and distance is calculated for cluster head selection. Next one is data size identification. Min-max data size scheduling is enhanced from min-max priority scheduling in wireless sensor network. In my work, I have to divide the data with 3 categories: minimum, maximum, and medium. I have to select the data as minimum for minimum size of data equal to data size less than or data size 1 less than or equal to data size x, as well as the maximum data size maximum means data size 1 greater than or equal to data size n. Then medium will calculate both. Then this is a flow chart of my cluster formation. Start node deployment, then cluster formation, cluster selection. Here the cluster is selected using if n of 5. N of 5 is nothing but nodes number, and also energy and distance E and D is less than n of j ed to n of n ed. If yes means selected as cluster head, no means it will process again. Then scheduling. Scheduling means here the data size is large. We give the first preference for the data because it will select the shortest first level shortest path. Then the data size is medium means, and the second level shortest path is used to send the data. Then the data size is small means it should be sent through the third level of shortest path. Here it is in my work, it is used to reduce the delay, congestion, and also energy in wireless sensor network. This is a result of my work. Node versus energy, node versus delay, as well as node versus packet delivery ratio, node versus throughputs. Here 4 are the parameters of my work. Then conclusion, min-max is derived from the min-max data. They have proposed the technique based on min-max data size based on bandwidth access location. The minimum data is sent through the third level shortest path. Medium size is sent through second level, as well as the maximum data will be first level. Finally, the min-max data size of quality service is developed to transfer the data based on the data size and also a time. We have scheduled the data transmission, identify the delivery time in the wireless system. Thank you for.
Over to session, sir. You can ask your questions.
What criteria is used to form the cluster?
Weighted clustering algorithm based on the weight map.
Can you please repeat?
Weighted clustering algorithm based
Weighted
on the
cluster.
weight map. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How you are forming the cluster head?
Cluster head is based on the weightage of the cluster node map. It is based on the energy level and as well as transmission speed and also a distance map.
What type of services you are providing? You are trying to improve the quality of service, right?
Yes, ma'am. Here I have to reduce the delay map and also throughput energy map.
What routing protocol you are using?
Here I have enhanced the data min-max the priority map. Enhanced map.
You are using some routing protocol, no? So
Yes,
what
ma'am.
routing protocol you use?
Min-max priority based quality of service routing protocol ma'am.
How you select the cluster head among the clusters? In the cluster,
yes,
you are selecting one cluster head. No, how you select the
yes,
cluster head?
Identify the energy level and also a distance between the node to base station ma'am.
So you are based on the energy level, you are identifying the cluster head. Suppose while transmitting the cluster head level, the energy will be depleted in some point of view. So in how you select the next cluster head?
If any time the cluster head will be wait, it will process again the weighted clustering algorithm and also it will select another node as a cluster head map.
So do you have any secondary cluster head? So means if the primary cluster head fails, do you have any
Yes, ma'am.
second?
No, ma'am, I didn't use any secondary cluster head map.
So you told about the levels of cluster, no? So if the distance is less, how you are saying the levels, primary level, second level, you told some levels.
Yes, ma'am.
How you are saying the level?
That's not a clustering level, ma'am. That is a data transmission. It's based on the data size, ma'am.
So you told
in a existing mode, the priority means importance of the data and sent through the base station, ma'am. In my work, I have developed use size of the data, ma'am.
So here the node communicates only with the cluster head, or it will communicate with all the neighbor node?
Communicate with the cluster heads, ma'am.
Only with the cluster head.
Yes, ma'am.
The first statement you give communication between two neighbor node you given, no? So
that's used for cluster formation, ma'am.
For cluster formation, you are communicating with the neighbor node.
Neighbor nodes.
So what parameter, QoS parameter you are using? Quality of service parameter. QoS parameters.
Here delay, ma'am. Delay latency, ma'am. Jitter, delay, and latency. Both are same delay and latency as well as jitter.
So can you show the simulation result? You shown one result, no? Can you show it again?
Yes, ma'am.
So here you are specifying packet delivery ratios, the parameter.
Yes, ma'am.
And throughput.
Yes, ma'am. Throughput energy and also.
So what simulation you used? What simulation you used here?
NS2, ma'am.
NS2.
Yes, ma'am.
So for a cluster formation, this is my suggestion. For cluster formation, the leech C or leech protocol is best. Or heat some many protocols. So we can use for a cluster formation. Whether you used, you can use that. That's my suggestion.
Sure. Hello, ma'am. Are you able to? Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon the team, Dr. R. Suganya and their co-authors to present their paper on e-voting using face recognition. Suganya, ma'am, are you there? Sindhu, are you there?
Sindhu present, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you can present your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sindhu. My team members Yashwant and Shivakumardi. And my project title is E-voting using face recognition. Abstract. Electronic voting system provides convenience and access to the electorate without the geographical restriction. Mobile phone is one of the emerging technologies to perform e-voting with democratic norms and privacy concern. We suggest a mobile phone voting protocol based on hybrid crypto system. The protocol consists of 3 phases: online registration, vote casting, and vote collecting, and the result phase. Proposed protocol provides secure and efficient online vote casting and can also be implemented parallel with paper ballot voting system. Proposed protocol has efficiency, security, and deployable in developing countries due to this reliance on SMS messaging without requiring internet connectivity. Problem definition. Voting is an important procedure in different countries worldwide and is essential to any consensus-dependent society, especially in the context of COVID pandemic, where people stay home. Such systems are very relevant today. Elections can happen for different reasons, involving choosing leaders, finishing political problems, choosing substantial government, etc. Continued by Yashwant.
Yeah, thank you, Sindhu. Good evening, one and all here. Good afternoon. Actually, our project aims to help people who are also with have disabilities, like they cannot move from one place to another. So by implementing this project, they can able to cast their vote from the home where they are sitting. Actually, in the current society, this application of which we are talking about can also be seen as a significant help for numerous amount of countries during this COVID pandemic. This application is mainly based on mobile phone technology. We choose mobile technology motivated by the fact that although people do not have computers, almost everyone in this country will have a mobile phone with them. Next slide, please. Yeah. What the existing system consists of: existing voting mechanisms like paper-based voting, lever voting machines, direct recording, electronic voting machines, punch cards, and optical voting. These are the existing methodologies which are currently done, and we are going to update in our system. Like it consists of it provides online registration, but also offline registration in case of failure of online registration. In this, we consist of 3 phases, mainly online registration phase, voting phase, and the third phase is vote collection and the result phase. Here we follows the 3-step verification process, which includes user image verification and an admin verification, and the third step is OTP verification. Usually, the user verification in our project is done by a base 64 encoder, which is done by converting binary to text encoding schemes. This binary data is represented in a bit of group of 24 bits, which then decoded to match with the image which is already in the databases. This approach will is 1 minute, please. This approach is helps in verifying the user automatically. Next, the second step of the verification is the image will be captured and will be approved by the admin. And the third step is once approved by the admin, he will be getting an OTP. For this OTP, we have used CSPRNG, which is nothing but cryptographically secure pseudo random number generator, and will be sent to the users or voters mobile phone. After sending the OTP, he or she can able to cast their vote. Next, please. Yes. Actually, this is how our system will look like. This is the login page. This login page can be is common for both admin as well as the voters. Admin will be having some particular credential, as well as the user will be given some particular credentials by the admin during the time of segregating their votes, like how we are doing in manually, like we will be getting all those details in a bunch of booklets, so that during the time of voting, the person in the booth will be verifying whether this person is correct person or what, like that. And during that time, we will be collecting all those voters details and will be uploading in a database, and will be giving our voters credential to the voter. Next, please. Yes, this is the home page. This home page is whole particular for the admin. Here the admin can able to add only after adding the election, he can able to, you can see here, he can add the election, he can able to add the candidate, and also only admin will be adding the voters here. Here admin can also check the results, as well as admin will be verifying the voters. Next, please. Next, yeah. See, actually, what the ad voters and the ad election will be like, well, it is similar to that one. We will be getting, you can able to see here this, we will be getting the name, mobile number, voter ID, and other ID. Also, we will be, during the time of registration, no, we will be collecting the image of the voter, which is the current image of the voter, taken between between past 12 months or 1 year, like we will be updating it. And also we will be adding the elections, like in which constituency the particular voter belongs to, and those things will be added here. Next, please. Yeah, what we have done is this image matching is usually we have done using base64 algorithm. As previously said, it is a binary to text algorithm, which is used to convert the data as a plain text, and also the images which we are capturing will also be converted to a plain text, and these two plain text will be matched, and it will show whether it will allow the user to enter into the voting phase only when these images are matched. Next, please. Yes, this system, what's the advantage of this is it calculates the results faster and reduces the opportunity lost. We can instead of standing in a long queue and casting our vote, and when we can actually, we designed currently based on the current pandemic situation. Standing in a long queue and getting infections, is better to sit on our home and we can cast the vote to the right candidate. And casting our vote is a mandatory duty for every citizen in our country. Like that's why it will help. It will help the poor people who are staying in abroad as well to cast their vote. It will reduce their need to come to their national country and cast their vote. Instead, they can sit wherever they are and they can cast their vote. Next one, please. Yes. Actually, these are some of the result page screenshots which we are given for the reference. Here, once we are giving the number, we will be getting.
Sorry to interrupt. You can conclude your presentation.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Actually, this is what we have done is it reduces the time for the calculating standing in the vote, and we can able to do our main mandatory duty of every citizen in the country. Next, please. In the future, in enhancements, we can able to use we can able to use fingerprint as well as cornea detection, so that it will increase the accuracy more. Thank you.
Questions from session chat?
You're uploading the image and comparing the image with the existing database.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Then anyone can vote.
No, ma'am. Actually, we will be taking the images during the time of voting, ma'am, and we will be cross-matching those current the picture captured at the time of voting with the image at the database, ma'am.
So you're capturing a live image.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what algorithm you're using to implement this one?
Actually,
Basics.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, tell us. Yeah, go on.
We have used base 64 encoding algorithm, ma'am.
So why specifically you have chosen that base 64 encoding method?
Actually, ma'am, we have used
Ma'am, in order to cross verify whether the user has uploaded the same image or not, we have trying to use it, ma'am. So the algorithm just converts the photo into a certain text format, and it only allows when the user tries to log in, it only allows when the text format are same. When the user is asked to upload a photo, when he uploads, it checks whether both the images form the same text format. Only then it allows.
Have done any training to compare the existing one with the new one, new images?
Yes, ma'am. We have to do, ma'am. Unless doing training, it won't.
I have used any machine learning algorithms to train the
No, ma'am.
machine.
Till this we didn't do anything, ma'am. When we are going to this cornea detection and fingerprint matching, we have to train. Only then it will be developed in the country. Developed, ma'am.
So you are using the database.
Yes, ma'am.
You are using the database and you are comparing database image with your live image.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
If the same person enter again second time means it will allow, no?
No, ma'am. It won't allow, ma'am. Only water can cast the vote only one time, ma'am.
So you are setting the limit.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are doing some three-step negotiation or three-step verification.
Verification.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Verifications. What you are doing that?
In the first step, it is like, ma'am, we are giving that user credentials, no, ma'am. In the first step, we will be giving user credentials. In the second step, it is the OTP, and the third step is by the admin verification.
Okay. You are setting the limit for a. You are setting the limit for a
Yes,
single
ma'am.
user, single vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Whether you used any algorithm?
Hello, ma'am.
You are using any algorithm to limit that?
Sorry, your voice is not.
Okay, proceed the work.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thanks for your presentation. We'll move on to the next session. Next presentation is going to be presented by Ranjit Kumar Yash, Krishna Kumar, and Anandi on title Machine Learning in Cardiovascular Disease Prediction. Ranjit Kumar.
Yes, no, yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm able to.
You can share your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Ranjit Kumar, and with me, I have Kishore Kumar, and our guide is Anandi Ji. Our project is related to machine learning in cardiovascular disease prediction. As myself studying fourth year BTech IT in Walingham College of Engineering and Technology, and S. Kishore Kumar is also studying with me, and our guide is Anandi Ji, working as an assistant professor in Walingham College of Engineering and Technology, Pollachi. Okay, our abstract is the cardiovascular is mostly predicted by doctors and based on their own intuitions, where with the existing data, they will be calculating with the medical data, they will be predicting the disease Now what happens is the exact prediction will not be able to given as a result. So now what we have done is uh, we have inputted several 2 to 3 algorithms, and with the bundle of medical data of a particular person or a group of persons, and we have given a result like accuracy, how much accuracy a person has uh, to attain the cardiovascular disease. And here, in the early stage, patient will not be aware of this cardiovascular disease. So, what we are doing is we are collecting all the data related to the human medical systems, like blood pressure, glucose level, and alcohol level, and cardio level, and also the age, and what is the gender. Like these parameters, we are calculating the data into the algorithms with the machine learning algorithms. Like cardiovascular disease is a complex disease that affecting globally, where it is very difficult to find in earlier stage. When it is found at the earlier stage, we will be able to cure the patients and overcome it. So what we have done is we have introduced the several algorithms to this project. There is Navis-based algorithm, decision tree, and SVM algorithm, butterfly optimization algorithm, and KNN algorithm, where this algorithm helps us very much to calculate and predict the data and functionalities with the data, and give us a predictions of the accuracy and results. Okay. In our flow description, we have data sets of ED data sets and heart disease data sets were collected from UCI public repository. We have taken the data set from the Kaggle website. So we are using pandas package in Python to load the data sets and read the data sets in the table format. So what we are doing is we are we are inputting 2 to 3 or several type of algorithms with the data set, and analyze it, and take the data and tabulate it with the data testing. And also with the deep learning, we have highest accuracy, whereas decision tree and the random forest of higher accuracy of our disease dataset. In our module building, we have proceed dataset with like Navis Bay support vector machine, decision tree, so that in order to train the model, our dataset is split into 80% of training and 20% of testing. So that in testing module, what we are doing is we are to find the accuracy, and during testing matrix, we will give like a true positive as a negative as a false, and positive and negative. So the equation below equation is help us very much to test the accuracy data. Next comes our process flow diagram, whereas our process flow diagram this is our flow diagram, where dataset will be ready to go into the data pre-processing, which is handled by the irrelevant values and determinants by the reduction of PCA, like principal accuracy. Like next to the is a feature selection as a CH square, and module building. So after module building, we will take into the training as a 80% and testing as 20%. And in training, what we'll do is we will get into the several types of algorithms, so that it will be easy to calculate the output and accuracy. So at last, what we'll do then is, with including testing, we will do the prediction of the cardiovascular disease. So this is our result as PCA for feature prediction, and classifier as SVM, DT, and Navis Bayes, RF, So with these several type of algorithms, we had an accuracy of these accuracy percentages. So this what you have gotten the result as the result shown is 9 features are selected. Like 9 features means the attributes, how much attributes we are used here, like gender, blood pressure, low blood pressure, high blood pressure, and how much uh, calories burned and how much calories exist in the body. Like that, we have calculated like 9 features. So with 9 features, we have a higher accuracy of 89 percentage, 0.26 percentage. We have found it, and with the 7 features are selected, and with high accuracy as 72 percentage, 72.68 percentage, as obtained of the EDA cardiovascular disease. We also have taken the result and analyzed with the accuracy traditional classifier methods. So with the several type of algorithm with their results, we are analyzing with the bar graph. So this is also this is with the hard disease dataset and EDA dataset comparison. And here it comes from analysis of 9 features of a C square with the algorithms, with the help of algorithms, and we used a hard disk dataset and EE dataset. We have compared it. So up to next, we have compared an analysis of 7 features. So as I already said, 8 features has a given result of 89 percentage, and 7 features is given as 72 percentage accuracy result. Coming to the conclusion, the goal of the work is to an analyzing of various machine learning algorithms with the respect to the project, and used to different methods are used to do test and performance and training. So based on the analysis and of various method, that machine learning has a higher scope of predicting the cardiovascular disease, like with the help of the algorithms of SVM, DT, and NB and RF. So patient records with attributes like age, height, weight, systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, and given as an input. So among this, UCA hard disease dataset and the EDA cardiovascular dataset are taken to the project, and we have worked on it, ma'am. So thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Questions from session chairs?
See, initially you have shown that you have compared with naive Bayes and then decision tree, okay, and then
Yes, ma'am.
butterfly optimization technique. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, why you are comparing this with the butterfly optimization technique? Others are classification, and this butterfly optimization is an optimization technique. Okay, there are many other optimization techniques like particle swarm and colony optimization. Okay, the other
Yes, ma'am.
things are the classification techniques. Okay, how
Yes, ma'am.
can you make a comparison between these 5 algorithms? And finally, in the graph and all, you have not shown anything that is related to the optimization technique.
Like optimization butterfly optimization technique we have used in to pick up an bundle of data, ma'am. Like in existing system, in existing cardiovascular prediction system, they have taken as account of a total of 1,000 to 5 data, and they have calculated and given one. So what we have done is minimum of 10,000 data to maximum of 70,000 data we have taken, ma'am. So for analyzing and picking up the uh, 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 from the total of 70,000 data set, for analyzing the data, we have chosen for butterfly optimization, ma'am. So what it does is it goes and search for an real-time like attributes, what are the features attributes we're giving. So it will gather that particular attributes and it will take into analysis, ma'am. So we are using butterfly optimization, ma'am.
See, you can choose an optimization technique either to minimize a particular parameter, okay, or to
Yes, ma'am.
maximize the value. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Other four things are classification techniques. Okay, in a heart disease, you
ma'am.
are going to classify whether a person is going to have a heart disease or not. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
In
ma'am.
this way, or yes or no. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't think that you can make a comparison between an optimization technique and the classification technique. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's just we have used it, but in different parameters. Ma'am.
In the formula, accuracy formula, you are given some terms: true positive, false positive, like this. You are given. What it means?
Right, accuracy.
Accuracy part.
Yes, ma'am. Testing accuracy part.
True
Yes, ma'am.
positive. You are giving.
Do you have any graph to show the final accuracy of the different algorithms you have used?
Ma'am, like I have a table column, ma'am. So it is a big table column. It does not fit in this to PPT, ma'am. Like in final result, ma'am, I have taken the whole percentage data set. So just in time searching for the document, so I'll present it, ma'am. Like in bar graph, I have analysis, analyze it like only within the algorithms, ma'am, but not like overall the result, ma'am, because it gives only 89%.
You
And
have chosen 5 algorithms means finally you have to show with the graph that this algorithm performed the best.
yes,
See, this
ma'am.
is the best model to do this analysis.
Yes, ma'am. Like
Is a confused. Okay, you tell them, sir.
Here I have displayed here as in graph in SVM shows to 80 up to maximum 80 and minimum of 60 to 70, ma'am. So in next of Nevis bias, so it also gives us like 76 percentage and also to 66 percentage, ma'am. So this comparison I have given, ma'am, but separate to the algorithm I didn't take that separate algorithm and to given research, ma'am. Like I have given an overall comparison so that how maximum, how minimum of accuracy we can find with these algorithms, ma'am.
So how you are identifying false negative or false positive? You are saying now how you are saying false positive or false negative, true positive, true negative. You are given in accuracy formula.
Yes, ma'am.
How you are saying?
Here, ma'am. While testing, ma'am, how we are giving is accuracy percentage of different type of algorithm is give us an output, ma'am. Like while taking a bigger larger data set, it will give an positive and true negative results, ma'am. So here how we are finding is maximum percentage of the algorithm on algorithm and comparing to the another algorithm with the KN algorithm, K nearest neighbor
No, I
algorithm.
am asking only these terms. True positive, true negative. You are saying no, you are putting in this formula. No, I am asking this. Which one is mistakenly calculated? You are saying false positive, true negative. No. So I am asking the terms. So which one is combined with which one? And you are saying it's false positive. You are saying it's a false negative.
Yes, ma'am.
Why you used the formula here? Any reason?
Yes, ma'am. For testing the given result, ma'am. So as a given result, you want to get a test it, ma'am. So like you
What do you mean by
asking.
false positive?
If the like comparing with the overall algorithms, like it will give an true positive, like what is the data will be exist, and if we calculating with the another bundle of data set, it will give some true answers, true results, ma'am. So it will be with the positive ones. So while this is, ma'am, like same as while calculating with another data set, it will also give us an positive with the percentage, percentage result, it will give positive, ma'am, but it will not the what we are getting the output, it will be giving us false answer, ma'am. So like in that parameter I have given false first, ma'am. What the exact output you will be getting, it will not be, you will not get, ma'am. Like it will be false, but what the accuracy we are getting with the code, it will be positive, ma'am. So false positive place here, like act like the like here, ma'am, like this, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Thanks for your presentation. We'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Thank you.
Next participant on session 4. If you are ready, you can start your presentation. Rahul, Nambutri, and Shilesh. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Are you SPART registered paper? Your paper is allotted in which time slot?
Ma'am, we are asked to section 4. Technical session 4. Yes.
Your title is not here. No, already not.
Yes, ma'am. We mentioned that we contacted the person and they asked to present it in this section.
Just a minute. Before that, we got a paper for session 4. So we'll continue with that, and sorry to say that we'll continue after this presentation, Shilesh.
Okay.
So now the presentation will be from Gokul Vasan. Gokul Vasan paper is there in session 4. So Gokul Vasan, you can start your presentation. For the session chapter, the paper is on 42, number 42, and the paper title is Develop a Mobile Application to Monitor the Presence of Employee in Office by Tracking Their Mobile Phone Location Using GPS. Gokul Vasan, you can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Sir, audible, ma'am?
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, good afternoon, panel members and everyone. We are going to present our paper. Our paper title is Developing a Mobile Application to Monitor the Presence of Employee in the Office by Tracking Their Mobile Phone Location Using GPS with face recognition. My team members are me, my Karthikeyan, Saravanan and Vignesh, guided by Selvi A, Assistant Professor of M. Kumaraswamy College of Engineering. Abstract of our project. In our project, there are many IT companies.
Voice is not audible. Sorry, your voice is not audible.
Now it's audible, ma'am. Ma'am, now audible, ma'am.
Yes. You can continue.
Abstract of our project. In our abstract, we show that in IT, many IT companies are trouble for watching their staff working time and whether they are participating in the working or not. And to this extent, we display the worldwide situation framework, GPS locations to share their location and easy to find their information, and and a framework built Android application. The problem in the existing system, they are only having the GPS location, but they are not
Other
having
participants can mute your mic.
the problem in the existing system is ma'am, whether audible, ma'am?
Yes, your voice is audible.
Okay, ma'am. The problem in existing system is the GPS attendance is helped to put the attendance using the GPS location, but they are not having face recognition. It is the more different drawback because the user can easily others can easily can put the attendance for another person. So we use the face recognition process. And in the proposed system, we having two modules, and the one is admin module and another is user module. In admin modules, the users module, employees can enter the users module. In admins module, the HR or other higher people can enter in this module. They can log in and enter into the home page. They can add their details in users page also. They can add their information, and in users login page, they can only enter when they are giving the GPS location ID and enter into that. And admin, whenever they want, they can ask for attendance. At the time, the notification went to the users and the employee got the notification, and then the employee can turn on the video and can face recognition, do the face recognition. The description of our project is there is no application to presence of employee in the office with the face recognition. So we are developed this project to monitor the presence of employee in the office. The project will be helped to avoid such illegal activities in the office. The admin can also request the employee to monitor the face at any time of the duration work. A conclusion of our project. In this project, the GPS enabled attendance application is proposed with the face recognition. This is the application used employee can smartphone locations with the help of mobile GPS tracker and camera to recognize the face of the employee. The application can be 90% accuracy. It is our users and admins login module. In that, they can enter into that. The employee can enter the ID and the employee name, the IP address which is given separate for everyone using the GPS location. The IP address can be entered and the password can be given, and then the admin can want to see the employee's face recognition. At the time, they can verify through this verify button. They can enter the verify in the base. At the time, the notification went to the user. At the time, they can get this message, and then they can enter into the face take attendance. At the time, they switch on the video. That easily they can enter the attendance. This is if the other people enter into the attendance, they can guard the status as absent. If they got correct status, then we get present now. Thank you.
Questions from session chairs? Session chairs?
What algorithm you are using to
CNN
match the
algorithm.
faces?
CNN algorithm.
have not mentioned anywhere in the architecture diagram.
Sorry.
Are you using any database? With the help of database, you are comparing?
Hello, ma'am.
You are maintaining any
Audible,
database?
ma'am.
Are you maintaining any database?
Hello, ma'am.
No audible.
Your voice is not clear.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Answer to the question. Mandimani ma'am, you can ask your question.
Are you maintaining any database? So with the help of database, you are
We are
comparing?
using the XMP database, ma'am, to store the data.
So how you are comparing? How you are comparing with the database with the live image?
Ma'am, I can't understand, ma'am.
You are having a database, no face recognition.
Yes, ma'am.
How you are doing the task? You explain.
Ma'am, using Flask file, there is a default function to connect the database and live face recognition, ma'am. Through that, we can easily see face can be directed, ma'am.
दोन तीन एक्सपेरिमेंट असतील मी तुम्हाला ऍक्च्युअली माझी कॉन्फरन्स चालू मी तुम्हाला थोड्या वेळाने करतो.
Other participants can mute your mic. So let's move on to the next participant. Gokul Watson, you can stop sharing your screen. Thank you. Thanks for your participation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presentation is by Rakul, Nambutri and Shrilesh on paper title Study on Static Program Analysis Technique and Tools. Rahul Nambutri, you can start your presentation. Rahul Nambutri, Shrilesh, and you can start your presentation. Yes. Rahul, we can't hear your voice.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, your voice is audible and your PPT is also
Visible.
in shareable mode. You can start your presentation.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, respected panel and everybody. So first of all, thanks for giving us this opportunity to present our work. So let me introduce my team. Myself, Rahul Nambudri and Srilesh PS. We are under the guidance of Tushara MG, who is our lecturer. So our work title is a study on static program analysis techniques and tools. So let's move on to the other slide. Like why are we going for this project? Like the software engineers are faced with a dilemma. So they want to write general and well-structured programs that are flexible and easy to maintain. So on the other hand, generally has a price. So what is this? Efficiency. the program should be efficient, right? So a specialized program solving a particular problem is often significantly faster than a general program. So however, the development of specialized software is time consuming and is likely to exceed the production of today's programmers. So new techniques are required to solve this so-called software crisis. Therefore, software should be analyzed using analytic methods and introducing programming analysis tools and techniques for reviewing the behavior of programs. How are we motivated to this, doing this, like taking this responsibility of doing the work? So we have been motivated by the static analysis, which is used by compilers to detect anomalies and perform certain program optimizations. And so static analysis is also a programming debugging that is done by examining the code without executing the program. So what are our objectives? So our main objective of this project is to compare existing static analysis tools and to analyze how effective those tools in spotting errors and warnings to make source code more effective and useful, and also to understand the working nature of such tools. So what are, these points are also jotted out, so based on our findings and our research. So when we come to the tools, these are the main tools that we have found, like Sportbugs and BMD, Checkstyle, and SonarScan. So the basic use of what Sportbugs use is that open source. They are also open source static code analysis and also focus on detecting potential bugs and also performance issues. So Sportbugs' main advantage is that they classify the potential errors into 4 ranks. That is scariest, scary, troubling, of concern. Like scariest is that the error is so harm and the error can be damaged. That error can damage the program. Scary is that you should have to take some precautions and also everything that you have to necessary steps to avoid source thing and also make programs so easy. And troubling is that it can some sort of warnings and all. Of course, of concern is also the same task. So what is PMD doing is that they are open source static code analyzer and also their primary goal is to find common programming flaws. Like they classify that they will tell the errors in this format that code is unused variables, parameters, and private methods, some unnecessary object creation, complex classes / methods, anything. So comes with a set of rules that are configurable, so that users can configure with the rules of the PMD, and they can set their own rules. And also when it comes to Checkstyle, it's also an open source tool, and it is to find common programming flaws. And they unlike PMD, in Checkstyle there are predefined rules available, but I think we can't configure any rules, or we can't play with the rules, anything like that. And last one is the SonarScan, so which comes under it's also open source platform, and it also detects bugs, code smells, and security vulnerabilities. So the main features of this SonarScan is that identifies duplicate code and code coverage, code standards, everything will be analyzed. And if you analyze this code, and it will be given instant feedback. So part of the main methodologies that used in these tools is that data flow analysis, syntactic pattern matching, and abstract interpretation. So in methodologies, data flow analysis, it is the most widely used static analysis method, and also it is a graph-based representation of the program. The system of equations is then solved repeatedly to determine output from input at each node until it stabilizes or reaches a specific value. And in also syntactic pattern matching, the syntactic examination of a program by a parser is the base of this method. And the simplest and quickest approach for static analysis is syntactic pattern matching. So in abstract interpretation is a theory of approximation of mathematical structures, and abstract interpretation can be applied into the systematic construction of methods and effective algorithms. These methodologies mainly used in PMD and Checkstyle also. So we have used Palindrome as our source code. It's like a sample source code, simple program, and we have evaluated that the previous program can little bit more efficient, and also it can be written in well more pattern. That's why the search generated PMD is this much, that the errors which are not identified by the compiler of the program. And these are the violations that were spotted during the compiling the program. And when we analyze this table, PMD showed to be reasonable when it came to the total number of violations and subcategories. And section check comes second best, and that's the result we have identified. And like when we are hereby concluding that, so in an effort to help software developers using appropriate static analysis for their project, 4 static analyses were assessed, that is Excel, PMD, Sonar Scanner, and other. So some open source tools may be efficient in some scenarios, identifying issues that are comparable to ones that are for profit based on the Java programs that have been used as. But PMD is recommended in like complex programs. PMD is more recommended in these days. Excel is also recommended, but PMD is coming to be reasonable and more usable. And also it is conceivable that different outcomes may be obtained by applying more applications as well as introducing new assemblies on additional for classifications. So what can be done in future is that, so machine learning structure can be employed to the programming analysis tools to detect the potential errors and warnings happening in the code. So like after only comparing, we are identifying that these are the errors and warnings we are identified. But if we implement a machine learning, we can achieve that without comparing. Like even if we write the program, it will be the errors and warnings will be shown even if while writing the program without comparing. So that's the future work we are intending to implement. And these are the reference we have referred through to complete our project. Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia.
Thanks for your presentation.
In what way your tool is different from the existing one?
Sorry, ma'am. Pardon me.
In what way your tool is different from the existing one?
Ma'am, actually, we are comparing the tools like which will be the best and what can be recommended in these days for the programmers to analyze the programs and all. Like PMD, like if we analyze that, the PMD comes the best, so there will be no confusion in taking which tool they should go for if they have to compare the program and write the program well.
Your tool have any extra features when compared to the existing one?
I'm actually like
Ma'am, your voice is not audible. Your voice is not clear.
What extra feature your tool has? It's audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible.
I'm actually like we are comparing the already existing tools that which one will be the best. So like when we are extracting the best features that already existing tools, and also like when we implemented that PMD comes best, so we recommend PMD for the software. Like even if the engineers are struggling to find which tool they have to go for, if they have to analyze or compile the program, so we help them to find which tool is best for them to go for. So PMD is the best.
See, have you compared the performance of your tool with the existing one?
Yeah, like we have compared the program. Like we have compared those 4 tools and like putting up a source code simple program, and it shows valuable like reasonable errors, and it also like when we compare that it really show that what the errors that synthetic errors that the program is shown like. But in using PMD, Sonar Scans, Excel and everything, it will be using like it will be giving more reasonable errors and warnings. Like we have to check into, like we have to write the proper code, and when it comes to that, I think I think like when it comes to that, we found that like PMD shows the more errors, warnings, and more reasonable way to write the program, efficient way to write the program, make the program simple than like Sonar Scan, Excel, everything. So
So what kind of input you are giving and how we are comparing with the database? How you are comparing?
So, ma'am, our input will be like we gave a source code, like a simple source code, which is a palindrome Java code, and it shows that like PMD have shown with variable like not variety of warnings and errors, and in data violations that we have already shown in the that what our data faults, and if the conditioning is fault, control faults are test case faults, and everything is definitely shown in the PMD rather than Excel and Sonar scan.
You are comparing coding.
Like not coding, like that these tools, we are comparing the tools like PMD, Sonar scanner, textile, how they will react on if we give a sample code. So I think maybe like we only give the simple palindrome code. If we are given a like complex Java code, I think it will be more visible, and the source code, even if we give the large code also, PMD will show. PMD will come out as best. Yeah,
Thank
we
you
are.
for your presentation. We'll move
Thank you,
on to the next session. You can stop sharing your screen. Next
Thank you,
presentation.
Nest.
Yes, thank you. Your next presentation is going to be presented by Anandaraj A, Safana BB, Swati, and Sharmila R, and Snega T. Who is going to be present for this team? I think Sharmila is here. Sharmila. So they are going to present on title Machine Learning Methodologies for Diagnosing Chronic Kidney Disease. Their presentation title is A Machine Learning Methodology for Diagnosing Chronic Kidney Disease. You can start your presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible and is my screen visible?
Yes, your audio and video are clear.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll start with the presentation.
We can't see your presentation. Make it as in. We can't see your PPT.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
PPT. No. I mean, do it again.
In the PPT, correct.
Yes. Now your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
For the session chairs, this paper is paper number 37.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very special good afternoon to all honorable presenters. And we are presenting on the project Machine Learning Methodology for Diagnosing Chronic Kidney Disease. And Mr. Anandraj A is our guide, and Swati, Shafana, Sneha, and myself, we are all the team members. And to brief about the project, in short, about the introduction, chronic kidney disease is a type of kidney disease in which there is a gradual loss of kidney function over a period of months to years. In short, this is the problem that we have taken in, and our project is going to be the solution to diagnose it. And CKD is a global health problem with high morbidity as well as a mortality rate, because it is really hard to get to know like whether the person is being suffered by the CKD disease or what. It is really hard to detect it, and that's why the mortality rate is really high. So this project is going to be the solution from which we can easily predict whether by the symptoms that the patients hold, it is easy for us to give them the solution as well as diagnosis in an earlier stage of the disease. That is a solution that we have come up with. And since there are no conspicuous side effects during the beginning phases of CKD, that is why it is hard to know because the symptoms are very mild. Early discovery of CKD empowers patients to get opportune treatment to enhance the movement of this infection. Machine learning models can successfully help clinicians clinic accomplish this objective because of their quick and precise acknowledgement execution. So to describe about the projects that we worked on, in vivo detection of chronic CKD disease using tissue deformation fields from dynamic MR imaging. Ellen Hodland, Eric Levin et al. Has proposed in this work, chronic kidney disease is a serious medical condition characterized by gradual loss in kidney function. Early detection and diagnosis is mandatory for prognostic improvement. Hence, in the current work, we explore the use of image restriction methods for detecting pathological changes in patients with chronic kidney disease. The methods they 10 healthy volunteers in mind, it was started with a presumed chronic kidney disease underwent dynamic T1 weighted imaging without contrast agent. Explainable prediction of chronic renal disease in the Colombian population using neural networks and case-based reasoning. Gabriel and Sergio has proposed in this work presents a neural network-based classifier to predict whether a person is at risk of developing CKD disease. The model is trained with the demographic data and medical care information of two population groups. On the one hand, people diagnosed with CKD in Colombia during 2018, and on the other hand, a sample of people without diagnosis of the disease. Neural network and support vector machine for the prediction of CKD, a comparative study. Njad Abdullah Hajra Fahim Syed has proposed in this work aims to assist in the prevention of CKD by utilizing machine learning techniques to diagnose CKD at a very early stage. Kidney diseases are disorders that disrupt the normal functions of the kidney. As the percentage of the patients affected by CKD is significantly increasing, effective prediction procedures should be considered. Application of machine learning in prediction performance for computer engineering case study. The proposal was applied to the historical academic information available for students enrolled in CSE degree at Ecodian University. One of the aims of the university's strategic plan is the development of quality education that is intimately linked with Sustainable Development Goals (SDG). A machine learning based approach is what we had given to identify protected health information Chinese clinical text. Liting Jua Chengxia has proposed in this work with the increasing application of electronic health records (EHRs) in the world. Protecting private information in clinical text has drawn extensive attention for healthcare providers to researchers. The identification, the process of identifying and removing protected health information (PHI) from clinical text has been central to the discourse on medical privacy since 2006. While the identification is becoming the global norm for handling medical records, there is a paucity of studies and its application on Chinese clinical text. Classification of fetal distress and hypoxia using machine learning approaches. Ronak Abbas Abir Jafar Hussain has proposed in this work fetal distress and hypoxia is considered as a serious condition and one of the main factors for cesarean section in the obstetrics and gynecology department. In the third most common cause of death in newborn babies, many fetuses that experience some sort of hypoxic effects can develop serious risk, including damage to the cells of the central nervous system that may lead to lifelong disability or even death. These are all the system requirements. Our hardware requirements are we used a processor which is of type Pentium i3 of speed 3.40 Hz and a RAM of 4 GB DD2 RAM and a hard disk of 500 GB capacity, and a keyboard and a mouse. And the software requirements of our CKD project is an OS, Windows 10 OS. On front end, we were using Jupyter Notebook or PyCharm IDE. And the coding language in which the complete project was developed on is Python. And the tools that we used is Anaconda Navigator. Our existing system is the data identified with the undertaking. What's more requires the qualities of the relating design. This innovation can accomplish exact and practical analysis of sickness. Subsequently, it very well may be a promising technique for diagnosing CKD. The existing system predicts the chronic disease which are for a particular region only and for the particular community. Only particular disease is predicted by the system. In this system, big data and CNN algorithm is used for disease risk prediction. So now what happens is we are able to predict only a particular diseases of particular region. So while other diseases are left undetected because the symptoms are not that great to be detected in a very early stage. The project that we have brought in is a solution for this existing system. These are all the disadvantages for the existing system. It is like it is mainly due to each statement in the test contributing a single data point and measuring a facet of the underlying trait. Therefore, the disease cannot be detected until the kidney loses about 25% of its function. As a result, their method could not be used when the diagnostic results of the samples are unknown. In reality, patients might miss some measurements for various reasons before diagnosing. They used picture enrollment to recognize renal morphologic changes and set up a classifier dependent on neural organization, utilizing enormous CKD information and the exactness of the model on the test information. Moreover, the majority of the past examines used a CKD informational index that was acquired from the UCI AI store. They utilized K closest neighbor, which we call it as KNN algorithm, to uphold vector meshing and delicate autonomous displaying of class relationship to analyze SVM, KNN, and decision tree random forest system. For diagnosing CKD accomplished the most elevated exactness of 100%. CKD is a global public health problem. The advantages of our proposed solution is it is used to validate the accuracy of the trained models. After misjudgment analysis, the better algorithm that produce different misjudgments are extracted as component models. An integrated model is then established to improve the performance of the classifier. We strongly believe that this model will be more and more perfect by the increase of size and the quality of the data that we used. This is our module description: data processing, extracting feature selection, performance indicators, establishing and evaluating individual models, misjudgment analysis, and selecting component models. The data processing, like each categorical variable was coded to facilitate the processing in a computer. All the categorical variables were transformed into vectors. Each sample was given an independent number that ranges from 1 to 400. There is a large number of missing values in the data state, and the number of incomplete instances is 150. In general, the patient might miss some measurements for various reasons before making a diagnosis. Extracting feature selection, extracting feature vectors or predictors could remove variables that are neither useful for prediction nor related to response variables, and thus prevent these unrelated variables, the models, to make an accurate prediction. Herein, we used optimal subset regression and ORF to extract the variables that are most meaningful to the prediction. Optimal subset regression detects the model performance of all possible combinations of predictors and selects the best combinations of variables. KNN classification. In this pattern recognition, the K nearest neighbor algorithm is a non-parametric method which is used for classification and regression. In both cases, the input consists of K closest training examples in the feature space. KNN is a type of instance-based learning. In KNN classification, the output is a class membership. Classification here is being done by a majority vote of neighbors. If K is equal to 1, then a class is single nearest neighbor. Decision set tree result analysis. Decision trees is a supervised algorithm for learning and classification problems, which is a predefined target variable which is mostly used. Decision tree works for both specific and continuous input and output variables. In this method, decision tree can be applied to both classification and regression problems, which divides the population or sample into two or more homogeneous sets called subpopulation, based on the most importance letter in the input variable. Random forest. Random forest proposed for chronic kidney disease classification is fast, which is highly accurate, as well as noise resistant classification method. Bagging and random feature selection is combined together. Every day in the forest is influenced by the values of random vectors sampled separately and has identical distribution as many other three in the forest. Logistic regression. A logistic model does not output probabilities, but it treats the classes as numbers, which is as zeros and ones, and fits the best hyperplane that minimizes the distance between the points in the hyperplane. So it simply interpolates between the points and you cannot interpret it as probabilities. A linear model also extrapolates and gives you values below 0 and above 1. This is a good sign that there might be a smarter approach to classification. Performance indicators, CKD was said to be a positive and not CKD was said to be negative. The confusion matrix was used to show the specific results and evaluate the performance of the machine learning models. True positive, which indicates the
Sharmila, you can
CKD
move on to
sample.
the result slide.
Yes, ma'am. In conclusion, the proposed CKD diagnostic methodology is feasible in terms of data imputation and sample diagnosis. After unsupervised imputation of missing values in the data set by using KNN imputation, the integrated module could achieve a satisfactory accuracy. In this assessment, we propose an SVM, KNN, and decision tree random forest system for diagnosing CKD. Hence, we speculate that applying this methodology to the practical diagnosis of CKD would achieve a desirable effect. In addition, this methodology might be applicable to the clinical data of the other diseases in actual medical diagnosis.
Thanks for your presentation. Do you have any?
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you have any comparison chart? Do you have compared any machine learning methodologies for a particular data set?
No, ma'am, we don't have anything as a share now.
You didn't implement yet?
Okay, started with it. Yes, ma'am, we are done with the implementation.
You have did your implementation? What are the machine learning algorithms you have used for the study?
We have used KNN algorithm, random tree algorithm.
And which one is best suited for diagnosing the chronic kidney disease?
The KNN algorithm which we have implemented is the best thing that we can use, where we can correctly diagnose the disease.
Accuracy,
Because where we have TP and F1.
The comparison, the diagrammatic and comparison chart should be there to prove the result.
Yes, ma'am.
Next question from the other session chat. Valarmati ma'am.
What accuracy you got in SVM, KNN, and other machine learning algorithms?
In the other existing system, like we couldn't predict the disease unless until 25% of the kidneys being completely affected. But here we could diagnose it in a very earlier stage.
What
and also the
accuracy percentage you got in these algorithms? What data set you have used?
I think they are not clear with their research, ma'am. We'll move on to the next presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Sharmila and team. We'll move on to the next session, next presentation. I request Professor Ravi Kumar and Satya Prakash. They are going to present their paper titled Virtual Boundary Recognition Carries Sensitive Information. Ravi Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can share your presentation.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, your audio and video are clear. You can start your presentation.
Good afternoon to all, ma'am. I am Ravi Kumar. My teammate is Satya Prakash. Our guide is P. Divya. And our topic is virtual boundary recognition carries sensitive information. Abstract, it is nothing but the concept of boundary. Data can be flow through that boundary. In sometimes the boundary can be damaged and fluffy in a static method, virtual boundary. So we using a dynamic method to changing the boundary to lose the traffic in a data in other state of tenant. That's why we using dynamic method here. Description is we using a dynamic spike neural network algorithm. For that, we want to collect the data to train that algorithm. We using a two instance. One is upper instance and lower instance. These instances are monitoring the complete neural flow of the visualization method. It collect the data and give the data to the neural network. We will train that algorithm, and it will give the best decision to the virtual machine, and it will move the boundaries. Introduction. In this introduction, we want to find the traffic of data. We using for that identify the best, which is with loosey content of data. We're using a portfolio theory method, and to using how much traffic and how much data going to speed in that. We're using a min-max algorithm for that. In the existing system, we're using a IP address, complex configuration, low efficiency. That's a low efficiency over network architecture. It is a type of virtualization technique, more superimposed on network. This produce VLANs and realize a cross-region two-layer interconnection. However, it will make a traffic on the data path in the data network layers. It is a block diagram. We use login information. We get it from instance. It's a cloud transferring from these two are getting information from upper and lower instances. These two informations are giving to processing of tenant behavior, how the tenant is acting, how much time they are logging into, and these are the behavior analysis of cloud. How much data the cloud is getting out and inside of the cloud, extracting and quant analysis. The total data will be processed here, and data will be encoding and giving to the dynamic neural network algorithm. The portfolio selection theory methods gives the best decision of selecting routing path, and this decision is sent to be the dynamic spiral network. Min-max algorithm gives the best traffic in routing path. It gives the dynamic spiral network. This solution can be making calculating time and speed of the data transaction to achieve the end-to-end packet success rate. It gives to the virtual boundary. It review if the decisions are correct, then it will move the boundary of the visualization. Modules, we use 4 boundary identification modules. First, we want to deploy the instance and collect the information, and learning it gives to the learning. Your neural network algorithm learns everything, and it start training itself, and it works correctly. Allocation of routing path. It depends on the portfolio selection theory. The portfolio selection depends upon the which routing path is less traffic, and it selects the traffic less, and it queries the spaces and give the spaces to the other traffic path. For that, we using a portfolio selection theory to find the less traffic. We using a min-max algorithm. Here we find the less traffic path and give the data that depends upon the data that waits. For example, in that path they're having a high traffic. We will give the data in less ways depending upon the distance between the tenant and the cloud. It find the distance and how much time it will take it. It makes the end-to-end packet transfers and calculating time also. And this is implementation, ma'am. This is open flow network controller. This is a network controller. This is the ID given to the cloud, and this is data plane. Yeah, this is the ID given to to access the data. This is a tenant ID. For example, we are having 3 users, and tenant ID 1, tenant ID 2, tenant ID 3. How many users we have? The ID will be changed here. This is a rent fee given to the tenant. This is a metadata registry to the tenants. This is a control panel ID. This is a data panel ID. When we give the same control panel ID to this, it will accept and connect it to the control panel. The user can access the data through the data plan ID by entering the data ID here and connected. They can access data here. Conclusion: by implementing the dynamic control method for sensitive information flow of cloud, the security of strategy of tenant information flow was formatted and security labeled were used to track the control tenant information flow inside and outside the boundary in order to realize the tenant independently control of flow within the boundary as well dynamic control and security sharing of information flow between tenant. Based on the identification of tenant, virtual security boundary, and the security control of information flow, the dynamic security control application system for sensitive information flow was constructed. Finally, a cloud platform was built using an OpenStack and the sample data were altered for experiment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks for your presentation. Questions from session chat. Valanmati ma'am, you can ask your question.
Okay. Okay. What is a virtual boundary?
Virtual boundary is a boundary that separates the user, ma'am. For example, we get data from the cloud, ma'am. Each user having some boundary because this boundary separates the each tenant data, ma'am.
Why specifically you are using a min-max algorithm?
Because it gives a better result, ma'am. For example, in a traffic wise, we give the data. It gives the solution which path having a high density of data. That means that is a traffic, ma'am.
Okay, have implemented this one with some other algorithms?
Yes, ma'am. We are implemented, ma'am. By using a dynamic spiking algorithm, perform very well, ma'am. Because we use another algorithm also, ma'am. Dynamic postulates that works not very well, ma'am. That's why we're using this.
Okay, how we are measuring the performance?
For example, we are transferring on data or some file or some pictures in that, ma'am. It gives the less time, ma'am. Transactions.
Okay,
that
have
makes
any comparison graph for this measurement, performance measurement?
We take a time, ma'am, but didn't make us graph, ma'am.
Okay, how much time it takes?
It take 10 to 15 seconds, ma'am, to deliver.
15 seconds.
It depends upon the data, ma'am. For we having 100 MB of data, it take let's say more time, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You should not tell it's more time or less time. Okay, you have to specifically give the
accurate data. We have input a 10 MB of data, ma'am. It will comes as a 10 second, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
What simulation tool you are using here for implementation?
No, we didn't use a simulation tool, ma'am. We're using a dynamic spiking neural network algorithm, ma'am.
Algorithm implementation, how you are using the implementation?
We're using a Python, ma'am. Python tool, Python.
Since you have told cloud platform, it doesn't
as a
have
platform. We get a database as a cloud and attach in the module station, ma'am.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. We'll move on to the next session, next participant. Thanks for your presentation, Ravi Kumar.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other participants ready to present can start your presentation.
Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, Ajay Kumar.
Ajay Kumar, you are in which session?
Technical session 4.
Technical session 4. Just a minute, let me check.
Secured EOT system using iris and fingerprint.
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Okay,
Your presentation title is Secured E-Voting System using iris and fingerprint recognition. You can start your presentation.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, yes, your presentation is visible and you can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Make it as full screen.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning to everyone. Mm, Good evening to everyone. Myself Ajay Kumar. I'm currently pursuing MTech IT in FX Engineering College. My project is about secure e-voting system using iris and fingerprint recognition. The main objective of this project is to develop a new voting system and to improve the existing system using the iris and fingerprint recognition, where iris and fingerprint are considered as the most secured person identification pattern. The goal of this project is to avoid duplication and illegal casting of votes and some double entry and cross checks. So this is my start. In every election, they are facing a lot of troubles through this type of illegal activities. So the election commission faces various problems due to the illegal casting of votes. So sometimes an unauthorized person gives votes due to which some politicians try to win the election in the illegal method. The main objective of the project is to develop a new idea about the voting system and ensure the security around it. To ensure the security of the voting system, we are using iris and fingerprint recognition in the proposed system. The iris recognition is used because it is a very highly unique and stable and cannot be duplicated and can be easily captured. So this is our proposed system. In our proposed system, the system is much faster and easy and efficient. Requires less manpower than the other voting system like electronic voting system. It doesn't need to mark the voters of a finger with the ink. The database will be updated within the person who gives a vote. It is more secure than any other system. If a person gives vote in a place, the database are updated automatically and consider the person is already voted. If the voter goes some other place and after scanning the eyes, it will be it's shown that the person will already voted and cannot be voted again. As a result, the person cannot be voted. We can eliminate the chances by registering the person in one or two places. It also includes a fingerprint scanner to verify the user fingerprint. In this way, you can find the illegal voters and exclude the voter. And finally, the voters who cast the vote will receive a SMS that the vote has been casted on behalf of yourself. And this is a basic block diagram, but the Atmaga 382 control adds a main where the iris database contains of iris data, and the query images are the image were currently captured, and the both are find scanned using the person identification MATLAB script. The connection between the Atmaga and the iris database is using the universal synchronous receiver and transmitter connection. The Atmaga controller also connects the fingerprint scanner with a power supply in it. If any unauthorized illegal activities happens, the driver checks the alarm unit, and finally send using the GSM sends a SMS to the particular authority. So in this, the fingerprint and iris database are collected. So for this, only 10 images registered and for the authorized users, and the rest of them are unauthorized. The person recognition system is based on the image processing system, which based on the MATLAB script in this work. The recognition result may be unauthorized or authorized. The result will be intimated to the embedded system using the serial connectivity user. The embedded controller is called Atmaga 328 to configure the work. In this also include fingerprint scanner to verify the user fingerprint. So finally, the controller take decision according to the data received and the user fingerprint. If the person is authorized to give word, the system send message to the valid mobile number. If an unauthorized word, the alarm unit will be activated and the driver unit is used to drive the alarm. This is a system model of iris database where the query images are the current taken images, and the images are detected only the iris circle and crop the half iris, and using the SAFT based feature extraction algorithm, the currently query images and database stored images are matched, and final authorized or unauthorized will be declared. The scale invariant feature transform algorithm is one of the most widely used image feature extraction. that extract the feature of an image in a manner that it provides a stable over translation, rotation, scaling, inversion, and camera viewpoint. These are the sample words in sample output. In the left side, there is a result of voting using iris, where the key points are scanned, and if the result does not matches, it shows no matching phone and finally unauthorized. If the key points are matched, then it provides a match with the person and authorized. So some advantages: timing. The verification time is less than 30 seconds, and it provides more uniqueness because even twins has different irises. Security: the irises are very small and very high accuracy and stable. This concludes the iris the best voting will be useful to avoid duplication, to avoid time consumption, and to keep the voters information more secured. Some applications of it: voting mechanism, ATM money tap parcel, and passport verification. So conclusion: this work proposes the novel technique for biometric authentication, especially for fingerprint and iris recognition. The main theme of this work to addressing the powerful person recognition technique and for the banking as well as services sectors. The image processing based iris recognition was successfully implemented using a MATLAB platform and fingerprint recognition by using the embedded system and programmed for all the authorized person to alert through the alarm. The main contribution of the proposed system is the recognition is evaluated with the various kinds of iris images. The system performed well with the maximum detection rate. These are some references, and thank you. That's it, ma'am. Concluded. I'm completed, ma'am.
Okay, all these
Any
techniques
questions
are
from
all these techniques are already existing. What is different in yours?
Ma'am, there's a one thing only iris or fingerprint. I'm adding the both and providing double security with GSM technique to secure the more efficient voting.
What is the novelty in your project? There is no new things found in yours. Already these things are existing, right?
I think iris is different, ma'am. I think so. Using iris technique different maybe. They can vote from anywhere, ma'am. This is a database technique.
You are combining this iris and fingerprint for this e-voting.
Yes, ma'am.
These techniques are already existing, and what is new in this?
Ma'am, I added GSM and I think I added
in
GSM.
what way it's going?
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
In what way it's going to help?
Ma'am, it can avoid a duplicate votes, ma'am, and provide more stability to the e-voting system. But the iris and fingerprint are already included in Aadhaar. We can use that information to power the system.
Everything is included in the Aadhaar. Then your system is going to help in any way. Okay, that's all from me, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ajay Kumar.
Thank you, ma'am.
So next presentation is from Kiran Joshi.
Yeah. Are you able to hear me, madam?
Yes, Ajay Kumar, you can stop your presentation. Kiran Joshi paper is in technical session 3. Valanmati ma'am, you can make a note of it. Paper number 27, a review of code smell and code refactoring in Android application.
Yeah. So thank you, conference convener. So basically, my paper. Good afternoon to all of you. My paper is on review of code smell and code refactoring in Android. So this is the roadmap. I will be covering abstract, introduction, motivation, related work, result, conclusion, bibliography. So abstract, basically code smell is the associated with the poor coding practice that has been there in the mobile application. So with the large scale deployments, mobile applications are becoming mainstream software platforms. They are basically used by billions of people, and there are various apps also that's they compelled to use mobile applications. So this is basically a big problem which has been uncovered. So code smell incidences basically in Android and iOS application and the Android and iOS applications also, which has been quantified by the researchers. So as there is another code smell, that is object specific code smell that exists in the software engineering. So related with that, there are certain methodologies are being used in order to solve it. So that can be applied to mobile specific code smell. So removing this code smell is basically required for maintenance effort, and the overall goal of the software engineering is to create high quality software efficiently. So as we know that Android has a market, Android based smartphones having 78% market as per statistics. So, and there are more than billion apps also there on the Play Store. So Android apps having a different structure rather than a desktop app. So that is basically uncovered problem. So despite mobile being a fast growing software sector, mobile apps are understudied, and usefulness of static analysis is basically considered for solution for mobile code smells. Now next is the motivation. Now refactoring is basically basically it is going to modifying the software to improve its readability, maintainability, and extensibility without changing what is the functionality of that particular software. So we refactor because we are going to understand it. That's the problem happening due to code smell, and so because of it, the code size is often reduced and confusing code is restructured into a simpler code. That is basically another advantage of the refactoring. So there are few research objectives has been laid down in order to carry out the review of code smell and code refactoring. So determining if developers who refactored certain code smells on purpose, learning how to remove code smell from developers, and future research on code smell refactoring, determining if or whether developers are aware of the Android code smell. Now, 90% of the developers are not aware with the code smell. So that is basically a big problem. And there are certain research questions also for the literature survey, that is, what are the effects of eradication of mobile code smells? How often and widespread is the mobile code smell introduction? How can developer get rid of the Android code smell? Now, in the related work, basically, various researchers have worked out on the code smell. So Paprika is basically it was from Hest, and it has he has delivered a tool-based approach, that is Paprika, for detecting O and Android smell in Android applications.
Move the slide to the result.
Hello?
Move the slide to the result or the implementation part.
Hello?
No, move the slides to the implementation part.
No, I have not carried. I have just carried out a review, madam. A review of.
It's a survey paper.
It's a review paper.
Okay.
So, Palomba et al. Published this A-Doctor, that is another program that could detect 15 Android specific code smells. So there are different various code smell categories also. Another approach was that recommended asynchronizer. Basically, async processes are basically used by various coders, and for that purpose, they basically when we invoke them, they basically creates an issue with the memory leak. So that's why async droid was used and invented by you, a program for converting incorrectly used async tasks into Android intent services, which will close down when its purpose is over. So that will not leak the memory. Again, there is Masaru Rozo performed another important research, personally analyzing 500 changes that corrected performance faults in iOS apps as well as Android apps. So they were able to discover basically energy leak, GUI lagging, and RAM bloat. So what is the biggest threat in Android is basically the malware and these are code smells basically gives birth to such kind of malwares which will not be detected by the even though most secure software, because they are basically what they are basically lacunas in the application development. So bloaters are the major important things, that you can have an app that won't do anything, but that can hog the memories more and more, and that's why it will not give the memory to other applications also, right? So basically this is code smell. That's why it is the biggest problem. So GUI lagging, energy leak, and RAM bloat, they have been identified. Another one that approach that was basically the sniffer. So sniffer was basically used, it is a open source to keep track of a code smell, so it's a big data set, and in that one that the code smell history was basically identified, and then the database was developed by monitoring mobile code smell across a variety of Android apps using sniffer. So that was used by the researcher and other communities also. Paprika detect code smell by modeling and querying Android app. Peters studied durability of code smell and developer refactoring behavior. Also, Rosa identified these three that we have already. Now there are certain research findings that is basic that are basically covered by this literature, covered in the literature survey which I have carried out. So, in terms of frequency and diffusiveness, there is a significant variation across code smell types. Releases have no effect on the production and removal of the code smell in open source Android. So even though if you are having application is having a code smell, that application is can be released, but then later on the effect will be there on the users who are going to use the Android, as all we are using the Android client version. So that will be having there will be a basically effect. So even when the developers are aware of code smell, they don't always refactor it, and developers so it's a problem from the developer side also, and developers refactored code smells for a specific reason, report that built-in code analysis tools affected and benefited their work. So in order to carry out the work faster, uh, like they have earlier deadlines, so they used to impart the code smell over there. Now next is basically how to get to know about the code smell. So basically you need to have a profile analyzer that is basically available in the Android Studio. So if you are having a code, right? If you are having a code, and if you want to know how to know about the code smell, like and how to get read out of it. So in the there is basically profile analyzer, and there is you can analyze the CPU, memory, various different parameters you can analyze over there, and there itself you can get to know how much memory has been taken wise, like others code, stack, graphics, native, right, Java. So if you are sure about it that the same facility can be provided by the other statements, like other objects and classes, so you can remove that, and then you can see to it that the code refactoring has been applied, and then what you can see is in the result section, like in the profiler section itself, if you see that the memory is taken less, then it is what it is basically the code smell problem has been resolved for that particular. Even though for the CPU also, like there are again a certain application like alarms also, like rigid alarm manager is one kind of example. So in that one,
You can conclude your presentation. Sorry to interrupt. You can conclude your presentation.
Okay. So basically, Android code smells are not always refactored by developers who are. So in the conclusion, Android code smells are not always refactored by developers who are aware of them. On the other, developers did not adjust Android code smell questions basically the efficiency and utility of their modification. The refactoring always restructure the app so that it leaks no memory whatsoever. That is, even if the program forgets to release the location listener, that is one kind of application at proper exit points. The refactoring will give you refactoring gives us basically better architectural design to that by decoupling the UI layer and the logic layer.
Thanks for your presentation. Any questions from session chat?
No questions, ma'am.
Yes.
Can I leave, ma'am?
Yes, you can leave, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions from my side, Kiran. Thanks. Thanks for your presentation. Gomati ma'am, shall we start our valedictory keynote speech?
Yes, keynote speaker already joined. We'll take a confirmation from Abbas, sir.
Keynote speaker for the next session is Professor Dr. Abbas Fadil Aljuburi, College of Engineering, University of Information Technology and Communication, Baghdad, Iraq. I'm happy to introduce the next session chair. He has worked as a vice president for administrative affairs and head of Smart City Center at UOITZ, and he's a researcher and manager in Advanced Institute of Convergent Information Technology, South Korea, and he's the head of Computer Science Department of University of Kerala and vice president of Iraqi University Accreditation and Quality Assurance Council for Computer Science and IT. His field of interest are in data mining, web application, data security, information systems, and smart application. He is a member of several academic and professional societies. He is an editor and committee member and reviewer of many eminent international journals and conferences worldwide. I hope the resource person keynote speaker has joined here. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, good
Can
afternoon.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, okay. First thing I would like to thank you very much for inviting me to your conference, and it is my great pleasure and honor to join you today and give my talk to all of you. Thank you very much. Shall I start now, my talk?
Yes, you can start, sir. You can share your screen.
Thank you very much. It's okay now?
Yes, sir, your presentation is clear and your audio is also clear. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So my talk today entitled Big Data and Mining Analysis. It's a huge topic, you know, but I will focus on the important things in this area. So let's start with the big data, the concept and definition of the big data. So it is a new term used to identify the data set that due to the large size and complexity. We call the big data because we cannot manage them with our current methodologies or data mining software tools. So we need the big data analysis tools to analyze the huge of data. Recently, we use it. Big data mining. It is the capability of extracting useful information from these large data sets or streams of data that due to its volume, variability, and velocity, 3 V's. It was not possible before to do it. So now we need to analyze the big data and the new technologies and new tools and algorithms using the machine learning techniques and the data mining algorithms. The big data challenges are becoming, the big data challenge is becoming one of the most exciting opportunities for the next years. So now this information about the big data and the mining, how to mining the big data, what is the motivation for using the big data mining techniques. So you know, today's digital society has seen enormous data growth in both commercial and scientific databases. Data mining is becoming a commonly used tool to extract information from large and complex data sets. So now we use the data mining techniques to analyze the huge data we have. Like we have an example or examples for the big data. So the homeland security, geospatial data, business data, sensor networks, and computational simulations, and scientific data, biological data, astronomy data, so and social media data. These are all we can consider as big or huge data. So the examples helps provides better customer service in business, commercial settings, help scientists in hypothesis formation, etc. One of the very important fields and area we can use data mining in the life and health sciences. So you know the huge data we have in this area. Recent technological advances are helping to generate large amounts of both medical and genomic data, like high throughput experiments techniques, gene and protein sequences, gene expression data, biological networks, and phylogenetic profiles, electronic medical records. Also, an IBM Mayo Clinic partnership has created a database of 5 million patients, now maybe more than 5 million patients, single nucleotides, polymorphisms also. So the data mining offers potential solution for analysis of large scale data. Automated analysis of patients' history for customized treatment, prediction of the functions of anonymous genes, identification of mutative binding sites in protein structures for drugs, chemicals discovery. So this area it is very important area to the humanities. and we can use the large scale data or big data algorithms with the data mining, machine learning, statistics, AI to develop and achieve the required results and the important results in the health care area. The origin of data mining, the origin is draws these machine AI patterns recognition. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So you can see my slides?
No, sir, we can't see your slides. I think it is not in presentable mode.
Okay, I will share it again. Sorry for this question.
Yes, sir, now it's clear.
Okay. So, so we need to emerge and use all these, those traditional techniques to unify it all and use it all and to be as techniques in data mining as algorithms like statistics, AI, machine learning, pattern recognition, database system, and etc. Because of the enormity of data and high dimensionality of data, heterogeneous, distributed nature of data, so we need the data mining techniques. Now, the data mining as a part of knowledge discovery process. So you know, and you can see the data mining here. It is the second stage to manipulate the data. The first one, when we input the data, we can do the pre-processing stage and the steps for the data, like feature selection, dimensionality reduction, normalization, data settings, like cleaning on the data and make it normalization. And then we can mining the resulted data here in the data mining techniques and algorithms, and then sorry. After that, the resulted data, we can do the post-processing techniques and the stages, like the filtering patterns, visualization, and the pattern interpretation, so to get the information and the structured data resulted. The task of data mining, we have clustering, predictive modeling, like classifications, anomaly detection, and association rules, and etc. So we can use these data mining tasks and algorithms to get the accurate result from the huge data. Okay, the predictive model, like a classification, predictive modeling, an example of a classification. This example, it is their task is the predicting tumor cells, like in the health care, tumor cells as benign or malignant, okay, cells and cancer disease. classifying the secondary structures of protein as alpha helix, beta sheet, or random coil, predicting functions of protein. This is in the healthcare area, classifying credit cards transactions as limited or fraudulent. This is in business area, categorizing news stories as finance, weather, entertainment, sports, etc. Identifying intruders in the cyberspaces, also in the security and cybersecurity. We can use the classifications, algorithms, and data mining technique. And the commonly used classification models, the base classifiers are decision tree-based methods, rule-based methods, and nearest neighbor, neural networks, naive-Bayes, and Bayesian belief networks, support vector machines, and other also. And simple classifier like boosting, bugging, random forests, etc. These are commonly used classification models. Depends on the project or the research you use and which area and what is the data used in your project. You can choose any one of these classification models. Decision tree-based classification. This one of the algorithms of classification. You know the advantages and the disadvantages of this classification algorithm. An advantage is expensive to construct. Okay, extremely fast at classifying unknown records, easy to interpret for small size trees, purpose to noise. Okay, especially when methods to avoid overfitting are employed. To overcome the overfitting issue, can easily handle redundant or irrelevant attributes. Disadvantages is space of possible decision tree is exponentially large. This is one of the disadvantages of this method, and does not take into account interactions between attributes. Also, we can face this kind of a problem when we use the decision tree. Each decision boundary involves only a single attribute. This is also a problem. There are errors in the classification, in training and the testing and in the general. So in training errors, apparent errors, error committed on the training set here, when we use the training step, so we can find some errors. Test error also committed in the test set, and generalization expected errors of a model as a total of a random selection of records from same distribution. This is also a general problem we can face from error in the classification techniques. This the overfitting happened in the classification. So the presence of noise, lack of representative samples, multiple comparison procedure, etc. So now notes of overfitting. I try to have the time. Sorry, try to be fast. Overfitting results in decision tree that are more complex than necessary. Very complex. Also, training error does not provide a good estimate of how the tree will perform on previously unscreened record, and needs way for incorporating model complexity into model development. Okay. Evaluation performance of classifier, any classifier. Model selection and model evaluation. Selection performed during model building. Purpose is to ensure that model is not overly complex, to avoid the overfitting problem or issue. And model evaluation performed after model has been constructed. This is stage after the model constructed. Purpose is to estimate performance of a classifier on a previously unseen data, like test set, data set. Okay, another model or algorithm nearest neighbor classifier. So we can see the concept of this classifier. And let's go to the next step. I think the authors today and the presenters took many algorithms in machine learning and data mining to analyze, also tools to analyze their data, and they mentioned many types of data mining and machine learning today. So it is very good to just remind them to some other ideas here. The nearest neighbors classifiers, now how to choose how to use this classification method. I think all the authors here maybe know the procedure and the method how it works when choose the value of k, like, and k is too small, blah blah blah, and then we can come to the clustering. Also, this is the task or method of data mining. The clustering has clustering method has some algorithms inside. Clustering, the clustering depends on the similarity, and the similarity, we should define the similarity of the objects, finding groups of objects such that the objects in a group will be similar or related to one another and different from or unrelated the objects in other groups, and grouping them to make the cluster in our projects and manipulate our data to get the suitable results. Intra-clusters minimized and inter-clusters maximized. Okay, the application of clustering, clustering is very important and useful in the area of marketing, healthcare, social media, etc. Gene expression clustering, clustering of patients based on genotypic factors for efficient disease diagnosis, market segmentation, document clustering, finding groups of their behaviors based on patterns of automobile motion, like normal, drunken, sleepy, rush hour driving, etc. So it is very important method, and the applications are widely used in our research. The similarity and dissimilarity, I mentioned that. How can we measure it? Which is the similarity, which should be falling in the range of 0, 1, and the similarity is minimized. The similarity is often 0, maximized is 1. So we have a lower and upper limit in our calculations and evaluations. And the proximity also refers to a similarity or dissimilarity in the our calculations. The types of clustering. Clustering is a set of clusters. So we have important distinction between hierarchical and partitional sets of clusters. Okay, partitional clusters or hierarchical clusters. These are the types of clustering as you can see here in the slide. Okay, let's go fast. Okay, there are distinctions between sets of clusters: exclusive versus non-exclusive, fuzzy versus non-fuzzy, partial versus complete, heterogeneous versus homogeneous. So we should consider these features and distinctions between the sets of clusters to get the exact or required results or accurate results. The algorithms of clustering, k-means, and hierarchical clustering, and other types of clusters, I think you know many types here. Like k-means, there are some limitations to use the k-means algorithm in clustering. Sizes, the limitations in size and densities, maybe globular shapes. K-means has also problems when the data contain outliers. You know, the outlier is very big problem when we analyze our data in clustering algorithms. Now, the hierarchical clustering also, you know, the hierarchical and the other types of clustering. This is produces a set of nested clusters organized as a hierarchical tree, and also can be visualized as a dendrogram, like the below diagram. Okay, we can represent it as a dendrogram here. Okay. Forgive me to be fast because I think I'm the last speaker, so I should be fast. Strength and hierarchical strengthening and of the hierarchical. Now, one of the clustering method hierarchical. Okay, let's do this. Main type of the hierarchical clustering is or are agglomerated and diffusive types of hierarchical clustering. Traditional hierarchical algorithms use a similarity or distance matrix. This is for the traditional hierarchical. These are merge or splits, one cluster at a time, at the same time. Other types of cluster algorithms like k-means, hierarchical, statistically based clustering algorithm, mixture model based clustering, quasi-clustering, self-organizing maps, density based. All these are the types of clusters or clustering algorithm. Okay, then we want to evaluate the validity and of the clusters, so we should be avoid finding patterns in noise to also to compare clustering algorithms, to compare two sets of clusters, to compare two clusters. This is the validity. Okay, issues in clustering expression data. Now we are talking about the similarities with all the conditions we mentioned. Most cluster approaches assume that an object can only be in one cluster. Also can either use clustering that takes these factors into account or use other technique. For example, association analysis. The packages of clustering, so we can get a benefit from the mathematical and statistical packages like MATLAB, SAS, SPSS, R language. Also, the Hadoop also we can make it in clustering packages. Cloto by George Caribes. This is the URL for this tool. Cluster Michael Eisen. Okay, so for microarray clustering algorithms. Also KDN nuggets. This all useful bucket clustering packages. About the association analysis, association rules. Also, it is very important algorithms or techniques in the data mining, we should find the support and the minimum support and the confidence. This is evaluations and calculations and the procedures to find the more relevant items each other by the association rules and data mining. Also, the brute force, we can use the brute force approach, which has two steps: frequent item set generations and rule generation. Frequent item set generation is computationally expensive. When we use it, you should put in your mind it is an expensive way or method to do it by data mining techniques. So this is our references, and thank you very much for your listening. I'm very sorry to make it very abstracted. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Looking forward to you speak again. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gomati ma'am, shall we proceed to the vote of thanks session? So, without much wait, we'll propose the vote of thanks. Good evening, everyone, for all the participants. It has been such an honor to present the valedictory note for the second international conference on advanced computing and communication technology. On behalf of Francis Xavier Engineering College, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed keynote speakers, session chairs, professors, principal, and every participant for this conference. I am pleased to submit my heartfelt thanks to our chairman, Dr. Clintus Babu, founder and chairman, ICACCT Group of Institutions, Dr. Arun Babu sir, MD, ICACCT Group of Institution, Executive Director, Hernandez ma'am, General Manager Development, Dr. J. Kumar sir, General Manager Administration, Krishna Kumar sir, Principal Vel Murugan sir, and I would like to thank Dr. L.R. Priya ma'am, Professor, Academics, and HODs of various departments and faculties who supported for successfully conducting this event. A wide round of applause and thanks to all the participants for their knowledge sharing. Finally, I would like to thank IFERT team for beautifully coordinating this event. Thank you all for your support. Specifically, I would like to thank Gomati ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Then we are concluding with the conference. We thank convener and college superiors, those who are coordinated with us for the conference. So we will end the meeting now. Thank you so much. Certificates and proceedings will be emailed on or before 25th.
Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.